I was muted. Chat. Professional Twitch streamer. Chat, he's so good at this. Look at him go. Look at him go. All right, all right. Give me 2 seconds, chat. I did my setup extremely last minute, so I'm fixing that live. Welcome on in, Goblin Hugger. Thank you for the raid. Well, shit. Hi, everybody. Hello. Welcome on in, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues, yapping, causing problems, talking anarchy, leftist theory, all that bullshit. I'm a video essayist, a Twitch streamer. Pleasure to make your acquaintance or to see you, whatever it may be. I'm a tiny bit under the weather right now. My voice is normally a little bit smoother and a little bit deeper than this, but hey, we're doing our best. Appreciate y'all for being here. Everyone on my end, make sure you give some love to Goblin Hugger, wonderful friend of the channel, absolute sweetheart. Please, please make sure you throw your love. What were y'all doing tonight? How is everybody? Let me go through and greet folks. We're just getting started, so I gotta go through and say my hellos to everybody. Welcome on into Wonder, to Lyrie, to Crocodile, to Someone Awesome, Dusklight Navigator, Lyrie, Mr. Bookboy, Katie Rady, Gracie Bacon, Quinn. Let's see. Lycanthropic Rome Spider. It's been a hot minute. I hope you've been well. Welcome on into Jordan the Kitty, Zelda Player, Draken's Horde, Stumblebee, Ludo Nar. Let's see. Hopefully I'm not missing folks. Hello, Goblin Hugger in the flesh. How are you? Welcome on in Wasteland Radio, Peru, Nona, Lokio, Ludo, Aurora, Banana Tiger, Azu, everybody. It's wonderful to see folks. What's everyone been up to? How have your last few days been? I haven't seen y'all since Wednesday. Chat, I have been sick off my ass the last couple days, and I'm not gonna lie, very mad about it. Very, very mad about it. Chat, being sick sucks. Hey motherfuckers. If you're trying to like go to a concert or go to a theme park or go on vacation and you get sick, don't fucking go. Skip the event. I don't care that you paid for it. Stop. Take care of your community, I swear to fuck. Anyway, chat, COVID's not gone. And a big part of like protecting the people around you is, you know, sometimes having to make sacrifices to make sure that everyone is okay. I've been sick for 5 fucking days straight in the midst of some big deadlines, and I'm angry about it. Overheated and didn't go to rave? I'm so sorry, Azu, that's unfortunate. Also, sorry for any gross noises that come out of me. I am mostly normal. My throat is just still a little bit fucky. From Rome Spider, been good, trying to move to my parents' house soon, found a decent deal and a nice place with utilities included for cheap. Hell yeah! I hope you're able to get in there. Proud of you, keep on loving, keep on fighting. I know that, you know, getting out of a parent's place is never easy. Goblin Hugger, what were you up to tonight? Feel free to tell us, but no pressure if y'all need to raid and run. Self-care is vital. Cleaning up her place as much as I can. I kind of inherited someone else's disaster. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes, and you're massively appreciated. I hope I do end up seeing you with the Narcissist Cookbook. Sacrifice landlords to appease COVID. I think I got it. Oh, absolutely. Chat. Obviously, no one's surprised. Fuck landlords. Chat, not a big fan of landlords. Fuck the idea of, like, you know, owning property, especially land and housing, and then, like, renting it out to people at exorbitant prices so that they are never able to, have a place of their own, and you can continue to uphold a toxic system. Hello, Shelfa, lovely to see you. Came in from your collab with Cafe Fox. Happy to be here. Pleasure to have you. Welcome on an Eloin as well. Shit, lots of raids right at the start. Give me a second, folks. Hi, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. I'm an anarchist, a leftist. I'm transgender, in case you didn't fucking realize. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. It's wonderful to see you. Wonderful to make your acquaintance, whatever it may be. I was supposed to be on Eloin's stream today, but I had to cancel because my voice was too rough this morning. My voice is still not great, but it's significantly better than it was like 5 hours ago, and we take that. We take what wins we can get. This might be a shorter stream. We'll see how well my voice holds out, but it's so lovely to see y'all. Everyone on my end, make sure you give some love to Eloin, wonderful non-binary content creator, recently celebrating a Pride-a-thon. Just a couple days left. Make sure you throw some love their way. Welcome on in to Mita Oku, to Manifesto Embermane, to Mefiria, to Bill Beeps, to Lucier, to Nep Caligo, From Goblin Hugger, finished up one visual novel, was playing some Mushroom Musume, which is a really wonderful roguelike story game. I've heard of that game. I think I was sent a key for it at one point. I hope you've been enjoying. I might have to actually check it out if it's getting a good review. How's the HRT going? I am going to be celebrating 1 year on HRT on the 30th, actually, on Tuesday. So I am rushing currently to finish a video essay before then. Problem being that I haven't been able to record yet because I've been sick. The script is almost done. I haven't even started the recording process on account of illness. We'll see how that goes. But cool beans. On the 30th, on my HRT anniversary, I'm going to be in Atlanta, Georgia, seeing the Narcissist Cookbook, one of my favorite musicians, who I have been following at this point for 6 fucking years. That is really exciting. Hello, Kitchen Arf, welcome on in. Yeah, 1 year on HRT is really cool. Welcome on in, Kane of Termia as well. Hi. No worries, Boo, hope you feel a bit better soon. I'm hoping tomorrow my voice will be where I need for my 1 year on HRT. You always have such interesting and elegant takes in your videos with the script. Hell fucking yeah. I don't know if you saw my AI video yet, but I put a lot of work into this shit. It means a lot. I've had a lot of people telling me recently that I have a really good voice for video essays and that I provide really nuanced takes on a lot of the subjects that I cover, and that means the world to me. Like those are high praises. People telling me that like my work is evocative and nuanced, it makes them feel something. And that I bring up interesting things that aren't being discussed elsewhere. That's the goal. That is the goal. Welcome on in, Drakewood. Welcome on in. We're gonna be shiny hunting in an hour or two. We're raising money for for Rainbow Railroad alongside the Shinies for Good team. We'll get more into that in a minute. Narcissist Cookbook is awesome. I love Narcissist Cookbook. I've been following them for a long time. It's hard to pick a favorite song, but they're so meaningful to me. I'm glad other people enjoy their work. Your videos are some of my favorites. It is an honor. So sorry I can't stick around, darling. Of course. Please make sure you take care of yourself first and foremost. If you all need to raid and run, self-care is priority. I will never be angry at people for doing what they need to take care of themselves. Appreciate y'all, appreciate your support. Like I said, might be a shorter one today. We'll see, depending on how I'm feeling. If we cut it at 3 or 4 hours, so be it, but I wanted to be here and give one last huzzah for Shinies for Good. I should probably post on Blue Sky about this.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Barbara by Bite. Gonna watch this in between Titanfall 2 matches. Real and valid. Do as you will. It's true they could listen to you all day. That means a lot. I try my hardest to have cool thoughts. My video essay that I am currently working on, that I'm hoping to get out on the 30th, has honestly changed its topic so many times in the space I've been working on it, but there's 2 core questions that I'm hoping to answer in it, and these are actually both going to be titles that I'm kind of testing out. Whichever one performs better will become the title of the video within like the first few hours, so it doesn't have a technical title yet, but the titles are: what does it mean to transition, and what does it mean to be a gender? Lots of thoughts going into this. Currently sitting at about 2,000 words. It's probably only going to be about a 3,000 word video, so a bit shorter than I normally do, but... Hello, and Bear Green. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the streak, Mefiria. Finally started my assistantship helping a PhD student researching solar panel efficiency. Thing that's really interesting, and that I've had to use non-generative AI for finding quantum dots and their boundaries, also learning robotics and automation. I'm one of the, I've said this many times before, really big distinction to be made between generative AI and machine learning more broadly. There are many cases wherein machine learning can help us accomplish tasks that are literally impossible to do by hand within a reasonable time frame, or to notice patterns that are beyond our ability to perceive, you know? And those are valuable cases. we're talking about shit like transcribing documents. There are hundreds of years of newspaper articles that were printed before we had computers and are only, available online as scans. And to be able to take those and to create plain text versions of them that are then searchable and can be properly fully archived and be accessible to people who maybe, struggle to see or read certain fonts, whether because they are, blind or dyslexic. It is an accessibility tool. Even anytime you are using a speech-to-text function on your phone, that is machine learning. There's a distinction between machine learning and generative AI. And I do think talking about the distinction matters. What does it mean to transition? A miserable pile of secrets, have at you. My husband has fully come out as transmasked after telling his hyper-conservative parents last night. I'm so proud of him. Hell yeah, I'm proud of him as well. That's wonderful. Welcome on in, Wolf Valley Games as well. Hello, Brink _ Barbara bye bye. Congratulations. Good Morning Sunshine has been making me take care of my everything better. Oh my god, so that entire album, This Is How We Get Better, is such a impactful album for me. I adore the Narcissus Cookbook. There is a reason why they are so important to me that I'm going to be driving like 6 hours to see them on my HRT anniversary, Machine learning is also something we've had for a long time, and Gen AI is only a singular subset of machine learning. Yes. They are not the same thing. There is an amount of overlap and gray area, I will say, that's hard to navigate. But there is a big difference between ChatGPT and the technology that allows you to use speech-to-text in your phone, or which is allowing doctors to see cancer in body scans before it is perceptible to the human eye, And companies are very intentionally trying to hide the line between these. Every new product that companies release has the word AI in it, and that's an intentional effort. They very frequently will not clarify what they mean when they say it, intentionally, to try and blur the line, and to try and both appeal to shareholders and make it harder for you as a consumer to tell what is worth boycotting, Even like the autocorrect that you use in your phone has been utilizing some amount of machine learning for years. It has for years now been recognizing patterns in how you type and text and what typos you tend to make in order to correct your typing more efficiently. It's been a part of our lives forever. It is the new generative AI that is the big obstacle we are pushing back against. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Do you want some buffalo sauce schnapps? I don't know what that is. I don't think so. That does not sound tasty. Not a big buffalo sauce enjoyer, being honest. Machine learning versus LLM. See, even like generative AI, AI chatbots are a very specific subset of LLMs. There are usages of LLMs that are not generative in nature. A large language model is basically any machine learning tool which that has been trained on a lot of text for any purpose. And that can be what I was talking about earlier, transcribing documents into a text format, or your speech-to-text tools. Like that's still not a cleanly defined term and category, which is why I talk about the fact that this distinction and line can sometimes be muddy. But at least as far as I am concerned, the issue is when we start pouring resources into generating new content based off of like user feedback, generative AI, this is you give a prompt and it tries to generate something new off of that prompt. Even basic smartphone keyboards use statistics to invisibly adapt the size of buttons to reduce typos. Hello, JM, Barbara bye bye. Hello, Celestial Muffin as well. I'm still a little bit sick, but a lot better than I was, thank God. Chat, do y'all want to hear like where my voice was at the peak of sickness? Do y'all want to hear how bad it got? Because, oh, Oh, chat. Chat, he was ill. Let me see if I can find this real quick. I also get really depressed when I'm sick, too. Hey, chat. Genuine question. Do I sound better or worse than yesterday? That was me yesterday morning. Hello, Astra Arts. That Fops was so ill he was a little green. Yeah, no, I was really sick. I was very sick. Yeah, no, it was bad. It was bad. I'm kind of glad my voice is holding up as well as it is right now. It's definitely still noticeably off. You can feel there's a bit of grit in my throat, but like it's serviceable and I'm no longer in pain when I talk, so that's nice. That's very nice. Frog maxing. Snag some tickets. Don't know if you saw me say so earlier. I appreciate that. Hell fucking yeah, thank you for letting me know. I'm so excited to see the Narcissus Cookbook. I'm gonna be like pulling all-nighters to get this video done in the meantime. What chapter of Deltarune are you on? I'm currently on chapter 5. We just started chapter 5 the other day. Last time my nose really had the runs, failed it very quickly though. I'm glad to hear, I'm glad to hear. I'm the kind of person who like, I very frequently will experience minor flu and cold-like symptoms when I get stressed and then suddenly be fine a few hours later. This is not that. I'm sick. I was sick as shit. One sec. I'm typing a Blue Sky post really quick about the fact that we're doing fundraiser stream. Alright, there we go. When the immune system goes non-verbal for 3 hours, something like that, you know? By corporal logic, burritos, hot dogs, tacos, and pizza are sandwiches. Only half joking. Listen, chat, sometimes a hot dog can be a sandwich. Oh my god, one of my friends sent me a video the other day that called me out. Can I play that on stream? I was so mad at this video because it's very accurate to the kind of person I am. Give me 1 second, chat. Chat, I'm pausing the music for a second and I'm forcing y'all to watch this. I hate this because this is like genuinely how I live, you know? This is what eating food looks like for me. I'm gonna be so real. Where is it? Where is it? Firefox, beautiful. It's fine. Wrong tab.
Today I'm meal prepping for the next 30 days. This helps keep my diet consistent, and the good thing about hot dogs, they're stacked with amazing nutrients and their preservatives make them last a long time. People wonder why I don't use ketchup or mustard, but I don't like eating red 40 or yellow 5. However, from time to time I do add some extra flavor. To make my meals even more convenient, I store them in easy to access areas. For example, I don't even have to take a break from playing games to enjoy my next meal. I do still kind of suck at this game though.
This is how I live my life.
Is I'm 2 months ahead on meals, and I'm not gonna need to cook for a very long time. Today I'm meal prepping.
This is how I live my life. Chat, if I could do this, I would. That's the problem. Chat. It is unfortunately a video on fucking Twitter. I'll drop it in the chat real quick. Fuck Twitter, but that is. Not gonna lie, 1, how I live my life, 2, the actual dream. I will meal prep a batch of like 21 burritos and that will be my lunch for the next 3 weeks. That's not gonna lie, I kinda just live like that. Big fan of meal prepping. For me, like, so much effort goes into planning, cooking, preparing meals that, like, having to put regular effort into what I'm going to eat is a kind of stress and time sink that I cannot handle. I have a handful of recipes I rotate between with meal prepping, but I'm gonna be honest, with lunch, it is either, there's like 2 sandwiches I will do. and then those burritos. So I will bulk prep those burritos and every now and then throw in the mix like ham and cheese sandwiches when I feel like, you know, letting myself have variety for a few days. And then for dinner, I have like a rotating list of like 20 different meals. I'll make whatever I have the budget for and whatever like sounds good. And then I'll make like 5 to 10 portions of it, and then that's my lunch, or that's my dinner for the week, you know? Meal prepping is kind of based. Welcome on in, Lawns. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Meal prepping is kind of based. Boofted hates how I handle food, so I let them handle it most days. Real and valid. Totally find a safety food. That'd be the only one I want to eat for months on end, but I'm abysmal at actually meal prepping. Nah, I have found, like, I need to meal prep. Taking the time to cook on a regular basis, it's not time that I have, you know? I work way too many hours to do that. I am working far too many hours to, like, cook every day. There are a lot of days where I wake up at about 8:30, I leave, I go do my day job, I get home around 5:30 or 6, and then I have an hour and a half to prep for stream, you know? And then I go live. That is just how I live my life. Hello, Nat Puff. Welcome on in. The burritos have just been my hyperfixation food lately because they're really good, really cheap, really easy. Just ground turkey, rice, and cheese. I do gotta get more vegetables in there somehow, though. Not very good at getting vegetables in the diet right now. Gonna put a hot dog maker on Throne for the Fops. I do need to update my Throne soon, actually. There are a handful of things that I've been thinking about that I could use recently that are just... that they sit in, like, the $25 to $50 range, and, like, that's a big purchase for me right now. Unfortunately, so like as much as they'd make my life easier, they're non-necessities enough that I've been putting them off, and I'm like, I should just put shit like that on Throne, you know? If this is something like under $50 that would make my life easier but isn't an immediate necessity, I should just put that shit on Throne. Been given a flower crown. Congratulations, Wasteland Radio. That's so cute. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Burritos are versatile and flexible. True. About to say that you should put beans in your diet, but you can't eat them. Yeah, I cannot eat beans. I do, it's worth noting, have a lot of dietary restrictions. There's a very long list of things that I cannot or am not supposed to eat. It's very long. It's not fun. Chat, being physically ill kind of sucks. Chat, I don't know about this being disabled shit. It kind of sucks. Can I, like... go back to the character creator? Chat, who put being disabled in the game? Nah, like, disability is a hell of a journey, and it's a thing that, as much as it can be frustrating on days and at times and in certain elements of life, you know, it's just a thing. It's a thing that we live in and live with, and there's a amount of, identity and pride to be found in there. But Jesus Christ, sometimes it does suck a little bit. Have you considered stealing a stomach from someone else? Simply solve the problem. I would... so here's the issue with that. Organ transplants are really difficult because they require, like, very heavy overlap in like, genetic code and in, your... particularly, like... Okay. Chat, I know you've been told your whole life that there's, like, what? Is it 4 or 5 blood types? I know you've been told your whole life that there's, like, a small number of blood types. That's kind of a lie. That's kind of not true, chat. You've probably been told that, like, blood types are A, B, and O. So 4 blood types, that's the correct number. I can do math. That's not actually accurate. That's a severe simplification of how blood type works. I'm trying to pull up some documents on this just to fact check myself before I get too into this. But that simple understanding of blood types works pretty well for blood transfusions, because those are the big things that the body's going to react negatively to. But there's a lot more going on with your blood and everything in your body. Your blood is full of what are called antigens. And there are over 600 known antigens on the surface of red blood cells. And your body really likes attacking things that it does not recognize as being, you know, belonging to your body, as being part of you. And so organ transplants can go wrong really easily when your blood goes, huh, I don't think this organ's yours. That's why people who have organ transplants have to take immune suppressants, medications that suppress their immune response, because otherwise their body is very likely to try to reject the organ if it is not genetically similar enough to them and similar enough to them, like, blood-wise. Are you telling me that biology is more complicated than they learned in the freshman year of high school? Mm-hmm. I like this. It's a mess. It is a mess. Introverts are like houseplants. So is a introvert a transplant? Yes, actually. Your blood types on the tags, but also, yeah, blood types are vast. Organ transplants are really, really messy because if your body recognizes it as being foreign, it will try to kill it. Fun fact, chat, you want something terrifying? Hello, Boofed, thank you for the Prime sub. What the fuck? That means the world. What the hell? What the hell? Where was I going with this? Where was I going? I had a thought. Chat, I might have lost it. I might have fucking lost it. Oh, yeah. Chat, terrifying fun fact, okay? Terrifying fun facts. If your brain finds out, and if your body finds out that your eyes exist, your immune system will start attacking your eyes, because your immune system registers your eyes as being something foreign. Your immune system is not aware of the fact that your eyes exist, because if it finds out, it will not be happy. It's horrifying. It is horrific. Chat. I'm not a religious person, but my biggest argument against any kind of, like, creationism has always been the fact that, like, the bodies of most organisms are hanging on by a thread. Biology has never sought to be perfect, to be properly functional and in balance. The goal has always been, if you can live long enough to have kids, you've won, you know? How does that even happen? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. It's horrifying. This has implications about how eyes evolved. Oh, absolutely. I love science. Chat, big science enjoyer. One sec, let me grab, like, the info on that claim, because I also want to know why that happens, actually. Of course, like the terminology that, like, biology seeks to do something in and of itself is, like, a flawed way of viewing it. Also, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that that is that biology or evolution or whatnot is a thing that has a will, that seeks to do something. But it's useful, or rather, it's just the phrasing, you know. Evolution is definitely the egg good enough. C minus the passing grade system. The eye and immune privilege. I think this is what I'm looking for. The body's immune system works to protect us from infections and disease. When a virus or other foreign substance is detected, immune system kicks in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Certain areas of the body have something called immune privilege. So the body's normal inflammatory immune response is limited there. This is typically to protect those important areas from damage that may occur with swelling and higher temperatures from the immune response. The eye is one of a few areas in the body with immune privilege. The eye limits its inflammatory immune response so that vision isn't harmed by swelling or other tissue changes. Other sites with immune privilege include the brain, testes, placenta, and fetus. Interesting. Okay, but can I get more info on the mechanics here? Can I get some mechanics? Thank you for the hydrate, turtling bird. Oh, hydrates aren't throwing. Give me 1 second. Let me fix that. Give me 1 second, chat. Where's my hydrate thing? Hello, K-Bonk. There we go. Fuck. Don't give me an error, I'll cry. There we go. It should be working now. What if every AE was AE and instead of AEing, they AE'd? Yes. How are you doing today, host? Lovely to see you. Barbara bye bye. Chat, that's my friend. Ocular immune privilege is an evolutionary adaptation that limits local inflammation. But like, why? Key mechanics. Okay. Gimme the mechanics. This is what I'm looking for, chat. This is what I'm looking. Chat, I found it. Chat, he's so good at science. This is how I researched it. I type it into Google, and then there's like a couple sources that I trust, and then I just go read those sources. That's literally just how research works, I think. I think that's how you research things. Doing okay? How are you feeling today? My voice is still a little bit fucked, but I'm mostly not sick anymore, so that's nice. So ocular immune privilege is the product of multiple anatomical and physiological properties of the eye. Eye blood barrier restricts entry of inflammation and immune cells into the eye. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the blood-eye barrier will not actually allow immune cells to enter the eye. That's really cool. There's also a soluble immunosuppressive and various other anti-inflammatory molecules in the eye. Wait. Programmed death ligand 1 and tumor necrosis factor related apoptosis inducing ligand. Each of which can induce apoptosis of activated T cells. Oh! Chat, I don't know if any of y'all know what that means, but I know what that means. That makes that I know what that means. Apoptosis, for those who are unaware, is basically chat. Your body has means of killing your individual cells if they start causing problems. Essentially by exploding them. Apoptosis is that process by which your body, does programmed cell death. It's gonna say, hey, you shoots you with a gun, blows you up, pops you, programmed cell death. That's apoptosis. That's so fascinating. So, alright. Yeah, so there's basically like several structures that are stopping the immune system from taking action within the eyes, including, the eye blood barrier, but also the presence of immunosuppressant molecules and molecules which will initiate programmed cell death, specifically in activated T cells. This is so cool. I really love that there's like several systems of backup to prevent immune response within the eye. Each of these dynamic immunoregulatory processes relies on Tregs that act to either prevent the induction or expression of immune process that inflict injury on tissues with little or no regenerative properties, while preserving immune effector mechanics that provide protection against pathogens without damaging innocent bystanders' cells in the eye. As stated over 2 decades ago by the preeminent ocular immunologist J. Wayne Sterling, the eye and the immune system are engaged in a dangerous compromise. This compromise protects the eye from unwitting immune-mediated injury at the risk of being vulnerable to ocular infections and perhaps blindness. That's really cool. Chat, biology is so cool. What the fuck? Hello, MTF. I'm not gonna fucking punish you for missing streams. You're fine. That's so cool. Chat, I love biology. Chat, I fucking love biology. What the hell? Biology is so cool. That also explains why, like, eye infections are so easy and oftentimes take so long to recover from. I am currently sick, yes. I am a little bit under the weather. Basically, anytime I get sick, I end up with like a mild eye infection that takes a few days longer than like the actual sickness to, you know, fade away. And this explains a lot of that. But that's like I knew the whole thing about the immune system being heavily suppressed within the eye. I didn't know this was like a multifaceted, several protective measures kind of system. Because yeah, having an immune response in the eye would fuck up your eyes, absolutely. Like that would just destroy your eyes and leave you blind, absolutely. That's so cool. This particular function of the cells is involved in growing tumor-like cells that have mutated DNA that prevent checkups during cell replication, which means the cells cannot stop multiplying, therefore tumor, therefore cancer. Yeah. Very, very familiar with cancer. I think it's gene P53 that regulates cell multiplication. Might be a wrong number. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the exact number. My background's in neurogenetics, so like, I'm gonna be honest, immunology has never been my strong suit. A lot more on like the functions of neurons and whatnot, but this is so fucking cool. I love science. Mr. Stream once he bit me for it. You're fine, host. I'm gonna kill you with my teeth. God, there isn't a single point of failure in there, but it's cool. Chat, science! How are you doing today, Hades? Pleasure to have you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Wonder if it's related to the evolution of fluid in the eyes and how we didn't always have fluid stuff in our light sensing stuff. Maybe? This is part of like a larger paper. This is like, is there more? Okay, yeah, this is a larger chapter. We could read this. There's a lot going on here, looks like. Yeah, this was, I guess, just the conclusion of this particular chapter, which, real and valid. Thank you so much, by the way, Science Direct. They are one of the resources that I very frequently rely on when I'm trying to just get, like, a basic understanding of a more advanced biological concept. Because they're not going to dumb it down the way that you're going to get on, like, fucking Mayo Clinic, but they present it in a way that is, one, free, and two, accessible enough to someone with a basic knowledge of, like, academics and reading scientific papers. Genuinely appreciate any measure to make science free and accessible. We evolved from aquatic organisms, so eye decay. I also don't know. I don't know much about how eyes evolved. I know a lot about like, how do I say, development of eyes during, like, you know, growth of bodies, the function of, like, PAX6 and all that shit. PAX6 is one of my favorite genes. I think it's so cool. But I don't know a whole lot about, like, how that has evolved throughout history. Your voice sounds like you're going through it. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm currently sick, but hey, we're doing our best. I'm not as sick as I was the last couple of days. It's probably going to be a bit of a shorter stream, but I want to be here for what I can be. Thank you for the follow. I'm doing pretty well, Plague. I've been busy. I've been working on my next video essay. I've been sick. You know what? I'm going to take that back. I have not been well. I've actually been extremely ill. I've been, like, bedridden the last couple of days, but I've been working on the script for my next video essay that I'm desperately hoping to get out in the couple days that are coming up. Lot of work to be done. I'm going to be working my ass off, so I'm not honestly sure if I'm going to be streaming Monday, but hey, we'll figure it out. I need to get this video out because I'm about to be 1 year on HRT. Even, I'm going to be dead ass, chat. If I wake up tomorrow and my voice still sounds like this, I'm just recording the script like this. Chat, if I wake up tomorrow and my voice still sounds like this, I'm just gonna record like this. Fuck it. We're doing our best. I've been good, LMAO liar. Okay, first of all, fuck you. First of all, what if I killed you with my teeth? Realizing I felt like everything I tried to look into about eye evolution, I love going on a biology deep dive for an evening and then forgetting half of it within a week. I do that at least once a month. Hehe, dolphin. Chat, you know what that means. Fish! Please end me with your teeth. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Egg? How are you doing today? Barper bite bite. I know dolphins are not fish for the record, I just thought it was funny. Okay, okay? It's hilarious. Are those not dolphins? They're sharks. Oh, never mind. I mean, in that case, my assumption or my statement was correct. They are in fact, chat, fish. They are fish. Sharks are fish. Convergent evolution of human and octopus eyes are wild. Oh my god, chat. Actually, I have a photo I can show y'all. Do you guys want to see a baby giant Pacific octopus? I'm going to assume yes. It's a very fuzzy photo. You can only see about half of it, but chat, this right here, this shape, that is a baby giant Pacific octopus right there. I'm gonna put my tail down. I know it's blurry and unclear. I do have a video. I could pull up the video, but look at it! Chat! It's a little baby giant Pacific octopus. I'm so happy. Were you being gay at the aquarium again? Okay, why would I be being gay at, I mean, I'm gay everywhere, so I guess, never mind. But like, why would I specifically be being gay at the aquarium? Chat, it's a little guy, it's a little fella. We don't know its gender yet, because you usually cannot tell their gender until they're a lot more developed and a lot larger than this. It's a little baby. Octopi are such special animals, but they're also so incredibly short-lived. They usually only live like about 3 years. It's a very, very short lifespan, but I love them. If you want quick overviews of eye evolution, seek Forrest Volke, Renegade Science Teacher, or Gutsig Gibbon. Hell fucking yeah, I appreciate that. I'll have to peek at them. I do really enjoy my my science content creators. Chat, I'm a big fan. I think some of my favorites, of course, like, okay. So some of my favorite science content creators are going to include, these days, The Octopus Lady and Bad Naturalist. I've been really enjoying their slightly more chaotic style recently, but there's so many really, really good like science education channels out there. So obviously, like, just because I didn't mention a specific creator there, don't assume I hate them or anything. But those are the main ones I've been engaging with lately. Bad Naturalist in particular is just so chaotic and fun. Really good shit. So you're saying they're non-binary buddies until they know what they want to be? I mean, until you can tell that they have a modified arm that is like a dick, you know? Yeah, I love Octopus Lady. Octopus Lady is great. One sec, I was downloading the video real quick. Let me see if I can show this to you all. Let me see if it if the stream will allow me. Nope, it's not what I wanted. Be nice to me. Be nice to me. Let me show the video. Please. Hello? We finally got a new giant Pacific octopus. Look! Still a baby, and this is my first time seeing it. Come back out now. We finally got a new giant Pacific octopus. Still a baby, and this is my first time seeing it. Come back out now. We finally got a new giant Pacific octopus. It's a little fella. Still a baby, and this is my first time seeing it. Yeah, it's very camera shy. It's such a little fella. Come back out now. I would do anything for this octopus. We finally got a new giant Pacific octopus. I do know Mini Minuteman. Yes. Mini Minuteman is also very good. Does good stuff. Definitely a creator who I would recommend for folks who are more into like the archaeology and history side of things. Really good shit. Really good shit. Oh shit. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, but like Bad Naturalist. I wish Bad Naturalist had more videos, because currently her catalog is like so short. She does not have much, and I'm pretty sure I've seen all of it at this point. But the chaotic wholesome energy is like it's peak. One sec, wrong thing. I'm pulling up like 10 million different tabs right now, don't mind me. There we go. Bad Naturalist is just such a sweetheart. The narwhal news video is so funny. Really, really big fan of monkey thongs and other primate oddities. It's just a video full of monkey facts. It's great. Chimera, that's a long story to get into. I'm your loud, chaotic punk boy running a revolution on a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. I'm a loud punk and anarchist, a bastard. I am one of the transgenders, fear me. But that's the short of it. But not like...
Hi, how you doing? I'm in the Canadian wilderness. I'm not like 100% sure where I am, but like, don't worry about it. It's probably fine. I found a very cool fungus, and I'd like to tell you about it. Look at that.
This is Sage the Bad Naturalist.
Figure out what it is. Okay, so I got my book here, and it's not going well. It's old, and that's a problem for me. But it's gonna do a cool trick. You want to see a fungus do a cool trick? Please do the cool trick. Did you see? Did you see it? Did you see it?
It's a tiny cloud of spores. My best guess is Lycopterodon. Umbrinum or mole, I have no idea if that's the pronunciation. Also, don't stick your face in front of spores.
Hi, how you doing? I'm in the Canadian wilderness.
See, it's so good. Like I love just the silly, chaotic energy of Sage the Bad Naturalist. It's great. It's so fun. It's so silly. Like here's a video just identifying a random mushroom she found. Hello, welcome on in, my sister Myra. How are you doing? Also, thank you so much. I'm the trans demon for the resub. But for my bite, it means the world. Love looking at my parents and telling them that gender is a social construct. Nature ever follows, so why should I? Real. Chat, gender's a social construct. It's true. But no, I love just the raw chaos of Bad Naturalist. She's the type of person who will just, like, you know, pull up a weird plant that she found in the woods and, like, yap at you about it for, like, 30 minutes, or for 30 seconds. It's very silly content that makes me happy. Hello, Lord Keeper, Barber Bite Bite. I'd also recommend Casual Geographic if you like animals. Noted. I'm not super familiar with those either. The more I learn about fungi, the more they terrify me as a life form. I love fungi. I am a really big fan of like the concept and process of decay. I think that decay and death are some of the most fascinating like elements of existence, and that there are entire like ecosystems and categories of animal, plant, and fungus whose primary means of survival is making use of what is left behind by death is really beautiful, honestly. Like, you know, the circle of life and all that shit does require at some point that, you know, the apex predator be returned to the earth. I really like it. I enjoy the notion that someday I will die and what is left of me will feed the fungus and the plants. I like it. I enjoy it a lot. Considering transing an octopus, but then I might have to give them the horrors of gender with it. Yeah, we talking about fungus. We talking fungi. Big fungi enjoyer. Decay is just a stage of life, you know? Love the Tumblr post about death being an extant form of life. Give me 2 seconds, okay? I need to show you something really cool. Alright. I need to show you something... Where did I put it? I know I showed this to the creator it was inspired by. There it is. Alright. So this is actually, I think I have a more up-to-date photo somewhere. It would be... You know what? No, I'm just going to use this photo because I don't feel like searching. This is a pair of patch pants. For those who are unaware, I am a punk boy. I have a couple pairs of patch pants and crust pants and whatnot. This is a pair of patch pants that I started a few months back. Which is themed around decay. And in the corner are all embroidered into one of the pockets. Decay is an extant form of life. And all of the imagery is very, you know, decay, as well as like everyday objects. It is a very vibes-based pair of pants, as opposed to, you know, most of mine have a lot of like band names and like political shit on them. This one's a lot more just like the energy and vibe. All of this after I just had a panic attack about my own mortality. Yeah, I have one of those like at least once a week, but I'm pretty content with the fact that I'm gonna die someday, you know? It's just a matter of making the best use of my time in the meantime. Heart decay though, don't get it twisted. I love decay. Decay is pretty cool. Mentioned before, I'm working on a story about an alien parasite that only feeds off corpses. Probably. I vaguely remember it. The YouTuber Matthias Krantz rescued an octopus and taught it to play the piano and love music. Mad scientist of the music world. That's fascinating and terrifying to me. I hope that octopus is getting a good life, because that... I don't know, something about that makes me feel a certain way. I worry about that octopus. How you doing? Currently a little bit sick and under the weather, but hey, doing my best. Doing my best down here. Ah-rah-rah-rah. Before I get back to work and lurking, for absolutely no reason, if you were a card suit, what do you think you would be? As in, like, a suit from a playing deck? Like one of the classic 4 suits that exists? Because of those, probably spades. Of those, spades, I think, is the obvious choice. Did you see that Sage has a geology series on the Crash Course channel? I did not! Now I need to watch it! Alright then! I have plans for whenever I next have free time, I guess. Stream titles, I mean a little giggle fit because it just makes sense somehow. Yeah. Chat, what if every shiny Pokemon is trans? What if they're all transgender? Chat, what if every single one of them is actually transgender? I think they should be. What if a trans person was shiny? Hold on, I got you. Hello, Moonlight Cato. How are you doing? Before my bite. Finally started the process for gender affirming care in the NHS, so it's going to take 100 years. Hey, I wish you all the best. Chat, okay, I was working on the script for my next video today, and I ended up in a really deep rabbit hole about, like, the history of, the medicalization of, you know, trans existence. So this whole video is a deconstruction of the notion of transitioning as well as what it means to be agender. It is kind of a midpoint between my previous video, which was an introduction to the notion that, like, hey, as a trans person, you should not need to perform gender perfectly in order to be understood and respected. These kinds of notions hold a lot of people back, and trans life is allowed to be messy. Let me tell you about how my very complex relationship with girlhood and femininity that I've been unraveling for the last 10 years, you know? That video was very much, it was my HRT announcement, but also an introduction, a very surface level, laying the seeds kind of introduction to deconstructing gender more broadly. This video is going to focus more on deconstructing the notion of transition and what it means to be agender. It is focused on trying to shift the ways we talk about transition away from suffering and more towards community effort, as well as, you know, chat, I'm kind of sick of the ways in which we treat transition as like a series of concrete steps rather than an experience that we are allowed to take on our own, at our own pace, on our own time. And I'm very sick of, like, the focus that a lot of this shit has on passing, but that's all, you know, besides the point. Within the video, I go on a long ramble about the history of the medicalization of trans identity. And up until 2013 in the United States, you had to experience gender dysphoria documented for 2 years before they'd fucking let you transition. And I think that is absurd. I hate it. I relate so heavily to girlhood, but it makes me have some weird gender feelings. We have not identified as a girl/woman for years, but feel so connected to women in that community. Gosh, trans things. I fully understand. I have a video essay, I Don't Regret Girlhood, that's just about that, basically. It is about the fact that, for me, girlhood wasn't this horrible experience. In fact, there's various elements of it that I still have a love for. And for a lot of my life, I've worried that that invalidates me, or I've worried if I'm allowed to feel that way. But in deconstructing gender, I think there's a lot of value in recognizing that, like, you don't have to be the example of the perfect trans person in order to deserve the right to transition. It was gender dysphoria. I thought it was just proof you've been living as your gender for 2 years. So this is for a diagnosis of, at the time, it was referred to as a transsexualism within the DSM-3. One sec, I can pull up the text of the DSM-3 real quick. I love pulling up documents. We want our feminems, probably gonna start DIY when possible. Real and valid. Nothing wrong with the DIYing. I will say with the DIY, easy soften is always going to be injections, and I do heavily recommend that if you're DIYing, because it is near impossible to achieve monotherapy while taking a pill form of estradiol, and it's really hard to get testosterone. It's a lot harder to get testosterone suppressants on the like gray market than it is to just get injections and then achieve monotherapy. But that's a whole conversation. One moment, my webcam fell over. Hopefully everything's still functioning. We fear needles, plus we have sources for HRT. Yes, but if you're going to take a pill, you need to have a T blocker, a testosterone suppressant. So unless you were also able to get a hold of a T blocker, you're not going to have as an effective experience as you want on just a pill. You need 2 separate medications in order to achieve, like, you know, proper transition with pills with estradiol. Can I find the, where was the actual text of this? Okay. So, it's also worth noting that it'll be like $60 for 6 months worth of HRT with injections from most sources. Just, you know, shouting that out. I wound up getting on Plume, but happened so quickly they still told me that I'd go infertile. Literally gone to a fertility to get the stuff frozen, close to the end of waiting a whole additional month to find out the results of the freeze. Good luck to you. I hope whatever, you know, I hope that things go well, whatever it may be. I send all my love and luck. I'm gonna be honest though, fuck Plume. If I'm allowed to say it, fuck Plume. They are such an absurdly expensive service. DIYing estradiol is very easy and legal. Testosterone is not legal and a lot harder, but possible. Plume is a service where you can essentially just pay to, you know, have your HRT handled by a company. All right. So this is the DSMR-3R's definition of transsexualism. And for a lot of, you know, history, it was necessary to have this diagnosis in order to seek medical transition. Under this diagnosis, you need to have persistent discomfort and sense of inappropriateness about one's assigned sex for at least 2 years and have already reached puberty. And it is a very annoying definition in many elements. It has a whole section talking about like the risks of someone with psychosis potentially identifying as trans, or about the risk of fetishism, and I hate it. And it does go to show how much better our approach to trans existence within the medical care system has gotten, but I honestly don't think that anything we've done has solved the core problem of trying to medicalize the existence and control the existence of trans people by forcing them to jump through hoops. Yes, the lines have gotten lower, the hoops have gotten larger, but in many ways we are still expecting trans people to present and act and perform in specific ways to access care, and I hate it. I'm so frustrated at the heavy medicalization of the trans experience. In case you need to hear it, chat, you don't need dysphoria to be trans. You do not need dysphoria to be trans. Huh? Oh, you're good, Hades. I will read it in a second, I promise. As an injection user, totally endorse the recommendation. It's a lot easier and cheaper. Oh, DIY HRT market has not gone down. DIY HRT market has not gone down. They rebranded. They rebranded. They did not go down. Give me a second. Let me find their new link. They changed their name is what it is. They're still around. Where the fuck did I put that link? There it is. Fucking hell. There it is. I'm not going to put the link in chat for my own safety, but they've not gone down. They have rebranded DIY HRT. Rather, yeah, DIY HRT Market is now Valerie VG. If I can find there's my Firefox thing. Okay, there it is. They are now Valerie VG. You can see the link up in the top there. You can also just find them on Blue Sky. Type in, if you type in DIY HRT on Blue Sky, they'll pop up because they still have like formerly DIY HRT in their bio. But they're still up. They're just rebranded for their own safety. It makes it a lot easier for them to kind of slip under the record and whatnot. Looking up DIY HRT Market got me the rebrand pretty quick. They are still up. They just rebranded. Thumbs up. DIY HRT is still around. Did you see Mike Johnson's speech on the DSA and the establishment's response to New York's DSA congressional wins? I have not, no. I have not. This slipped under my radar. Huh. Feel free to drop that in the Discord and I can try to look at it, but I'm not sure if I'll have enough context to speak to it coherently. Alright, welcome back from ads, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from ads. For folks who were concerned, just to have it out there, DIY HRT Market is not down. They just rebranded to Valerie.vg. Largely because they were having a lot of their like website service providers shut them down for their domain name. It was just too blatant a domain name that, and even though they weren't doing anything illegal, lot of like domain registration services were giving them trouble, and so this was a measure to get ahead of that and to try and make their lives a bit easier. There you go. Wire injections in euros. They have stuff for UK and US. One second. Give me a second. Injections. They have stuff in USD and in euros, I'm pretty sure. Oh, do they only have... They might only have stuff in USD right now. Interesting. I don't know what's up with that, I'll be perfectly honest. I don't have enough information to tell you what's going on with that, but... Get a friend like with a friend, of course, you take care, Peru. Bye. Thanks for being here and hanging out. In any case, I don't know. I don't know why shit's a little bit fucky right now, but shrug. The website's still around. Dropped it in hashtag activism. I'll peek at it when I get a chance. I don't know if without full context I'll be able to say much. I don't know how much context is provided, but DIY HRT is still an option. Thumbs up. I heavily encourage it where possible. Was going to do Astro Vials, but right when I built up the courage to try and buy from them, even with the cryptocurrency shenanigans, they stopped selling to the US due to the tariffs. I genuinely recommend Valerie VG. They've got a lot of US-based resources there. Welcome on in, Bye. My paragraph actually felt nice for me to type. One sec. Let me, do you mind if I read it? I don't know if I caught it. There it is. Had distance from a friend group that contained, forget the word, someone doesn't see trans people who don't medically transition or don't present correctly, trans medicalists. Really learned to suck I was being misgendered and called a transgender just for wearing what I wanted to wear and being honest about my wants for my body. I'm so sorry that you were dealing with that. That is horrid. And I fucking hate the notion that so many people carry both in and outside of the trans community that, like, as trans people, we need to perform gender correctly in order to be valid. So often as trans people, we're held to an even higher standard of the performance of gender in order to, like, you know, be respected. I swear to God, if a man dresses femininely, he is an icon, but if a trans guy dares to do so suddenly, it casts doubt on if, you know, they are actually trans. And I hate that so much. I hate it so much. It is horrific the ways in which we feel the need to police each other's bodies and experiences, and I'm sick of it. I am a big notion of the idea that transition, yes, is a thing that we do to ourselves to modify our bodies and behaviors, but it is also a process that unfolds within our communities, and a lot of it, I think, takes the form of efforts to change understanding of what gender is. But no, fuck trans medicalism, chat. You do not need dysphoria to be trans. Your existence as a trans person is valid, whether or not you seek medical transition. I've talked before about how, like, I am on testosterone. I'm about to hit a year on testosterone, but I'm probably not going to be on testosterone forever. I'm very content with the idea that I will likely start and stop testosterone a few times in my life as I feel comfortable. For me, gender is a playground, and I want to explore it to its fullest. I am, at the end of the day, non-binary, so that is going to shift a lot of my experiences with this, but, you know. You are free to make me in The Sims. You do not need my permission to do things like make me in your video game. You're all good. And you can be trans or MB without ever transitioning medically? Yeah, absolutely. It is not a necessary step. The world is a stage, life is a play, and you're the casting director. Chat, gender is not real. I'm a big fan of the work of Judith Butler, who has proposed the theory, the perspective that gender is a performance. It is a series of features we take on and actions we perform because society has designated that is how a gender is to act, and that is how we become read and perceived. And I don't blame people for being very focused on that external perception. There is validation in walking around in the street and having people automatically read you as the gender you identify as. But I very often have had to sit down with myself and ask myself if I actually enjoy the expected performances that are placed onto me. And the answer is not always, and that's okay. You know? For real, I'm non-binary and I just absolutely love myself under the influence of estradiol. That's all I needed to be who I am. All forms of gender expression are valid, real. And I'm glad that you are happy. That is what I want most. I'm sick of transition being this burden, this painful thing that we carry, this torturous effort to modify ourselves so that we can finally be free from the curse that is the body we were born with. Fuck off with that shit. I think transition should be about joy and community. And about chasing your own happiness. And I know so long as we exist in a world wherein we exist under threat of violence, there is going to be this pressure to perform gender correctly and to fully and wholly pass for the sake of safety. But God, I want to evolve past that. I don't believe we can achieve a better world without taking the time to fully deconstruct gender and what gender can be. You know, fucking people talk a whole lot about patriarchy and sexism and feminism. And one of my big hot takes that I've had to put out there a few times is like, we cannot fully deconstruct patriarchy without taking the time to deconstruct all of these preconceived notions of what it means to be a gender, you know? The problem with patriarchy isn't that men have power over women, it is that one gender class holds power over another, and if we do not take the time to deconstruct those gendered classes, we are ultimately just rewriting shit. I grew up in the era of girl power feminism, the very specific, version of feminism which tried to proclaim that women are different and that's good. You're a woman and you're so strong and powerful because you can do all of these different things that men can't. And I hate that so much. I think the point of opposing patriarchy and opposing, gendered and sexed violence should be to deconstruct the very notion that there is a way a gender is supposed to exist or act, that there are roles we are supposed to fill, because so long as those distinctions exist, we're really not breaking down anything. Hello, Mannequin Athesius, Barker Bite Bite. I was mostly okay with my body. It was the hormones that made my brain feel off. Wait for everyone. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Hello, Dark Phantom. Bark for Bite Bite. Yes, I am still sick, but, not super. I'm not coughing anymore. I don't have any kind of nasal congestion. It's just my throat. It's probably going to be a shorter stream because I do want to make sure my voice is okay enough to record tomorrow, but, Transition should just be seen as a thing that helps people be happy. A tool to live the life that any person wants to live. Exactly. Thank you for the lurk, Terrapin. Bye bye. Appreciate you. No, I have no nasal congestion anymore. I'm sorry. Feel that way very often. Hate the expectation of performing gender. Absolutely, yeah. Straight up. It's tiring. I talk in the video that announced that I was starting HRT a year ago. I talk pretty extensively about how early in my transition, I went through a phase that a lot of trans masc people go through, wherein they start to really hate on femininity and girly things, because for a lot of people, the perception they have of masculinity is a loud projection of femininity. For a lot of trans masc people, their understanding of what it means to perform and project masculinity is to kind of fucking be a douchebag. And so you end up with a lot of young trans mascs who tell themselves that they're not allowed to like the color pink, or to like, horses or dresses or glitter anymore. And they're supposed to punch down on those things the same way they've been punched down at their entire lives. And you don't get anywhere by doing that. It's bullshit. Your voice sounds way better than the ominous audio logs posted in Discord. Thank you. I'm glad I sound meaningfully better. I do feel meaningfully better. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Anyone else's eyes feel better after taking their finaster? I'd never taken it, but boys will be bugs by Cave Town. Appreciation to Cave Town. I take the concept as far as gender abolitionism and transhumanism. Don't think gender ought to be recognized by the state. I think people should have absolute authority over their bodies and appearance. I agree, however, I am not a transhumanist. I have my own issues with transhumanism, largely from a disability advocacy standpoint, and from an anti-capitalist standpoint. I am an anarcho-communist, and I have a lot of discomfort with transhumanism. For those who are unaware, transhumanism is the belief that the future for humanity lies in modifying humans with technology, essentially cyborgs. That this can be anything from your favorite cyberpunk hellscape universe to it's your favorite cyberpunk hellscape universe. There's a lot of debate about like at what point we start calling something transhumanism. My personal perspective opinion is that transhumanism is essentially any time we start pushing people beyond normal human capacities. Like there's a difference between me taking a medication or having a how do I say, accommodation that allows me to live a relatively normal life, and a transhumanist technology that allows people to extend their lifespan, or to be super strong, or to have like mechanical parts to their body that enable them to have greater abilities. So like I don't particularly perceive or understand even taking HRT to be a form of transhumanism, but I've had that debate with some folks in the past. That said, my perspective on transhumanism, it is not something that can be ethically implemented or instated while we live in a world that has capitalism or a state. You would need, in my mind, to exist in a world that is free from capitalist forces, from, the commodification of this stuff, because that if we get the technology to make people live forever, the rich are gonna fucking hoard that shit. They're gonna get it first, they're gonna put a pretty penny on it, and they're going to fight like hell to keep it out of the hands of the general public. And they're gonna then use it to hoard wealth and maintain power and rule. And then also, like without a state. A fear I have is even if we were to exist in, say, a communist state with a centralized government, well, then there is an incentive of the government to enforce a level of modification, especially on people who are disabled, in order to live and be useful. This is a particular issue that I care a lot about as someone who is schizoaffective. I have experienced a lot of abuse within the medical system by doctors and professionals who see me existing and see something inherently wrong with the way I exist. Whose response to my existence and my experience of these symptoms that I live with is not to give me these skills to better cope and live a fulfilling life, but to medicate me to the point of dysfunction. To medicate me to the point of, what's the word I'm looking for? Sedation, because in the eyes of a lot of those professionals, it is better for me to be in a state where I can barely enjoy anything, and wherein I can barely stay awake, than for me to ever experience an episode of psychosis or ever experience a hallucination or delusion. And I've had to fight really hard to get myself in a situation where I am on the lowest dose of antipsychotics that helps me, I have been very careful to fight to have medication that is only as much as I need without putting me in any kind of state where it modifies my ability to live a fulfilling life. I have a fear that, if we start to have the ability to modify people, that there is a certain extent to which that will become obligatory for the sake of conformity or usefulness. And even existing in an anarcho-communist state, I worry about the social ramifications of the existence of said technology. Because even on a social level, what do you do with someone who chooses not to modify themselves? In any case, I'm all for gender abolitionism. I am a gender abolitionist. I'm just not super big on the transhumanism side of things. Largely, again, from that, disability rights perspective. Could create a new class divide between those who get modified and those who don't. Exactly, yeah. And, as much as I believe in the ability of people to collectively organize without the need for a state, I also know that humans have a strong tendency to sort themselves into in and out groups. And I have worries, The only case wherein I would accept the existence of transhumanism would be in that anarcho-communist state, but even then I have my concerns. When you live in a world where the majority of people are modified and you choose not to, especially when it comes to, for lack of a better term, correcting something that's perceived as a disability, you, in a sense, become of a lower social standard. And I worry about the ability of people, even in the ideal scenario, respecting and handling that. There is this really, really good anthology series. I think it's... Is it Love, Death, and Robots? Give me a second. Yeah, Love, Death, and Robots. It is a very good anthology series of short form science fiction and horror stories that tackles a lot of this really well. Not a fan. You know? Again, like, the one situation where I could see it working out would be in a situation wherein we already have an anarcho-communist, system. But even in that system, I have my concerns. Oh, all right, let me catch up real quick. Mechanical parts added to the body sense so he gets into grim dark regions at the moment. It's also admittedly really, really hard for me to separate this out entirely from capitalist interest, but I recognize that is a personal problem with me. Transhumanism would include eugenics and genetic engineering, the former being incredibly immoral, the latter being questionable. Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm even not fond of the idea of, us getting so advanced that we are able to modify babies in order to prevent them from having disabilities in the first place. I don't fuck with that. Who are humans to decide that, we shouldn't start producing more disabled people? That's really uncomfortable. Are we really deciding that the quality of life of disabled people is so poor that we don't want more of them to exist? And I recognize that as a really, really difficult moral ground to tread, which is why I just say, don't touch it. What if I want to modify myself? Would that be transhumanism? It depends. Are we, modifying past normal human capacity? But in any case, I think in order for humans to become more than human, we need society to become more than what anyone in the modern era can imagine, even for me to imagine, perhaps. Making it completely unnecessary for any person to need to do anything but exist, and exist to self-actualize. I would agree with that, yes. If we exist in a world wherein the only purpose and drive that people have in order to improve, or rather to exist, the only thing people need to do is to self-actualize, yeah, sure, in that situation, if society ever moves past the need for labor, sure, but I can't see that happening in my lifetime. If the mere possibility of differences building up is enough to stop any change, doesn't it just turn into never letting us change into anything? I'm not entirely sure what that question is asking. I do recognize that my perspective on transhumanism is largely one built on fears and what ifs and whatnot, and like I said, there is this specific couple of scenarios where I am less harsh on it. My concern, though, and a concern that a lot of people have been yet to address, is how do we account for the existence of disabled people within this? How do we continue to respect the bodily autonomy of disabled people within this? From Scalewriter, I think matriarchy would be relatively better than patriarchy with how the genders are currently viewed in society, but the existence of a matriarchy would fundamentally change how genders are constructed, and this also presumes that there is anything inherently to how different genders like act and behave. So often people like rely on this bioessentialist notion that testosterone makes people more angry and violent, and that men are more prone to anger and violence because of testosterone and shit like that, or due to some other core biological difference, which is something that I say, no, not to nearly a meaningful enough extent to justify any of our existing notions or statistics relating to it. This is all socially constructed. Like, this presumes that it would be impossible for... Like, this presumes that there is something innate to why men and women behave the ways they do, and I kind of just disagree with that premise wholeheartedly. There are small differences in like the ways in which like stress hormones function and whatnot, but it is not nearly as extensive or meaningful as most people seem to believe. And honestly, the notion that testosterone is something that makes you angry and violent is one of the things that stopped me from starting for a long time. I had a lot of other trans people tell me that they'd be scared to be friends with me if I started testosterone because they were scared that it would turn me into a worse person. I think that's a problem. Which I'm not saying you're necessarily saying that, but I think that entire talking point does suppose that there are innate psychological differences in how men and women exist. Are you against prosthetic limbs? Again, when I talk about transhumanism, I'm specifically talking about things that bring people beyond baseline existence and function. Things that, you know, for example, accommodate disability, or which shift our bodies in ways that are, like, completely possible by, you know, normal, quote-unquote normal human standard. That's not what I'm addressing here. You know, I'm not talking about the medications I take, or anything like that when I talk about transhumanism. I'm talking about things that essentially create a new social class by allowing people to step beyond what is considered, like, you know, standard capability of a person. Bark, bark, bite, bite. From Emmy Buried the Mouse. I got called out for having internalized eugenics thoughts when I was like, but if I have kids, I might be passing along my disabilities. Now I indicate what to think about that. That is a complicated one, because I don't blame individual disabled people for not wanting to, like, you know,
Oh shit.
have to subject someone to that, or for recognizing they don't have the resources to care for a child in that scenario. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have an answer to that question. I think that that's a very nuanced point that I, admittedly, myself, don't have a firm answer or perspective on. To continue what I said, I would want to modify my set of additional limbs to help with the weird phantom limb sensations I have. I mean, yeah, that is transhumanism at that point, yes. Really good book called Killer Teeth that goes into that exact sort of situation. Can't remember the original author, though. I'll have to look into it at some point if I get the chance. Bye-bye. Alright. The only reason men are more aggressive is people expect them to be, yeah. This discussion reminded me of the book Fable for the End of the World, dystopian, and one of the characters was heavily modified without her consent, struggles with humanity, and I indicate this discussion reminded me of her, the lack of autonomy over her own body. Ooh, that sounds like a story I would actually enjoy. Hello, Ian. Lovely to see you. I'm doing all right. I'm a little bit under the weather, a lot less sick than I've been earlier this week. Very productive day, though, and we take that. We take that win. I was very productive. Bark for my bite. Meryl can be trans in Gen 3. This is true. Welcome on in, Yamper. Bark for my bite. Testosterone does potentially give you ass hair, though. Unfortunately, this is true. Probably didn't word it perfectly. You can get more context for what I meant with the rest of my message. I skimmed the rest of it. I do think there's just something worth acknowledging for the fact that, yeah, like, societies which were less harsh and oppressive tend to be the ones that got wiped out. And I don't think that necessarily has anything to do with whether those situations were matriarchal or patriarchal in nature. You know? I did skim the rest of it. I don't think that really changes much of my response, you know? There's more nuance when a disabled person is making the choice, but also you cannot 100% tell if your child will be disabled or not. Yeah. There's always going to be the risk that children have disabilities. Have you ever been to other countries? I have. I've been to a few other countries. I've been to Iceland. I've been to the UK. I've been to Spain, and I've been to Canada, and I think that's it. How much tech difference is there going to be in giving someone a second hand versus a healthy person who wants two more? Don't think it's a problem that can be navigated by leaving the genie stopped up in the bottle? I don't understand your point, tech head. I'm going to be dead ass. I don't get it. I'm not understanding what you're saying. The autonomy of people should be one of the highest priorities we ever have. Honestly, my highest. Hard time dealing with the honest, uncomfortable reality for most, including me, that giving someone more ability isn't always the right thing to do. Like, it's, for me, I think the majority of people would look at me and want to cure my schizophrenia if they could, you know? I think the majority of people, of outsiders who do not have this condition, would look at me as someone with schizophrenia and assume that it is a dredge on my life that should be cured. And I wholeheartedly disagree, you know? I would want that if you wanted that. Most people don't, you know? And who are we to, I don't, it's, if you end up in a situation where that technology exists, there then becomes this social pressure to do so. No matter what, if the capacity to remove this thing from me existed, I think the majority of people would assume that the right choice would be for me to get rid of this thing. And that's where the social pressure and element of this comes in, you know? And I don't think that's something that's ever going to be fully undone. Not unless we completely shift the way we understand schizophrenia into being a neurodivergency, and even then, you know. Follow up to my earlier line about accessibility aids that existing disabled people want. They don't exist yet, but Twitch chat's not good for the Decepticon vote. Oh, absolutely, yeah, no. I'm gonna be dead ass. I love having these in-depth conversations on Twitch chat. It is never going to be an ideal scenario just for the fact that I am oftentimes, like, with all the love of the world, maintaining 3 or 4 lines of conversation. So I do apologize if I struggle to fully perceive or respond to every individual take I am prompted with. It is definitely a struggle. I do my best, though. I absolutely do my best, and I love having these conversations. Yeah, Twitch chat's not always the easiest place to have them, but also this is what works for me. The majority of disabled people do not want to be cured, they just want to be accommodated. You know? The majority of disabled people, at least that I've interacted with, and that I've spoken to and had this conversation with, which is a lot, do not want to be cured, they just want to be accommodated. They just want to have the roadblocks in their life removed to an extent where they can live as themselves comfortably. Gonna head out for the evening, of course, you take care, Drakewood. Barper Bite Bite. I should probably talk about the shiny hunting shit soon, shouldn't I? I should probably, like, talk about what we're doing. Whoopsie. I think most neurodivergent people don't like the idea of neurotypicals messing with their brains. I think So there's this, okay. This is a whole conversation. So there's this really interesting line between what is understood as a mental illness, a, how do I say, neurological condition, and a neurodivergency. Those are like 3 separate categories that we sort these conditions into, and it is so interesting the way that one just existing in a different category completely changes its connotation and the way we understand it. And I'm gonna be honest, is that line even real? Not really. Not really. This is true of like a lot of medical sciences, but especially anything related to mental health and behavior, that these are never clearly defined categories. We cannot meaningfully prove that any of these are concrete, segmented off experiences that, you know, distinctly exist. Honestly, we don't, and we'll probably never, or maybe someday if technology ever progresses in that direction, but not for a long time, ever really be able to properly understand or perceive or figure out whether, for example, like BPD or complex PTSD are actually distinct conditions, or if they're just the same etiology presenting in 2 distinct ways, you know? These are not on-off switches. They are very complex categories that we are just kind of fucking guessing. They are collections of symptoms that commonly co-occur. And we do not, as things stand, have the knowledge or ability to verify their legitimacy as distinct categories. And I think that's an endlessly fascinating discussion, you know? And we've been able to prove in certain cases that there are like some diagnoses. Thank you so much for the subscription, Mozzarella. How are you doing? Bye. But there have been certain cases where we've been able to some extent prove that like certain conditions are actually multiple distinct disorders that are being categorized under one roof. This is the case for ADHD particularly. ADHD is not one condition. There is not like one series of genes or you know, cause that creates ADHD. There are actually several different disorders that are, you know, without the use of neurological and genetic testing, basically indistinguishable, that are all lumped together into this one label and have different treatment outcomes and slightly different symptomology. And it's so simultaneously fascinating and frustrating to me that the very basis by which we measure and understand and diagnose psychological help is so flimsy. This is not me saying that people who are diagnosed with these conditions, you know, don't have something going on, or these conditions are not real things. Just that, like, the places we put the lines, the distinctions between them, the existence of these as concrete categories, kind of doesn't work. But going back to the larger conversation I was having, the line between neurodivergency, neurological condition, and mental illness is such a complex categorization. And I have a lot of thoughts and feelings. My point being, fuck you, schizophrenia is a neurodivergency. I'm not disabled, one of my close friends is, and she explained it's just a part of her life and she would feel less like herself without it. Yeah, absolutely. For me, a lot of my disabilities, because I have both psychological and physical disabilities, a lot of these are part of my identity. You know, a lot of these are parts of my identity, absolutely. Challenged my view of disability since talking to her about it, and I think just always be up to the person. I wish more media covered that too, like all these fantasy settings that magically heal the disabled character rather than the disability being treated as a valid form of existence. Absolutely. Hello, Celador. Sorry, I was on a big ramble about disability. How are you doing today? Bark for my bite. Isn't really infinite unknown possibilities. We can't exactly say where transhumanism would go, but we can make educated guesses about both the good and bad outcomes the society we have right now would almost certainly weaponize that kind of thing for eugenics. Yes. That is essentially my take. Like, yeah, I agree with Skellrider on this here. Absolutely. Like, I am essentially making educated guesses on the outcomes of transhumanism based on the layouts of our current society and the tiny examples wherein we are starting to see it be rolled out and implemented, as well as a large body of like academic research and theory crafting underlying this shit. Not theory crafting, but sociological theory underlying this. And ultimately, yeah, there are tons of possibilities. It could play out in completely different ways. And perhaps if we reach, you know, a properly like anarchist society, then a lot of those concerns would dissipate. But with the current society we live in, I have a lot of concerns. And who knows? If in my lifetime we achieve an anarchist society, and we manage to properly like decouple the notion of disability and productivity, maybe it'll be chill. But as things stand, I am making educated guesses based off the examples of transhumanism that do already exist and the like modern capitalist framework, as well as the widespread ideologies that underlie the treatment of disabled people as they exist. Welcome back there, Rowan. Lovely to see you. Hope you enjoyed your fishing. Confused what's confusing about Tech Head's question. Express this is about opposing going beyond healthy norm, asking how, for example, having 2 extra hands rather than just regaining original hands would hurt people. If the question is why would someone having 4 hands make them somehow more capable and abled and thereby put them in a different like social class than a person with 2 hands, then I think the answer to that's kind of obvious. You know? I think like it's kinda... I think it's very obvious why a person who has such a capability would like have a higher level of ability than a normal person in a way that kind of, you know, makes them more abled. Then I'm not understanding the question again. Oh, the idea is the ability to have 4 hands would mean people can expect you to have 4 hands. Really? I think that's still, though, misunderstanding what I'm saying. So I do think in existence where we still have, like, a large overarching government, there will 100% be pressure put on by that government to form people into whatever they perceive makes them the most productive to society, thereby eliminating, disability and, like, how do I say, thereby eliminating disability and forcing or heavily pressuring people to modify themselves for the greater good of society. Dude, no offense, but you sound crazy sick. I'm a lot less sick than I was the past few days. Like in the case of any kind of society where there is still a state, of course that state is going to put pressure on people to modify themselves for the sake of being more productive and thereby useful. In a proper anarchist world without a state, honestly, I don't know. I just worry because humans have a tendency to put themselves in and out groups. I worry because a lot of humans, at least as I currently understand and perceive them, would go, who wouldn't want to have superpowers? And you become an oddity for, you know, not. On the topic of aggression, we actually have gotten to a point where we can reliably control our anger now. Hell yeah, proud of you. Burp my bite. Alright, I'm really behind, apologies. My mind was blown when I found out some of the types of brand scans. You can see that detect specific brain activity, not very commonplace at all. Brains are so weird. God, brains are so weird. There's also expectation that all amputees would of course get 2 hands again, whether they want to or not. Expectation already exists. Yes, yeah. There's already in current society this pressure for amputees to have a prosthetic hand that looks like a hand, because anything else makes others uncomfortable and makes them presume an even lower level of ability. Like, that's a thing. Social pressure to wear a more hand-shaped prosthetic instead of a hook, even if they find the hook more useful. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the hydrate, bye. And a lot of this is all social and socially constructed, and if in the process of reaching an anarchist society we manage to properly deconstruct the notion of being disabled, then a lot of what I'm saying goes out of the water. But it relies on us reaching that point, and I would love to see society reach that point. If we ever do reach that point, hell yeah, transhumanism a go. I'm not very confident in our ability to reach that point without fully deconstructing the notions of labor. Hello, Vexgal, welcome on in. Bye. We're talking about transhumanism. As someone with ADHD, like, some people will not believe them when I tell them don't present the way they think someone with ADHD should, but just because they know the symptoms of a different type of ADHD. Yeah, because ultimately ADHD is multiple different conditions sharing the same roof, and I do not doubt the same is true for a lot of other mental health conditions, and I'm also very confident that there are certain mental health conditions that are actually just the same thing, presenting in different ways, and we don't have means to fucking prove this. We kind of just can't, because we can't, you know, fucking... I observe the brain to an extent that would allow us to do so. My favorite way to approach mental anything, just it's all real and arbitrary. Very much real things with meaningless labels like colors. I'm autism ADHD myself, and there's symptoms I would gladly get rid of, could be cleanly punched out, but there's symptoms that are part of me. Yeah, real. A lot of people don't realize that, like, schizophrenia causes you to meaningfully process information differently, and to think in different ways. That's a lot of what thought disorder is. That said, like, I get on pretty well with most of my hallucinations and shit. Welcome on in, one little Heidi. Welcome on in. Bye. Let's expand the explanation rather than banning the possibility. Hey, as long as we exist in the capitalist system, I'm 100% no transhumanism. That is one of my things. As long as capitalism is still around, I am 100% no transhumanism. One sec, my webcam turned over. I don't want to start seeing immortal rich people, you know? I don't want to start seeing immortal rich people or see people pressured into modifying themselves so they can be more productive to a fucking company. That is something that I'm 100% on. But, like, this is the kind of sociological shift that would take a couple generations to establish. You know? Loading roofs at my old job. Constantly thought having a cybernetic tail would be so helpful for my job, but doing it for the sake of job performance is the horrible motivation. While the tails, though, for school reasons, also valid. I just think there's a lot of value in understanding the potential implications of these things. Hello, Yogg-Saloth! Welcome on in! Bye. If you put a group of people in a position of higher executive power over others, it's going to create corruption, going to create pressure on the other people. That's why I'm anarchist, yeah. Read a comic about a future where people got body mods and this one girl had an immune condition that made her unable to use body mods and people treated her really weird. And it's always, like, messy using fiction as a means to, Oh, did I say your username incorrectly? Apologies. Sorry, I'm looking at 2 different monitors right now and I'm tired. One sec. I'm catching up with chat right now. In a world of billionaires, this technology will be used primarily for eugenics. Welcome on in, Yogg-Saloth. My bad. Lovely to see you. How are you doing? Bark, my bite. Wish my brain observation tech was... I wish brain observation tech was more accessible and easy to use. It'd be super cool if the veterinary brain observation check was more accessible, want to study bird brains. I think it's fascinating. I still have my concerns, you know. We need genetic modification if we didn't continue fucking up the environment because of capitalism. What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean by that. I'm doing okay. Hell fucking yeah. I'm glad you're doing alright. Always wonderful to hear. Bark, bark, bite, bite. We're talking about transhumanism and eugenics and disability rights. But you know. Very, very deep into the conversation. I'm finally caught up with chat. Yay! Chatty finally caught up. You serve the rest of the weekend with no computer, only phone. Good luck to you. I find that's not too hard, unfortunately. Chat, if I could live without a phone, I probably would. Being so honest, if I could live my life without a phone and just access the internet through, like, you know, PC and similar means, I probably would. I kind of hate having instant access to the internet at my fingertips at all times. It is such a distraction that prevents me from like living a fulfilling life in so many cases. But unfortunately, I need it for my work. You know, unfortunately, even like a dumbed down flip phone and whatnot, I can't function with because I upload my shorts and shit like that from mobile. I can't even uninstall things like YouTube because I need to upload my YouTube shorts. Genetic modification is creating new types of plant life so we can just continue to grow in the environment we destroy. How about we work on protecting the environment? One, how about we worry about protecting the environment? Two, we've been doing that for decades. It is called artificial selection. We've been breeding plants to modify them to grow better in new conditions for decades. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Gotta go, but want to leave with the message that everyone should just have autonomy to their own body, no matter how old or young, disabled or uneducated. Real and valid. You take care, Hades. You have a lovely rest of your evening. Kind of like being forced not to have a phone for a while. Agreed. But unfortunately, it's just necessary for so much of the shit I do on a day-to-day basis. It sucks. Sadly, my phone is required for my healthcare. Also real and unfortunate. I hate that so much of the world is like reliant on having a smartphone these days. It really just feels like you have this constant window to distraction and to time wasting on you constantly. And I'm sick of it. I don't feel satisfied. Like, I despise how often I will waste an hour staring at YouTube in my bed and like I'm not even enjoying myself. I know when I'm doing that, like I'm not energized, I'm not fulfilled. It is just the lowest barrier to entry, lowest effort activity I can be participating in, and thereby my brain jumps to it instead of jumping to higher input or higher energy things that would give me more fulfillment. Though I will say a genuine piece of advice for people who are trying to like develop new habits and to spend more time on their projects and whatnot, and to reorient where they're spending their time, one of the best things you can do is reduce the barrier of entry for whatever it is you're trying to dedicate more of yourself to, and to increase the barrier of entry on the things that don't. So that can be, you know, setting a timer to lock you out of whatever time-wasting apps you frequent. That can mean, for me, if I know I need to get home and work on a project, I will turn my PC on before I leave so that it is on and the project is open when I get home. So I can just get home and immediately jump in without having to do a bunch of setup. One thing for me when I'm working on like physical art and DIY projects, when I'm working on that kind of stuff, I have a bucket in my room that I leave the project in when I'm not working on it so that I don't have to put it away and thereby do not have to go grab all my stuff when I want to next work on it. Reducing and instating barriers of entry is my primary means of trying to get myself to do shit more. Had to explain why capitalism was bad to someone. Like, holy shit, how thick can you be? Do you live under a rock? Unfortunately, a lot of people have bought into the propaganda that is capitalism. A lot of people have never been taught that alternatives exist, or their only exposure to alternatives is the Red Scare. And if you've never taken the time to deconstruct how socially instated and constructed capitalism is, it feels like something you can take for granted. It's actually so smart, to be honest. I've got to try that. I have been putting a lot of my time and energy in life lately to trying to build habits, you know? Trying to orient as much of my time and life in productive directions as possible. And a lot of that has just been shifting tiny ways in how I organize my room, my space, my time. Permission to say what I said again? Feel free. In order to... You don't need my permission to repost a message, by the way. But... Where was I? I lost my train of thought. These types of topics are my favorite and it's hard to type, and that's okay. I'm talking about a lot of fun, interesting stuff right now. Where was I? What thought was I on? I lost it. Fuck. Thank you so much for the follow. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh, right. A lot of my life recently has just been dedicated to trying to build better habits, and a lot of that is, especially if you're someone who struggles with executive dysfunction or energy or disability, just reducing those barriers of energy, as well as trying to split up your space. Because chat, living your entire life in a box, in a room, is a recipe for depression. If you are eating, sleeping, playing games, being productive, all in the same room, you are going to be miserable. Hello, Paige! Lovely to see you! Bye. Gonna do the Hobbit strategy for your shiny hunting? I'm trying to figure out what the joke is. I know this is a gotcha. I know what you're trying to do, but I'm trying to remember what the fucking joke is. Mods shoot index with a gun /J. How are you doing, Paige? It's lovely to see you. Hello. How are you, y'all? Paige, wonderful friend of the channel. Okay. It was a /J. Paige, please don't hate me. 10 fucking seconds. Hi, Paige. Welcome back. Mods, unshoot them. Mods, unshoot her. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you, Paige. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I'm so sorry. Just got home from cat sitting for the neighbors. Have you considered cat pics? Can I perhaps inquire for cat pictures? I think I deserve cat pictures. Thinking of doing some anatomy and style 4 studies? Hell yeah! Enjoy it! Have fun with it! I'm currently recovering from a bit of sickness, but we're talking about politics, as we tend to around here. Chat, I love talking about politics. Weird bullet reverse shot suck noise. You could, Katie. You could. Up to you. Boozle might get jealous of you looking at other cats. Chat, Boozle is so upset at me. Chat, Boozle is so upset at me right now because I have been sick and I have been trying to avoid the common area as much as possible, and I haven't been letting him into my room because, you know, we can't exactly Lysol the cat, and I don't want him to become a vector for disease. So I've been, like, not interacting with him, not letting him into my space, and he's really upset about it. Alright. There will be an ad hitting in about a minute. Chat, do we want to go ahead and move into the shiny hunting, or do we want to yap for another hour? What do we think? Yeah, we can't tell at all. It's not like leftist shit is 80% of your content. I love talking about politics. What were your book recommendations for queer theory again? Have another enact upon them. Anything by Judith Butler. Honestly, best starting point I can recommend is Who's Afraid of Gender by Judith Butler. I I'm also very fond of, I think it's called Families We Choose. We could yap and shiny hunt. That's an option. Pics into DMs? Noted, noted, noted. I will keep them private. Oh, they're so good! Oh! They're so good, chat! Chat! I can't show you because they're private, but they're so good! I love all of them. Chat, I fucking love animals. Big animal enjoyer. Oh, okay. Chat. We can't lie, so the cat was not on my 2026 bingo card. If you consider that I'm literally just hilarious. Second authoritarian communist TikTok. At least it's not MAGA, but still. Yeah, not a big fan of that system. And I think honestly one of the biggest reasons, when people like ask me about it and they aren't particularly compelled by anarchism, one of the biggest things I point towards is, hey, I'm schizoaffective. What does an authoritarian state want to do to someone like me? Even a communist one, you know? What happens to someone like me in that kind of system? The answer is probably have my autonomy stripped. I actually have a video essay idea that's in my backlog that I want to eventually work on. It's one of the most recent ideas added to my list. It is Mental Illness and the Right to Self-Determine is the working title. It is a video talking about at what point do we start to take away the autonomy of a mentally ill person? Is there a point wherein it is okay for us to decide that a person is too mentally ill and that something they are doing is self-harm, you know? What is the point where you take someone like me and you forcibly up their medication? Or force them into an institution? Is there a point wherein we are allowed to make the decision that someone is too ill for their own good? Speaking of video ideas, how's your HRT anniversary video coming along? You know, the second video of the month. As actually quite well. I wrote like over 1,000 words today. I need to write probably about 1,000 more, and then I'm gonna record it tomorrow and then edit it. I actually had a bioethics case on this about psychosis and voluntary euthanasia. It's a really, really interesting subject, absolutely. Welcome back from ads, everybody. We're gonna be moving into the Pokemon soon. Welcome back, everybody. Hi. Apologies for the ads, as per always. Y'all, I don't want to run them, but welcome to Twitch. We'll be moving into the game soon, but I do want to finish this thread. This video essay idea that's in my backlog is what I was discussing during the ad break. About mental illness and the right to self-determine. It begs the question, is there a point wherein we have the right to determine that someone is too ill and to step in, you know? Is there a point wherein we are in the right externally to decide that something someone is engaging in is self-harm and that their autonomy must be trampled in some way for their own good? And it is a conversation that means a lot to me and is very complicated and nuanced as someone who's schizoaffective and who has had people overstep in times that were not appropriate because they perceived my existence as incorrect. It's a very, very interesting conversation. First there was gonna be game. Yeah. We got a shiny hunt, chat. We got shinies to hunt. This might be a shorter stream. I might only go for like 4 hours. We'll see. I want to go for a full 6. Chat, do I try to go for a full 6? I don't want to hold myself for it. Like I don't want to promise myself that I'm gonna do 6 hours, but I always feel bad when I don't. Thoughts. and feelings. I have many of those. Have I shared my crab rant in Discord yet? I don't remember if you have. Basically, there was a 29-year-old girl in the Netherlands who was severely mentally ill, had never felt happiness, volunteered herself for euthanasia. She did it, and her death sparked a huge argument. This is okay. So, I'm gonna get into some very sensitive territory here. The topic of medically assisted suicide is a very complicated and nuanced one that I worry is a little bit too triggering to have over Twitch chat. But it is definitely an interesting one that I would love to discuss maybe in a video someday. I will say at the end of the day that, like, if someone, how do I say? Especially in a case wherein someone is facing or rather, I would say I unanimously am in support of it in a situation wherein someone has been diagnosed with a fatal health condition that will inevitably end in their death. You know, so someone who is been diagnosed with something wherein their days are numbered. I 100% support it in that situation. It's a bit more nuanced in other situations in a way that I don't think I can talk about here. You know? I have opinions that I think are logical, but many scientists would disagree with them being what the medical establishment would view as unethical. Yeah, that's real. That's real. Alright, anyway. That was a little bit heavy. Chat, given I don't know if I'm gonna go a full 6 hours, I think, do we want a shiny hunt? Do we want to hunt some shinies and raise some money for Rainbow Railroad? This is one of the biggest issues I have with authoritarian socialists. Do want to build up United Front as much as possible, but they're gonna have to very seriously tackle the issues of their system has with disability. They want to move long term. Yeah, 100%. And it's one of the like, I'm an anarchist for more reasons than just the fact that authoritarian communist and socialist how do I say societies, you know, struggle with disabled people. I'm an anarchist for more than just that reason, but that is one of like the first things I bring up when I am having that debate. But anyway. Chat, before we get into the shiny hunting, I would like to introduce y'all to the charity drive. Let me, exclamation point, charity. One moment. I've been so bad at running the charity streams this time around, chat. It's not been my primary focus for the month, which is why I've been struggling a lot in that regard. But can I just go to the like overall shinies for good one? Give me a second. Where's the larger shinies for good drive? Give me a second while I try to find it. Oh my god, chat, he's doing his best. Okay, so. I am part of a charity group called Shinies for Good. We are a group that raises money for various good causes while doing shiny hunting streams. I am one of the moderators for this group. It's a very fun project. I was one of the founding members, and I've had a lot of fun doing projects in the past. Our first project was an Ice Out campaign. This month, for the entirety of Pride Month, we have been doing a campaign raising money for Rainbow Railroad. Rainbow Railroad is an organization that helps LGBT people who are in countries wherein their rights are under attack get out and get help. Chat, I am so proud to announce that the Shinies for Good team has surpassed our goal of $8,192. That is the full odd shiny rate from Gen 4 and beforehand, rather from Gen 6 and beforehand, this month. And that is fucking incredible. I am so proud. Hello, Natalie. Bye bye bye. I totally understand, honestly, if we don't get any more donations this time around. We did not even get close to my personal community donation goal this time around because I was, how do I say, this has not been my top priority. I've not been pushing it as hard as I should or want to. I've been a little bit just disorganized and focused on other things. But I am incredibly, incredibly proud of the entire Shinies for Good team for what everyone has managed here. This is amazing. And if we could push that number even a little bit higher, that would be really cool. This is going to be my final stream for the Pride Month 2026 Sparktacular, and I'm definitely excited to see what event we're going to plan next. Like I said, I'm on the mod team, so I'm going to be involved in that process, but thank you everyone who has participated and streamed in this event. Thank you everyone who has donated to this cause. It has been really, really cool to be a part of. Thank you everyone. With that said, chat... That fucking said, where's my shit? Where are my resources? Do I have my buttons and stuff set up? Where did I put them? Ha! Chat, we're gonna hunt some shinies. We're gonna hunt some shinies tonight. Give me a moment while I get my Switch up and running. Ah, rah. Bad idea, dumb idea. Run a D&D game fundraiser where all of it gets donated to Rainbow Railroad called the fundraiser game Railroading? I'm not super into live play D&D, but that is really funny. Alright, let's see if this works. Hello? Okay, so you're not working. Give me a second while I diagnose the problem. Is it bad I know absolutely nothing about Pokemon? Nothing wrong with that. I love Pokemon. It's you know, one of my childhood hyperfixations, but it's not for everyone. Alright. Hello? Please work. I would like it very much if you functioned. Oh, I see the problem. It was not plugged in. That would do it. Give me a second. Okay. I see. I understand. I understand now. Chat, not being plugged in would do it. Remember that even $1 helps a charity? Of course. But please take care of yourselves first and foremost. I know a lot of us are, like, fucking poor. We do live in a capitalist hellscape. Put yourselves first and foremost. I also know that, like, everyone is running pride drives right now. Again, put yourselves first and foremost. Support what you can support. There's no obligation to support anyone. A lot of us are struggling queer people in this world. And as much as I like having money, and I like good money to go to good causes and all of that, please, do what you need. Why is this thing not working? I'm going to cry. Why are you not working? Oh, never mind. I broke it. It was so close to working, chat. Okay. One sec, now I just need to get it up on screen. I did it! Let me pause the music. Alright. And then we're gonna go in here. And we are going to Elgato. Please. I did it! Chat, I'm so smart and capable. And then I need to go into filters, take this off. No? Did that not work? Turn that off. There we go. Okay. Chat, I'm so cool and punk. Chat, I'm so cool and punk. I did it. Good job, Pro Streamer Fops. I did it! Welcome everybody back to Pokemon Legends ZA. He's so smart. I am so smart, chat. I'm so smart. Let me also go in here and change the string category. Alright. And let me also pull up our target list. Chat, I had a target list for this. Let's see how we're doing on getting all of the targets on our list. I can check here in media. Let me find this real quick. There it is. Chat. This is going to be a list of every target that we started off the month with. We had Lucario, Sylveon, I think we've gotten 4 of these. I think the only ones we have not gotten are going to be Absol and Salamence. I think aside of that, we have gotten every single shiny that was on our list, which is pretty fucking cool. So I think the only thing left to do is to try and hunt that Salamence and that Absol if we can. Side note, my uncle is bringing a huge bottle of bourbon over the border this weekend. Hell yeah! Enjoy! Have fun with it. Chat, professional Twitch streamer. Also, how are you doing, Natalie? Bye bye. Lovely to see you. Arrgh. Chat, I like my friends. My friends are cool. Chat, I know a lot of cool people. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool knowing cool people. Let me know as well if music is too loud, too quiet, anything of that sort. But with that said, we're gonna start getting into it. We're just gonna yap while we do some shiny hunting. And we'll see how long my throat lasts. Again, if we only make it to like 4 hours or so, so be it. I promise in June I'm gonna be working hard to make sure we have like rather in July. In July, I kinda wanna try to stream for 100 hours because I haven't done that in a long time. I have not managed to stream 100 hours in a week in a while. And I might give it a shot. Just finished work and getting home. Hell yeah, proud of you. Alright.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow, Bite. Let me see what we got currently in the realm of donuts. So we do have a Sparkling Power Steel, but that's all we have currently. So we might have to donut reset a bit, unfortunately. Sucks for me, but alas. Also, Rowan out. Of course. You take care of yourself first and foremost. I appreciate the hell out of you. Hello, Synovia. Barker bye. Appreciate you popping your head in, even if you can only hang out for a minute. We're shiny hunting while raising money for Rainbow Railroad. Yapping as we're off to do. Just had some interesting conversations today about like transhumanism and the medicalization of trans identity and the horrors of capitalism, as we're off to do around here. God knows I can't shut up for my life. Welcome on in, Goku. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome to the archive. My voice is still a little rough on account of sickness, but hey, we're making do. I can't be stopped. You literally cannot stop me. Thank you for the Hydrate Banana Tiger. I am gonna be honest, I've been a little bit angry at myself for like not hitting 6 hours of streams very reliably lately. Or rather 20 hours of streams a week very reliably lately. And I'm hoping I'll get back on that soon. Chad, I miss it. I miss it. Alright, let's see what this does. Sounds like a lovely time both in Convo and shiny hunting. Of course. Now we're imagining the horrors of Geodude. Chat, what are the horrors of Geodude? How many crimes do you... Oh my god, why is that so loud? How many crimes do you think a Geodude could reasonably commit? Sparkling Power Psychic 3. None of my targets are Psychic. Okay. But we're just gonna make another of the same, and we'll just be doing this in groups of 2. Sparkling Power Fire is also not useful for me. Okay. And so what we do when we get 2 donuts that are not useful is we re-roll. He's a war criminal? I never know. Yeah, I have a gun. One sec. You want to see my gun? I really want to eventually actually implement a toggle where I pull the gun out and hold it in my hands. The issue being, I think Twitch would kill me, you know? I think if I held the gun in some kind of pose where it looks like I could feasibly point it at the viewer, I'm pretty sure Twitch would smite me dead. What about the guitar though? I do have the guitar set up to do that. One sec. I literally could just take this and like make some small modifications to like the positioning of the strumming hand, and I could probably make this like work as a toggle for holding the gun. I could probably do that. I think Twitch would smite me. I feel like Twitch might not be. Oh, I didn't have 4 arms for a second there. I don't know what you're talking about. Still lurking, but wanted you to know that someone quoted the Narcissist Cookbook in my comment section. I love them. I'm gonna be seeing them live in a few days. Chat. In 3 days, I'm seeing the Narcissist Cookbook, an artist I have been following since 2020. Live in fucking Atlanta, Georgia. I'm so excited. Just found about them recently. I love them. Yeah, I've been listening to them for 6 years. Actually, really funny story. When I started listening to the Narcissist Cookbook is right about when I stopped just using they them pronouns and started using he they. So around when I was going through a big revelation of identity. It was also around when I realized that I like men. Because it took me a while to untangle that. I spent a long time associating masculinity with having femininity pushed onto me, so it took me a while to like realize that actually I kind of find men hot. Chat, can you believe there was a time when I thought I was a lesbian? But in any case, I'm really excited to be able to celebrate my HRT anniversary while seeing the Narcissist Cookbook live. I'm going to be driving 6 hours for this shit. We're going on an adventure. Wonder, if you don't mind, what quote did they do? Also, mods, shout out Wonder now. Gun emoji. Mods, run over Wonder with a truck. Mods, shoot Wonder with a gun. And by that I mean shout Wonder out. Sexuality is confusing, can't blame you, need to try some labels. Hello, Blam! Buffer by Bite! Really do make a point of teaching kids that's precisely one way person to be, one way to live. Straight, cis, overworked, and monogamous. Anything else is in some way less. That is from, oh god. I think it's holding down a garden hose with your thumb. Or blocking a garden hose with your thumb. 1 second. It's a track off of This Is How We Get Better. Stopping a garden hose with your thumb. Yes, thank you. I had it. I love the Narcissist Cookbook. That's such a good one. Definitely bite you in some whack-ass outfit featuring a cardigan in Florida summer heat. I'm excited for it, Blam. Can't wait to see you at Megaplex. Sparkle Bite Bite. Teehee. All you knew is that you weren't het. Yeah, there was a point in my life chat where I thought I was a lesbian. Because it took me a while to kind of unravel that I associated with masculinity with having femininity pushed onto me. And once I went through that realization, I realized, 1, he, him pronouns kind of slap, even if I'm non-binary. And 2, damn, men are kind of hot. No regrets. Have you ever heard of a ghost mantis? Such a cool bug. I'm not familiar, Vexgal. I don't know. Bark by bite. But yeah, everyone give some love to Wonder. Absolutely incredible trans anarchist content creator. One of my dear friends. I've been hanging out so often lately. By the way, Wonder did release a new YouTube video today, and if you're in the need for some trans positivity, I would definitely recommend checking it out. Wait, chat. What type is Salamance again? Salamance is dragon flying, right? Yeah! Fuck yeah! Blame twinks and femme men for making me realize my sexuality might not be simple, real, and valid, yeah. Chat, if I can be so real, sexuality isn't real. The same way that we say gender isn't real, sexuality isn't real, because if we accept that gender is a social construct, oh my god, chat, wait. Amazing picture on Google Images. 1 second. Sorry, Google Images just showed me something incredible. Chat, look at him. Look at him. based chat trans Salamence. This is beautiful. Can confirm Wonder is a wonderful creator and gets beaten with a rock. I'm gonna shoot Wonder with a gun while I tell her how much I love her. Chat, this is based as hell. Where was I? Right, okay. So, if we understand that gender is a social construct, that it is not something that is tied to pronouns, to presentation, to personality, to anything aside of this kind of invisible, unobservable, internal sense of self that we have, then to a certain extent we also need to accept that sexuality isn't real. And I think that's okay and kind of based. I think very often our sexuality is relatively invisibly driven by internalized notions of what it means to be a specific gender, and there isn't anything inherently wrong with that, but it is something that I've become keenly aware of. I recognize that the ways I am attracted to like men and women and non-binary people are distinct, largely driven by the ways in which I understand the gender dynamic existing within that. And as gender shifts within society, those attractions, I imagine, are liable to shift as well. Mother actually just found my 3DS and my Pokemon Sun and Auras. Hell yeah, enjoy. Love Salamence carried my Pokemon Sun playthrough. I love Salamence. I need to figure out, Salamence I'm pretty sure can show up in distortions, right? Salamence, Distortion, Legend, ZA. I want to know if it can show up in a distortion, please. It says it can't be found in the wild, but can it be found in distortions? I might have to reset this, if so. Yeah, because the earlier ones are just dragon. Shit. Chat. Does anyone know if you can find Salamence in distortions? Very important question. Feels so blasphemous to think back to when I thought I was cis male and straight. Like, come on, the conditioning, get out of your head. Absolutely. I've always really struggled to like understand people who are like very monosexual, for lack of a better term, that being like only attracted to one gender. And ultimately like full respect to anyone who does engage with sexuality in that way, but like it's always a little bit socially constructed, and that's okay. Shit, fuck. I don't know. If anyone can get me an answer on that, that'd be great. If there isn't an answer, well, fuck. That's if it was by at work earlier. That's a genuine question. Led to me explaining to a group of right-leaning cis-MAGA men the difference between romantic and sexual attraction. You know, I hope they took it okay. The mono meant only... Oh, so there is... Being monogamous is when you only engage in, like, one... When you only have one romantic or sexual partner. When I'm saying monosexual, I'm saying it not as in being monogamous, as in opposition to existence as, I mean it is opposition to, how do I phrase? Chat, words are hard. Yeah. As opposed to being polyamorous. I'm going to, because I've never seen, chat, does Salamence show up in things? I don't know if Salamence shows up in distortions. I need proof that Salamence shows up in distortions. If I can find like one piece of proof that he shows up in distortions, then I'll be fine, but I don't know if he does. I don't know if he does. I just need a screenshot or something. Show me a screenshot. Please. How do I know if a Pokemon can show up in distortions? I'm going to cry. I could just bench reset. We do have the option of bench resetting Salamence. That is a thing we can do. He is bench resettable. Okay, it does show up. Alright, 5-star though. Do I have 5 stars unlocked? I don't think I have unlocked 5 stars. Shit. Chat, how do we feel about bench resetting? We haven't done any bench reset hunts since we started this game. We could do that. They know I'm at least somewhat left, don't show politics at work, outrank them anyway, so they can't really do shit. You know what? Real. Use that authority. I have no idea what that means, but you should do it for real. I'll show you. Because my attraction to men isn't as much as women. Heck, men around where I live are so ugly. We need more LGBT men. Feels like I'm faking it to try the bi label, but no, I'd be happy with the label. So for me, the thing that like started helping me realize that I was attracted to men was straight up like femboy TikTok. It was loading up TikTok and seeing this version, this presentation of male identity, even if it's not a masculine presentation, and realizing, wait, this isn't so bad, actually. This isn't intimidating for me. It allowed me a kind of comfort that I hadn't experienced. Oh, femboys are pretty neato, yeah. Shout out to the femboys, straight up. Shout out to the femboys for revolutionizing my gender. Okay, so I don't know if we... Oh, we do spawn the Salamence from here, it looks like. So if I reset this over and over again, will that spawn the Salamence? I'm checking. And gradually over time, my, like, attraction to men grew and expanded, and I found myself being interested in a wider variety of men. I'm gonna go up to the bench, is what I'm deciding. I know it resets them there. But the first step of unraveling my feelings towards masculinity was realizing that it didn't have to be this scary thing that I found threatening. You know? And of course, like, I am not attracted to the majority of men, but I am attracted to any man with the slightest hint of femininity at this point. And it works for me. Alright, so we are going to need to climb this. Hi, hello, bunny. I would not be mad if we got a low bunny along the way. Maybe I would never date a femboy. TikTok allow me to introduce myself. Me thinking I was a lesbian because I found the silent power dynamic that I felt like men represented very deeply uncomfortable versus femboy TikTok. You know? Hi, Yamper, how are you doing? Bye-bye. Alright. It's also the thing that made me realize that, like, I enjoy some amount of masculine expression. Alright, so, what we're gonna be doing, chat, for the next while is this. Hate the stereotype that LGBT people are attracted to everyone. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But, like, if you're attracted to a very specific genre or dynamic, like, if I can be allowed to give my personal headcanon for, like, how sexuality exists and manifests, I'm of the opinion that sexuality is primarily an attachment to specific types and genres of dynamic, you know? It is less about the gender of the individual and more about the perception we have of what that gendered dynamic looks like and how it interacts with our own identity. You know. Also, to clarify what I was saying earlier, I don't think monosexual is really a term that other people use. I just don't know how else to refer to people who are only attracted to a singular gender expression, you know? My doctor and I were talking about attraction and such, brought up how some people attracted to men won't be interested in me as a man because of genital preference. I never heard the term. Glad we talked about it. Hell yeah. Yeah. Now, ultimately, gender and sexuality are really complicated, and that's okay. So attraction is more a type of dynamic I want to have with my partner. I think at least an element of it is absolutely the ways in which we perceive the potential dynamic we would have with that individual. And gender is one informer of that thing, you know? But that's just my, my headcanon, for lack of a better term, you know? I know that, like, my attraction to men and women manifests differently, and I can tell you a lot of that has to do with my personal relationship to kink, and to my attachment to very specific genders and roles. And I see that in a lot of other people, you know? And I ultimately have never, like, actually taken the time to sit down and research or get other people's thoughts and experiences on this. It's just kind of one of those things that I'm like, For me, gender is irrelevant to whether I'm attracted to a person. I tend to find myself more often with people who are non-binary or trans-masc. As a non-binary trans guy, it's easier to relate with folks. Yeah, and that's so fair. And, like, for me, if I'm attracted to someone and I find out they aren't the identity that I perceived them as, does not change the fact that I'm attracted. It does, though, sometimes change the way I perceive the dynamic. Okay, talking about who I'm attracted to, because it's nobody until it's somebody. Everyone's the same level of dateable, but just no. Because if I need to gauge the dateable instead of just yes, it's a no. Fair enough. I don't know. Shit's complicated. Do relate to that understanding, because I've avoided relationships with women specifically because I felt like the dynamics were not what I'd want. Like, again, I could be full of shit. I could be full of shit right now. But it is a perspective that I have that I want to eventually workshop. Chat, what if I someday put out a video called Sexuality is Fake? I think that'd almost be funny. I love being a bit too loud and transgressive. If you are, maybe you need more fiber in your diet. Actually, I can't consume fiber because my stomach is paralyzed. Smiles. I love dropping cursed facts about myself. It's very funny. Next trending viral video topic, indeed. I do, like, I'm trying not to focus on it right now because I need to finish this project, but once I'm done with what does it mean to be agender, I need to start thinking about what my next video topic is going to be. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I have no clue what my next video essay is going to be. I feel like given how short this one's going to be, I want to do something that's a lot larger in scope. And I'm tempted to try to revisit the digital activism video, but that's such a big, intimidating one that I put up for a while. I do know that when Trans Day of Remembrance comes around, I think I want to try and put out my my queer death anthropology video, but I'm also kind of liking the model where I go back and forth with, like, one video about gender, one video not. I've been enjoying the video about gender, video not about gender, video about gender, video not about gender kind of grind. And if I can maintain that rhythm, that'd be fun. So if I could, like, put out a video maybe in August and then in October, but October I could finally do the Silent Hill 2 video. Sorry, Silent Hill 4 video. I have thoughts. I would love a comedy skit of at least 50 different doctor specialties trying to figure out how to unscuff the fops. Never. Nah, I got so much work I gotta do. I'm trying right now to figure out how to make, like, video essay production something sustainable and consistent. We'll see. I'm not going to let myself worry too much about what my next video topic is until after I finish this video. I might put up another poll to help me narrow down some ideas, because I do have a lot. Thank you for the curse of scuff. Why am I large? Why am I large? Hello. Chat, I wish I was this huge. Maybe if I was this big in the real, I'd be doing this shit full time. Love how your ears can just lean to the side. It's so adorable. Thank you. I put a lot of work into the model. All the art and rigging was done by me on my main model. So like everything you see, that's something that I made and like tuned by hand. I actually, so most of like the higher quality models you'll see in the world, a lot of VTubers will use iPhone tracking because that is the best quality face tracking out there. I actually track with an extremely cheap $25 webcam, but I put so much work into my model to make sure the tracking was beautifully tuned and worked well with my face and the ways I emote and express because I wanted to create a model that I could be properly proud of. So all of that, I did that myself. Anyway, this is my scuffed model. Hi! You're too big. Deal with it. Deal with it. Wish I had that skill. It's something that it took me a while to learn. I absolutely love it. It's a lot of fun. Would recommend. In any case. Looking in the microwave door at us. Chat, you're my next meal, don't you know? I'm taking a second to check. Oh! Chat, that was like less than 20 resets! I just started bench resetting! I was expecting to be here for like an hour. It is a good thing because it means I have the shiny, but I was not expecting to get it this quickly? Chat, this means we have one last target for the raid train. Let me fact check myself on that real quick, but I'm pretty sure this means we have just one target left for the raid train. I do still need to evolve my EVs. So we could just evolve Eevee after that and like, you know, have our Sylveon. But what do we do in the situation that we, you know, get all of our targets? Because we have Phantom, we have Lucario. We do need to evolve one of the Goomies. We need to evolve all of the Eevees because I have so many of them. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that's going to be 5. So we just need to get the Absol. What do we do in the situation that I get all of my targets? Yeah, Fest, I guess. Alright, chat. Well, let's go grab that Salamence real quick. Hopefully I don't fuck this up. Alright. Alright. Please, please, please. Please. Alright, so I'm gonna need to start attacking it. You know what? Real quick, I'm going to run and save. Just so that I don't miss this. Love of the new Pokemon games are like, oh, that was a fast shiny, while the old ones are so rare. When I saw Geodude shiny in my first Heart Gold playthrough a few months ago, I screamed. I do miss when shinies were a bit rarer, but as someone who is very busy and who also shiny hunts on stream regularly, having relatively fast hunts is convenient. I prefer hunts that are gonna take me like 1 or 2 streams, you know? My preference are hunts that are gonna take me anywhere from 2 to 6 hours. Hey, buddy. Please? I tried. Alright. Come on, buddy. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, you take so much damage, buddy. Sorry, I'm trying to get this guy. Okay. Alright, got it. Perfect, beautiful, one, amazing. We did it. All right, all right, all right. But no, as a streamer, like the 2 to 6 hour hunt, I think is the sweet spot for me. And I think honestly, shinies are sometimes a bit too easy in this game. I was kind of excited to do a bench hunt because it would mean getting an opportunity to you know, have a hunt that would last a little bit longer, maybe last 2 or 3 hours. Unfortunately, the universe said nope. 20-minute. Nah, easy, convenient shinies are really useful when you're like a busy person and especially a streamer, but I definitely kind of miss when they were rarer. I will admit that. Alright, so I guess we have one shiny left to try and get, and that's going to be Absol, who, correct me if I'm wrong, is a pure dark type? I'm pretty sure Absol can show up in distortions, just give me a second to check that. Let me just make sure that this boy is one we can encounter. Universe said no thrill of the hunt for you, I guess not. The universe said fuck you, have a shiny. Alright, Dark 4 stars can have Absol, which I believe we have unlocked Dark 4 stars. Cool. So if we just find a Dark 4-star distortion, then we are good. Let me verify. Because I know we can get 4 stars of most types. So I'm going to assume we can get Dark 4 stars. Why wouldn't we? There'd be no reason why we wouldn't be able to. We're going to start resetting again. Because unfortunately there is no easy reset spot for Absol. Absol is one of the handful of Pokemon where there is no easy shiny method outside of the DLC. So, you know. Definitely more convenient, even if it takes away from the these are my shinies that are my own. Forgot how the game's combat was like Xenoblade but simple. I really like it though. I do enjoy the combat in this game. I think it's quick and snappy enough that I find it interesting. Also very fond of... Oh my god, Chad, I love Legends Arceus. I like Legends Arceus more than I like Legends ZA. They're both good, don't get me wrong, but god, I love Legends Arceus. Now I want to shiny a Zigzagoon child in my next Pokemon playthrough. Chat, is Zigzagoon available in this game? We could get a shiny Zigzagoon. That'd be really cute. Alright, let's see if we can get a Dark-type donut. There we go. There we go. What is real life shinies? What do you mean by that? Hello, Silver King, welcome on in. We're shiny hunting while raising money for Rainbow Railroad. Our current target is Absol. We just got a shiny Salamence, so we have almost gotten every single target that we set out to get at the outset of this event, at the outset of the month. I collected a bunch of shinies that are all like a rainbow of colors in rainbow order, because Pride Month. We're hopefully gonna get our last target tonight. Let's see if we can get that dark donut, though. Hope everyone had a wonderful evening. No luck here. We reset. Arceus hit all the right notes for my brain. All the final boss, it was so hard. No, I'm gonna be honest. I had to use the little feature where you can like restart the fight from midway through to get through Arceus in Legends Arceus, but that was a long time ago. I don't know if I'd be better at it now. But no, how are you doing, Silver King? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Bye bye. What's the equivalent to a real life shiny? Like an animal you could capture with a Pokeball in real life? If you mean like what's the equivalent of a shiny Pokemon in real life animals, I think the best answer I could give would be albinism. Animals that are albinos. Because it tends to be very rare in nature, but can be bred just like shinies are in Gen 2, or rather can be in Gen 2. And it is a unique coloration. Best answer I've got. Hello, Strap Streams. Reminder to all of you that you are matter, you're valid, loved, worthy of love, important, allowed to have emotions and bad days, and not to be stronger, power, perfect all the time. Thank you, Strap Streams. It means the world. I have like one shiny alpha mega Pokemon to catch. Oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not enough of a masochist to go after like shiny alphas. The people who do shiny alpha living dexes and whatnot, you have all of my respect. I don't hate myself enough for that, nor do I have the free time. Incredible for you, that is amazing. Live your best life. I think I would die. I'm also a little bit sick at the moment, apologies, my voice is a bit rough. I like Mega's real and valid. I love that for you. What about Lucism? Ooh, that is another really fun coloration. Hello, Snazzy Azzy, bark for my bite. And no worries, Sonova, get some good rest, bark for my bite, get some good sleep. Hope to see you sometime in the near future. Send all my joy from a year on HRT 2 days ago to your year on HRT in 2 days. I appreciate the hell out of it. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Get some good sleep. What's your favorite shiny and Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. I'm honestly, favorite shiny is so hard. There are too many good ones. I feel like it's cheating to just say Cyndaquil again, even though he is my little guy and I'd do anything for him. That is such a hard question. I am still very nostalgic for shiny Gyarados just because like my first ever Pokemon game was Soul Silver. So like he lives in my heart rent free. He lives in my heart. I love him. But it's not a particularly hard to get shiny. No luck on this round. Okay. That one food, I think curry coated seagull could be shiny. You're so right, though. You're so right. Oh, ooh, shiny Vulpix is a good one. Thank you for making me normal. I am no longer scuffed. Winning. I look normal again. Drink White Monster for the first time and killed my taste buds. Chat, can I admit to something? Can I admit to something right now? I've never had a White Monster. I think I hit the wrong button. Oh, never mind. I didn't. There we go. All right. It's just the slow OLED load times in this game. But chat, I've never had a White Monster. Don't do it. Oh? What does White Monster even taste like? See, my favorite energy drinks, unfortunately, are the Ghost Sour candy ones. But no, I feel like as a punk, I feel like as someone who is 1 trans 2 punk, the fact that I've never had a White Monster is disgraceful. I've had like 3 monsters in my life. I don't really drink Monster. I'm more of a Ghost guy. Haven't had any energy drinks since I had my ankle surgery 2.5 weeks ago. You must be suffering right now. I'm so sorry. Whatever works. There we go. Cool. She's like, throw up to me? I'm so sorry. I followed the femboy trend and I'm regretting it. Hey, gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta try it once in your life, you know? I want dark type. Please give me dark type. Chat, what if I cried? Love Monster, but I have to cut back because I tend to overdo it to a point that I actually feel my chest getting weird. Yeah, definitely, if you notice any cardiac symptoms, pull back on that shit. I will say, like, okay. Energy drinks, I love them, but I, 1, like to get them as cheap as possible, and Monster is just far too expensive, and 2, they are also partially owned by Coca-Cola, who is a company that I am actively boycotting, because fuck them. They're complicit in genocide. So, like, I've not bought or consumed Monster pretty much ever. The only Monsters I've ever had are ones that were gifted to me. But, how do I say? I am an energy drink enjoyer in general. It is kind of like the stereotypical punk and emo and alt drink. Forgot Coke owned Monster. So the Coke does not own Monster, but Coke owns a 30% share in Monster. So it's not like a Coke product, they just have a 30% share. And there is a difference between what those things mean. But regardless, Free Palestine, I try to put my money, my very, very limited money, towards less evil where possible. In any case, the reason why I drink energy drinks is because they're very convenient, quick energy that tastes good. I don't dislike coffee, but I'm very specific and particular with coffee. I enjoy lattes, and if it's not a latte, I don't really want it. And so I can't just like make coffee in the morning and enjoy the coffee. It's not going to be to my tastes. And teas generally just have lower caffeine content, as well as tend to really heavily dehydrate me. So energy drinks are the most convenient method for me having quick caffeine, while doing as little, while enjoying the experience as much as possible. As someone who has unfortunately developed a caffeine dependency and is actively trying to cut down on it. Like, I am genuinely trying to cut down on my caffeine consumption, but, you know. Given the remaining 70% can be spread across disorganized yes men who won't buck Coke's influence, they all benefit, including Coke. The mere 30% is so significant. Exactly. Like, if you are interested in boycotting Coke products for their, for the company's complicity in genocide, definitely try to avoid Monster as well, because that is a very significant portion of which they are owned. I'm just someone who loves nuance and tries to be as specific as possible in what I say. So, like, I do want to just clear up the misunderstanding that Coke does not own Monster, but they do have a 30% share in the company. And so that profit, 30% of the profit goes to them. Hello, Nico, Barber Bite Bite. But that said, it's just the easiest, quick way for me to get caffeine in my body, and I am trying to cut down on my consumption and reliance, but sometimes a motherfucker needs caffeine, you know? Sometimes a bitch just fucking needs caffeine. In fact, I think they did studies and found that caffeine acts similar to ADHD meds for those who have ADHD, which is not a surprise at all, given they are both stimulants. Prescription ADHD medications are stimulants which regulate dopamine activity. Caffeine does the same thing to a weaker extent, and with less like centralized affinity. It makes perfect sense to me that you can replicate some... tempting. It makes perfect sense to me that you can replicate some of the effects that you get from stimulant medications with caffeine. I'm gonna reset that because it was a level 1, but noted. You know? Wanted to pop back in, apologize for adding friction in the conversation against transhumanism, in that I was supporting transhumanism. I have mixed feelings, confusion, frustration, don't think my attempt to converse and it was productive. Oh, you're totally fine. For the record, I have no frustration with how the conversation was handled, and my failing to understand what you were communicating is not a fault of either of us. It is just difficult to have a conversation in the format of Twitch chat, because ultimately, I am the primary one in control of the conversation, and people make typos. It's really easy for misunderstandings to occur in what is ultimately a relatively one-sided conversational format. I can't always capture the full scope of what other people in chat are saying. Sometimes people, sometimes miscommunication is just miscommunication and no one is at fault. And I want to be clear that I did not read any upset or anger or friction in our engagement. There are no hard feelings or negative feelings. You're all good, and this is the kind of conversation I enjoy having on the channel. If you feel as though you were frustrated by the conversation, I do apologize if I failed to properly understand what you were saying. That's no fault of either of us. It is just a fault of the format. You're totally good. I want to be clear. Thumbs up. There will also be an ad hitting in a few seconds. I'm so sorry. But no. Like, you have nothing to apologize for. Thumbs up. I did not read the conversation as hostile at all. I do think I wasn't addressing points as best I could, but again, it's Twitch chat's a messy format to have these conversations because ultimately it is a lot of, how do I say this? So on one hand, I am the guy in the seat running the conversation. Oh, the ad apology was for everyone. But in any case, like, yeah, I'm the one in the seat running the conversation. So for that reason, there is an extent to which, like, the responsibility is on me to try to understand and address people's points as best I can. But there are a lot of people in Twitch chat all talking, and it's easy for me to miss messages, to skim something and not get the full point, or for just genuine miscommunication to occur because, like, tone is hard to portray over text. You know? Like, thumbs up. There's gonna be moments wherein a conversation may not go as well as we intend, but I swear there's not gonna be bad blood. As Banana Tiger has stated here, I'm a pretty understanding person. You know, if you're not calling me slurs or being directly mean to me or whatnot, we're good. Thumbs up. I fully acknowledge that, like, it is difficult to have these conversations. It is a inherently uneven format through which to have a debate, and I don't ignore that fact. But it is an uneven in different ways on both ends, etc., etc. That's why I missed the timing to send messages, just because they had taken too long to write them. And I hope you know that, like, even if you send a message after I've moved on from a subject, I don't mind doing my best to, like, bring it back into the conversation. But yeah, it's always gonna be hard. And straight up, sometimes I misread things, sometimes tone is not communicated, sometimes people misunderstand what I'm saying because I'm holding, like, 3 different conversations at once. It's chill, you know? I ask that people don't take it personally if I don't read their message or struggle to understand their point. I promise it's not personal. It's just a fault of the format. The format works really well where it works, but it's never going to be perfect. Like, I enjoy having these conversations over Twitch chat because it gives me a chance to have a back and forth, even if the back and forth is inherently uneven and imperfect. Whereas if I release a video essay, I'm putting all my eggs in one basket, and I am relying on the hope that people will engage with it in good faith. And very frequently that's not going to be the case. Either people are going to engage in bad faith, or people are going to half-watch something, or I am going to miss points. You know? Just how it goes. So being able to have these conversations in this format allows me to have an amount of feedback, and very oftentimes pushes me to put more thought into my talking points. Sometimes a conversation we have on stream shifts my worldview or pushes me to do more research into a subject, like, the next day. But in any case, like, it's chill. I am basically saying the same thing over and over again. Would he have added chives to the donut? I don't think that'd help. I am admittedly really fascinated by the notion of a spicy donut. Talking is hard, it's okay. Typing is also hard. Making coherent and cogent arguments is also difficult. One of the things I try most to do in the conversations we have here is to come at them with an air of understanding and patience. Because I really value, honestly, the ability to have conversations and to disagree with people without it having to be something personal, you know? And I hope you all know that, like, even if we end a conversation disagreeing, it's extremely unlikely it has left any bad blood, unless the talking point is humans are inherently evil and deserve suffering, you know? If you believe that, I do judge you. Me engaging in bad faith. Hail Satan! I try to approach conversations with patience and hope and shit. I want this to be a chill, constructive space. I do my best. Bark more bite bite. Exclamation point. Vor! Spicy donut, I have free will, I can make that. I have free will, what I don't have is money, you know? I have free will, but unfortunately I am also poor. You know? Sometimes what a guy lacks is money. Please, I just want a dark type donut. Thank you for making me normal. I need to see if there's a way to have the model transitions, like, remember what state my model was last in. Because I don't like having to do my hotkeys every time. I wonder if there's some kind of way I can make the software remember that. I might have to do research into that later. Might be a topic for future me. I have a really hard time talking things out with people because I have this weird empathetic response where I try to understand the circumstances but someone to the conclusion they have about things. I'm also the same way. I admit I am someone who has a little bit of a fawn response, and I have a habit of kind of, what's the word? Deferring to others rather than standing my ground, and that's something that I've had to actually improve with as a content creator. Because as a creator, I can't just be deferring to other people. I have to stand to my ground and talk my points. We're getting a lot of the same types over and over again, I'm noticing. It's a lot of fire, a lot of ghost, a lot of dragon. What's up with that? What about Vor type donut? I don't think that's a Pokemon type. But no, I actually really like understanding why the people that I am, you know, up against, my ideological opponent, for lack of a better term, believes what they believe. And I think there's so much value in understanding how people get where they are. In anarchist archivistia, donut eat you! You're totally good. That kind of joke is absolutely welcome. You're fine. For the record, I cannot recall ever holding any meaningful, like, upset or frustration towards you in any conversation we've had, Hannah, I promise. I have no memory or association of you with anything negative, so you're good. If I ever fail to read messages, it's probably just because there's a lot of them. I'm admittedly also on stream doing a lot all the time, though, so, you know. Oh, hi, Lucky! Is Lucky in here? Hello, Barbara Bite, didn't see you there. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hi, hi, hi. I've been hard on work on video shit. I am about to finish a big project and also about to celebrate 1 year in HRT, so life's been really interesting. Lucky, can you believe we properly became friends on June 23rd, 2025? That's weird. That's over a year ago. Chat, my donut Lucky is horrid. What the fuck is this? Punch in the clock again. Watch one of the servers absolutely grill a table of kids that said no means yes is a joke. Fucking cinema. Hell yeah. I'm glad that they did. Fuck that. I hope those kids grow up and be better people, you know? You know? There's a lot of kids for whom humor is just edgy shit that hurts people. But, you know. What's Rainbow Railroad? Rainbow Railroad is a organization that helps LGBT people in countries wherein their lives are in danger escape to countries where they're able to live more freely. There are a lot of places where in the current states of LGBT rights is even worse than it is here in the United States, and it is an organization that helps people in those places and countries get somewhere safe. They will if you have anything to say about it. Hell fucking yeah. Hell fucking yeah. No, I say this as someone who used to, at a point in my life, be like a big edgy humor motherfucker. I hope they grow up a little bit. Nothing wrong with a little bit of edgy humor as a treat every now and then, but like, you know, it's a thing that most people eventually mature and grow out of, I think. Huh? To my understanding, the original is in Soviet Russia. Oh, God, I got it. I don't give a shit. Like, that's not something that's, like, bad in a way where I'm gonna be like, don't do that. You're fine. We're poking a little bit of fun at Soviet Russia. Okay, cool. Nothing wrong with that. But not hell fucking yeah, Lucky. I hope this shift goes well. I hope you make good tips and money. I hope you become comfortably wealthy, you know? I need to make it out there sometime one of these days after my HRT anniversary, you know? I gotta kick the shit with my friends. Oh, I am still sick and my voice still hates me. Have a successful capitalism? Why don't you save in front of the donut girl so you don't have to fast travel any time? Okay, so here's the thing. The game actually auto-saves every single time you make a donut. That is to prevent people from doing exactly what I'm doing. That is a measure to prevent people from re-rolling donuts in the way I currently am. What I'm doing is loading the backup save, which is meant to be used in emergencies. I'm basically using a workaround, that being the backup save, which can only be set at Poke Centers in order to reset the donuts and overwrite the autosave that the game created. It's very clever, actually. If Lucky got rich, we'd have Devore, mayhaps. If Lucky got rich, then I'd have a friend who is comfortable and I could potentially benefit from that. You know? Straight up, like, if I'm ever in a situation where I'm able to fully live comfortably off my art and have money to spare... We did it! We did it! We did it, chat, we did it. Okay, alright, I can stop donut resetting. But no, if I was ever in a situation where I was able to, you know, live comfortably off my art, I want to give as much as I can to protecting my community and my friends. Straight up. If I ever make it big, like, once I'm able to pay myself and my moderators and my editors and shit, once this is sustainable, everything I've got left is going to making sure, like, that the queer community local to me and that my friends are able to exist without issue. Yeah, also living comfortably is not being rich. That said, Jesus Christ, I would kill to make like 20 an hour. I do not have a shiny Volcanion. Remember a lot of the older and Soviet Russia jokes were about authoritarianism? I see. Yeah, I don't have any issue making fun of authoritarianism. I have no issue making fun of authoritarianism. Like, how do I say this? Fuck the Red Scare. Absolutely fuck the Red Scare, but the part, you know, if we're dissing on Soviet Russia for being authoritarian, I'm all here for it. Alright, now we need to reset for a distortion that has the Pokemon we want. I think it's how they lack patience in arguments a lot. Moment I sense I'm implied to be morally bad from a position, find something morally bad about the other person's position, develop a layer of anger. Clearest, I've articulated that to myself, and hopefully it'll help me find a solution to a problem I don't even fully understand. And that's okay. Like, how do I say? Just because I have a personal... just because I have my issues with transhumanism does not mean that I believe everyone who holds that position is a bad person. Like, I am perfectly comfortable working alongside people that I have more minor and even some pretty large ideological differences with. I don't think they're bad people because we have personal disagreements on some of the more nuanced elements of like politics and society and existence. Hello, Araya, Barbara Bite, how are you? Like, for the record, I never meant to imply that you were a morally bad person or to project any personal like upset or anger towards you. And yeah, it's totally fair. I understand having that kind of defensiveness. You're also not a bad person for having that kind of defensiveness. I do think it is a thing worth being aware of and noticing in yourself. And, you know, noticing and articulating and admitting these things is the first step to deconstructing the habits. The best advice in that regard that I can give is when you notice yourself doing it, like, take a deep breath and think, did this person actually imply or state that you have done something wrong or that you are a bad person for this, you know? Because very often this kind of thing is a result of us reading too heavily into into things that another person did not say. And that happens all the time. It is so easy in conversation to assume that someone is saying something that they aren't. I'm guilty of it at times too. But the first step is just recognizing that we do it, and after that it's trying to notice it in action, rather than just after the fact. This is actually just great advice in general for, like, developing or losing habits regarding communication, or really any kind of habit. First thing is knowing that you have the habit. Second is recognizing that you are doing it, like, right afterwards. And then slowly building up an awareness that you are doing it while you are doing it. And once you can recognize that it is happening in a moment, you start building these skills to, like, take a step back, take a breath, figure out how to approach something. But you're totally fine. You're good. Thumbs up. There is no bad blood. No bad blood. Transition made me realize it was completely unsustainable without a change in lifestyle. Real. Real and valid, Gracie. Lovely to see you though, Araya. But for my biting you, absolutely consuming your soul, like the one picture of the larger man eating the smaller man. You know that one picture where the dog's, like, consuming the soul of the other dog? I like that picture. All I know is that I know nothing, we always have room to learn and grow. True that, true that. I'm not a perfect person with a fully built out worldview that is identical from all angles, and I acknowledge my own worldview has its issues and holes that I don't know how to fill, or that I am still seeking answers to. No one's perfect. We're good. Hello, Pokemon Luna Moon. How are you doing? I'm a little bit under the weather, but it's lovely to see you. Also, hello, Neko Boy Blue, Step 5, Feed the Catboy. I've already had one cat begging me to be fed all day. Come on. Chat, I'm never going to escape. I'll never fucking escape. What the hell? Things are good. How goes philosophizing and shiny hunting? Quite well. We're down to one target before I've caught every Pokemon I wanted to catch. Is there a stream check in the counter here that I'm forgetting about? I don't currently have a, like, streams visited counter. I've considered implementing one, but I've never gotten around to it. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Barbara Bye Bye. I've considered implementing, like, a daily check kind of thing, but I don't currently have one, and it feels like I've been doing this for so long. It feels weird to implement one this late. But I also recognize that that is, like... What's the word for when you stop yourself? Sunk cost fallacy? It's something adjacent to that. And that's not a good reason to not do something that people want or that I have considered anyway. Could actually use your opinion on something if you're game? Yeah, shoot. From Dark Phantom, how did you get your VTuber model? Did you commission it or make it yourself? I made it myself. I drew the art in Clip Studio Paint painstakingly over a period of 9 months, and then I rigged it in Live 2D, which is those are both paid software. As far as, like, options for making a free VTuber model, that's gonna depend if you want to go 2D or 3D. For 3D, your best option is going to be Vroid. Your best option is going to be Vroid. A lot of people use Vroid. A lot of people start out that way. You can make your own 3D model. For 2D, your options are a lot more limited. No matter what, you kind of have to purchase VTube Studio to like have your face tracking, but there are a lot of free models online that you can customize. You won't be able to make a model from scratch for free, but there's plenty of customizable models available for free or for cheap. One sec, I need to cough. By the way, there are other command counter things you'd like to do, or have forgotten about. I need a command that lists all the commands. PNG tubing is also a affordable option, yes. If you want to, if you're okay with being a PNG tuber. The way my setup works, I have a face cam that feeds footage of my, or I have a webcam that feeds like real-time footage of my face into VTube Studio, which then tracks onto this model that I made in Clip Studio Paint, and then rigged in Live 2D over a period of 9 months. Shit ain't easy. Donut resetting for berry farming, you got this. It's so much resetting. Someone described me as chicken soup for the autistic soul. Agree or disagree? Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I think you're chicken soup for like autistic kids who grew up on sci-fi. I could see it. Bark bark bite bite. Playing, by the way, while we vibe? Hell yeah, enjoy. Also, I'm glad you're doing good, Pokemon Luna. Lovely to see you. Bark bark bite bite. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Bark bark. Oh my god, I stumbled over my words so badly there. Jesus Christ. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Pleasure to have you. A little bit under the weather, but shiny hunting while raising money for a good cause. Happy Pride Month. Hope you're doing well. I am yet to see any dark type distortions. Why does this game fucking hate me? I'm pretty sure I should have unlocked 4-star dark type distortions. I don't think I need to do anything to unlock them. I should be far enough for this. Also seen some stuff where that does mouse tracking, but I haven't looked into it. Yes, but that's the kind of thing you'd have to either commission or do yourself, most likely. Like, if you want to VTube for free, your most reliable option is always going to be Vroid. But doing a live 2D for free is difficult. You mentioned past conversations we've had trying to reflect on being here enough for you to remember me like that. Funnily enough, I think you called me Hannah rather than Hanaya. Wait! Hanaya. Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting that's how you pronounce your name. Sorry, with all the love in the world, you do stop here, like, I think once or twice a month, so I do tend to forget that. I'm so sorry. I know you've been around here and there, but like my point just being, I remember seeing you around like once or twice a month, and there's no bad blood from any previous conversations we've had. 1 second. One sec. I want to see what TechHead said before I read this big spiel here. If I can find it. Can I find what TechHead said? Gotta love having a Twitch chat that has big conversations. Can I find the thread, please? How do I just view the thread? Chat, I hate Twitch sometimes. I cannot find TechHead's message right now. So I'm missing context for the conversation. This is so sad. Oh, I remember a lot of the older Soviet Russia jokes were about authoritarianism. Okay. So that's what that was responding to. Got it. I have context now. Well, I'm not the biggest fan of the Soviet Union. I think the context we make those jokes, especially in liberal circles, can be kind of anti-communism in general. So, how do I say? I do agree that a lot of those jokes are rooted in like Red Scare rhetoric. But when we're specifically making fun of the authoritarian elements, I personally don't have issue with it. Kind of enable anti-communism in general, because most people making them tend to have a black and white worldview where they think that Western capitalist countries were the good guys against the evil communist East. I think my point of disagreement generally in this situation primarily just rests on the fact that like we're not gonna get people to side with communist sentiment and thought and action without going through the work of detaching those things anyway. Like, I agree that those jokes are oftentimes influenced by and can feed into an amount of anti-communist sentiment, but also anyone who is holding on to that is not informed on what communism is, and would need to have that deconstructed anyway to join in on our fight. You know? Ultimately, we're kind of just left with the same amount of work that needs to be done to de-link those things anyway. Hello, character! Bye-bye. Clicking reply reveals the thread for me. I don't know. You yap so much, AE, that we want to yap. Good. I love yapping. It's my favorite thing. Pokemon and stuff as well. Bye-bye. Agree that they're rooted in Red Scare rhetoric. Plenty of anti-Soviet authoritarian jokes that are transmitted from Russian during the Cold War. That's really fascinating. Okay, sorry. Back to where I was. Oh, okay, so we do get the big dark ones. I can't tell if this one has Absol in it. But it's been so long since I've seen one that I might reset just to see if I can find out what the third species is. Because usually there are 3 species in one of these. And it's only giving me 2 evolution lines. Or rather, 3 evolution lines is only giving me 2. Maybe if I... Because I know if I jump out and jump back in of the game, that will potentially re-roll what shows there. I wonder if teleporting does that. Eating leftover late lunch, early dinner from earlier today? Hope you're enjoying. Okay, so it does sound like I will need to... Actually, I need to go back in and save. So if I save... And then I... reset... Chat, I gotta love this game sometimes. Alright. We got this. We can do it. Chat, he's strong and smart and capable. Chat when 3. Chat when 3. So what I'm doing now is I'm just like bench resetting until I get a viable distortion. And then I am checking the Pokemon that are in the distortion. What species are available. Still only 2 evolution lines showing up. I hate everything. I'm gonna try one more time before I just jump in there and then reset if I need to. Semicolon ellipson. What if I shot you with a gun? I love yapping. I'm glad that y'all think that I'm, like, enjoyable to listen to and yap with. I try to be. I really enjoy talking. There's a lot of thoughts in my brain that I'm happy to share with the world, and it is an honor to get to entertain. It is an honor that people enjoy the things I have to say. Thank you for letting me share and say them. I'm just a fucking loud-ass punk, but you know what? Fuck my life. I'm just gonna jump in there and find out what the thing is. Fuck it. Chat, screw it. Chat, also, I really want to switch to... I have enough money in savings, but I'm gonna be going out of fucking state soon, and so I feel like I need to save my money until at least after the trip. But like maybe when I'm back from the trip, depending on how my finances are looking, I might pull a little bit out of my savings for this. I'm just so financially anxious all the time. It sucks. I want to switch to so badly. Tweet yourself? Okay, but like that's a lot of money to spend. Hence my strategy of I'm gonna wait until after the trip and then see how my finances look come then. Alright, let's see if by any chance the third Pokemon in here is Absol. Like watching you because you believe what you think and defend it? Hell fucking yeah. That means a lot. I try to stand by what I believe. I've returned. Insomnia is a bit of a bitch. Only got a few hours of sleep. Hey, no worries. I hope you can get some more rest later, though. Bark by bite. The shiny hunting is going good. We have one more target to get before I've gotten all of my targets for this month-long event. Which is pretty cool. Alright. So the last species was not Absol. Don't think we have any Absol in this one. Big rip. At the end of the day, money in the account means nothing when you're compost. I mean, true, yes. And like, okay. Being straight up. I am, how do I say? I do currently have like a few thousand in savings, and even after the trip I'm gonna be doing, I should still have a few thousand in savings left, but like, anxiety. That being said, donate is a good cause. True that. Also, hello, Blem. Again, bark my bite. No, I really should, come August, just buy myself the Switch 2 as an early birthday gift. I should just do it. Now I need to start, however, resetting again. Because that distortion did not have what I wanted or needed. Being straight up in Pride Month? Chad, I can't believe I'm straight. Hi-ho once more, of course. Bark, bite, bite. BlazBlue got another character. I'm not familiar, but I've heard you talk about the franchise. I hope you're enjoying. I've heard you talk about it. Hope you're living your best life. What kind of game is it? But not chat. I think in August, I am probably going to, how do I say? Come August, I am probably going to get myself Switch 2. Not to worry about Kosa's gained attention. I am very aware of the current state of Kosa. I haven't gotten around to putting up a new short about it. You know what? Let me see what has changed, actually. For the hell of it, while we're in between hunts here, what has changed with Kosa? This year's Congress.gov, it is a hub for keeping up with the actions on all legislation. This is the Kids Online Safety Act, the one introduced in the current congressional year, introduced back in 2025, I believe. I believe this is the current congressional, like, fucking period. Let me check. Check Twitter. I'm not going on Twitter unless I have to. And also, that's not going to be a reliable resource of me finding out news, because you don't know if my, like, everything looks like you're a Skyjazzer with all the love in the world. I'm on congress.gov right now. Yes, I'm human. Thank you. Thank you, congress.gov. This should be the most recent one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the current congressional period. Hello, Mara, Barper Bite Bite. I have heard some people talking about how there has been a push for a, like, bipartisan, or rather, there's been a push to try and get KOSA, passed as part of, like, some larger, package deal. It is worth noting, though, I think the reporting on it is a little bit flawed. KOSA, unfortunately, is a bipartisan bill that is being pushed by both Republicans and Democrats. It is kind of a flawed rhetoric to act as though it was not bipartisan all along. The Democratic Party wants this. Not, to be clear, the general public does not. General sentiment and voters tend to agree that they do not want this, but it is considered bipartisan. It is not a one-party bill. From what I've heard, there's a push currently to try and pass the bill under as a package deal with some other legislation. And fuck state surveillance, obviously. It has kind of been in a standstill for several years. They've been trying to get COSA passed for a decade now. It is a threat, don't get me wrong. Every couple months, people talk about the current state of COSA and its threat and risk, and so I'm curious what specifically is getting people to talk about it currently. Because as things stand, not a whole lot is happening. This version of the bill has not had any action taken this year. It has been like 6 months since anything has happened here, and it looks like the last action was that it was forwarded by subcommittee to full committee. Okay. So it is awaiting a say by the subcommittee on commerce, manufacturing, and trade, looks like. I'm trying to figure out why specifically people are talking about it and it's getting more attention again. Because I haven't had the time or space to look into it. Let me take a look, see what people are saying about COSA recently on Blue Sky. There will be a motion on COSA and the Kids Act on Monday. Got it. So they're making a motion on it. But what is meant by that? Yeah, bipartisan deal for Kids Online Safety Act package. I'm just trying to figure out what's getting people talking about it. Got it. House of Energy and Commerce Committee reached a bipartisan deal for legislation to protect kids on the internet. Got it. Okay. So on Monday, the House Energy and Commerce Committee is going to likely vote to approve the package to be put out on the House floor, after which it will be put out onto the Senate floor and potentially pass. So just to be perfectly clear about what's happening here, when a bill is introduced, it is referred to committee. A committee will then amend the bill, vote on the bill. Once it passes committee, it goes to the general House floor. And if it passes the House, it gets passed over to the Senate, where it goes through the same process. It is a very, the reason that very few bills get passed is because they are forced every 2 years to start a new congressional session, and bills very frequently get caught in standstill. So, for example, this bill has spent the last 6 months in a standstill, before they finally kind of reached a deal here. Now, for full fucking clarity, I'm sure no one's surprised, we hate COSA. We hate government surveillance. The idea that we need to start ID verifying people's online activity and tracking their internet history for the sake of quote-unquote protecting kids is a bullshit idea. It does nothing to protect children. It does nothing to defend users. It does nothing to cut down on harm done to people. It is only a means of censoring your online activity and potentially tracking and endangering you. Fuck this shit. Who is kept in a standstill in the current committee, do we know? So, very frequently, bills will get passed to committee, and they'll just never fucking get voted on because there's too many bills coming in. A lot of the time, it's that these committees... Thank you so much, Skyjazzer, for the $10. It means the world. Very, very frequently, it's literally just that so many bills are getting introduced that it takes so long to get around to speaking on them, and they never end up even handing in a ruling. I'm kind of surprised after the initial standstill that we are seeing COSA come back. I have another website that I like to reference for this stuff. If I can find it. I want to see if there's any new information. Oh, I can't find it. Of GupTrack, I think that's the one. The $10 is to Rainbow Railroad. They're an organization that we are raising money for to help people get out of countries wherein their rights are in danger, particularly LGBT people. I'm briefly checking to see if there's been any update on this website regarding things. Here. Yeah. So there is still a relatively low bill, or relatively low chance of the bill actually being passed, given the number of times it has died at committee in previous congressional sessions. But the fact that they are passing it out of committee is really scary. So definitely be aware of this. Call your senators. That is one of the best things, unfortunately, that I can recommend in the situation, that you make some noise, call, make them know that this is not something that represents your desire. There are a lot of websites out there. Go to Stop COSA. Let me pull up Stop COSA real quick. That is the wrong... I typed the wrong thing. You can go to, very easily, to Stop COSA. This is the website. It is stopcosa.com, and you can... They will send out in your name a bunch of emails and whatnot, letting the people in power in your state know that you are opposing this this bill. It is one small way that you can make a difference in that regard. That unfortunately is really the most we can easily do in the current moment. I am still hopeful for the fact that this bill will probably not pass. Realistically, like, with how much it has been, how many times they've tried to propose this bill and it has died in the process, I am doubtful. But it is really scary that supposedly a bipartisan agreement has been formed on it. So definitely be aware. I'm honestly really fucking surprised that they're trying to actually pass it via committee. I am really, really surprised by that. That is scary. And that is honestly, like, the point where, if it passes committee, that is the point where we need to start being concerned. That said, best thing you can do right now if you live in the United States is to speak up. Stop COSA is a great resource. I just wanted to clarify what the current situation is. Because very often, there's, yeah. Thanks for the follow-up, or bite. Welcome on in Nick's Paradigm as well. I wanted to figure out exactly what the current situation is, because very often people will talk about this without an understanding of how the legislative system functions, but the fact that they are looking to pass it out of committee, definitely not good. If it does pass committee, that's when I personally start getting worried. Most bills, I think something like 95% of bills that are introduced die in committee. And you typically never actually find out that they died in committee until after the congressional session is over. If this passes committee, that's when we start getting worried. But best thing you can do right now is speak up. Resources like Stop COSA are here for that purpose. Stand up for your digital privacy, for the safety of everyone, and for freedom on the internet. Is the only reason the two-party system survives in the US is because of defeatism? No, it's literally just a mathematical function of the way our electoral system works. It is just a literal mathematical function of the way our electoral system works. I do think, unfortunately, it is also very heavily internalized within the American people. A lot of folks, when they become so used to something, they don't realize that an alternative can exist. When your whole life you're told this is how it works and whatnot, and you're only told the goods of a system, it's very easy to come to the conclusion that that's the only way it could be, and a lot of people just don't have the time, energy, resources, or education necessary to question or deconstruct these things. The two-party system survives because mathematically it is the only viable option within the American electoral system, and because in the eyes of so many people, there is no such thing as an alternative. And a lot of that has to do with undoing, or a lot of the fighting against that has to do with undoing decades of propaganda that, people have heavily bought into as a society. But now, welcome on in, Zalazuri. Hope you're doing well. Bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Just came back from dinner and you sound faster? Caffeine. My hot take is that government is bad and that we will never fix things within the electoral system. It functions best as a means of harm reduction, but that any actual change is going to have to occur outside of, electoral lines. We're not going to fix things by... How do I say? We're not going to fix things by voting. We're not going to fix things by voting. This is a system that requires direct action taken outside of the electoral system in order to see meaningful change, and fuck the very notion of states and borders and centralized governments. Show up to the polls because voting allows you to make things a little bit easier in your community and allows you the space to organize, but fuck the electoral system. We're not going to fix anything within it. Is it true in the US if you vote for a Republican or a third party in a blue district, your vote will be useless because of district stuff? So there are a lot of places that have been very heavily gerrymandered, which is what it's called. That is the process that's what it's called when they will essentially take the map of where people live, and they will draw the borders of voting districts in order to try and skew the vote in either direction. It is a very common practice, yes, within the United States. You see a lot of gerrymandered voting district setups. It is not necessarily the case everywhere. There's still a lot of surviving, blue holes throughout the US. But, we see this happening in Texas right now, wherein largely black communities have been very heavily, gerrymandered to a point wherein their votes are essentially useless. The electoral system is a very outdated institution which does not serve a purpose within modern society. It has not been necessary. It was necessary in an era wherein trying to, count up the vote of everyone in the to an accurate extent was impossible, but now that we have technology, it is no longer a necessary institution. It is a thing that people cling to because, one, it's very useful to people in power, and a lot of people can't imagine life without it. Keep telling people this isn't a left or right issue, such stuff to deprogram people like that. No, COSA is bipartisan. Even the mainstream Democratic Party is pushing for COSA. And the only reason it hasn't passed is because it's really hard to get anything through in the current, state of Congress. House of Reps is minimum one state? Yes. Yeah. Reading what Hannah has to say here, in my opinion, effectively, yes. See Zala mentioning first past the post. Itself wouldn't exist were we not being defeatist about it. We have every tool needed to overturn first person to post and the like, but anytime we get someone trying to raise his policy changes, everyone attacks them for being mathematically impossible under FPTP. I do think there is an amount of defeatism in the process, but also like how do I say this? I hate to say it, but I also think like we can't pretend that hardcore leftists are a majority within the country. And unfortunately, the majority of people vote on party lines and refuse to change. And that's an issue of like education and spreading our rhetoric and widening our base. And it's a big conversation. I think changing that system requires educating and making people a lot more aware of these issues in ways that a lot of people are unfortunately not willing to. And that is the big issue with trying to implement any kind of change as well through electoral systems. Or one of, rather. Like, of course, governments exist to perpetuate themselves, but I also think there's something to be said for the fact that, like, trying to convince people to create the kind of change we need to make, the general public, is going to be such a difficult problem when people are so heavily propagandized to. Deconstructing the system, I think, will require more radical action, and that radical action additionally serves to open minds. Hello, Monster Kicker! Bark, bark, bite, bite! I don't think it's actually impossible to build a third-party electoral movement in the US. I think insisting that it can never happen is a form of defeatism, far from the only way. Like, I don't know how many people y'all interact with outside of leftist circles or outside of the internet. But most people don't know what the words direct action even mean and shit like that. Like, a lot of people straight up do not realize that other options exist, and trying to perform that education, I think, is not going to occur without radical action. Like, I don't think changing the system within electoralism is going to work, but also, like, again, I'm an anarchist. I am an anarchist. I am an anarchist. Any solution which has a state is a solution that I will not stand for, or rather that I will not that I am not content with. And so my very ideology is one that, how do I say? My very ideology is one that, like, cannot be achieved through electoral systems. A state will never voluntarily dissolve itself. It is worth noting that, and that a fair bit of my rhetoric does come from that perspective. How do I say? Sorry, it is so hard to talk while doing these resets. Jesus Christ. I never said you were against radical action. I'm just saying that, like, we're never going to fix the system by relying on electoralism when so many people are so heavily propagandized to that they don't understand that other options exist. And trying to build that awareness, I believe, like, taking radical action is necessary to building that awareness. Well, thank you for making me scuff. Bark, my bite. I feel yucky not chewing with my whole mouth. Feel like my food is not chewed well enough. I'm sorry to hear that, Nix. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But hello, Monster Kicker. Comparing peppermints, which are lobbed in your general direction. God, I would love a peppermint right now. I'm a little bit under the weather, but doing my best. Bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Alright. Tend to avoid interacting with anyone right of social demographic because I lose my patience very quickly. Okay, but also, how do we change those people's minds without interacting with them, you know? I do think that's an interesting question to ask. How do we change the minds of people without, like, you know, engaging with them? Because we would need to in that scenario. Okay. I'm going to reset the game and see if this one has an Absol in it. Please, I'm begging. I'm begging and pleading. What's your main way of helping sore throat? Throat lozenges. I don't have a sore throat, though. I do not currently have a sore throat. Throat lozenges. Feeling that. Tea with honey. Talking to people is the best practice, sadly. It is unfortunately very, very fundamental and necessary to the process. Burp, bite, bite. Hello, thank you for the follow. Burp, bite, bite. One sec. Let me see what Ben Baum said. Can't start with trying to win the nation, which looks like new parties try to do. Left should look at winning places where they're the majority. Also very true, yes. While I do not believe that like the electoral system is ever going to, you know, create the kind of meaningful change that we do seek. Okay, we have it. We did it. Chat, I got it. While I do not believe we are going to create the change that we seek via electoral systems alone, it is absolutely worth acknowledging that, how do I say? It is absolutely worth acknowledging that there is difference that can be made on a smaller, more local level. I absolutely encourage people, especially leftists, to be aware of and get involved in in local politics if you can. There's a good chance, especially if you're in a smaller area, that there's someone near you who is running unopposed, and you can create a lot more difference there. Get involved in local leftist groups, even if they do not perfectly align with your ideology. I am involved in like my local DSA and a handful of other leftist groups and organizations, helping to organize and create change on a more local level. I've met local politicians who are running to try and create some amount of change, and while I don't always like a lot of their ideologies and opinions and movements, they are a hell of a lot better than the powers that, you know, do exist. And there is value in pushing for systems that are better. My alarm around me to drink some water. Start playing. Drink some water. Burp, bite, bite. Burp, bite, bite. Building an actual third party would take a lot of time and effort, but I do think if done competently would have more effect than trying to push progressives into the Democratic Party. However, electoral politics is not the thing that should be our main focus anyway. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, we need more radical action than electoralism can offer us. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But no, like, I absolutely encourage people to get involved on a more local level, because that is where you can affect more meaningful change. Sorry that I'm, like, not talking as coherently as I possibly can, by the way. Those resets were, one, really complicated, and two, the illness. Chad, I feel the illness creeping up on me. Hello, Eileen. Lovely to see you, Barbara Bite Bite. I'm so done with being sick. Chat, being sick sucks and I hate it. Alright, so we're in a small distortion right now. What all do we got? Where are the Absol? We did spawn with a shine. There it is! Chat, it's the last one I needed. It's the last one I needed for my collection. It's the last one I need. Please. I put too much work into this, please. Why do you hate me? Alright. Let's hope this doesn't backfire. Give me a second, chat. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. If this... Okay, wait. Please? Ah! I did it! Chat, that is every single shiny that I said I would catch during this event. I did it. That is every shiny that I said I was going to catch for this charity event in this month. We did it. Thank you for the bits. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Holy shit. Give me a second. Holy fuck. I did it. I did it, chat. I did it. It's been done. Goal complete, I guess. Oh. I need to get these Pokemon off my ass, please. Stop killing me, that'd be very nice. Please, there we go. They stopped killing me. I did it! There will also be an ad hitting soon. Bark bark, bite bite. Holy shit. Alright. Huh. Give me a second, I need a breather after that. Hello, Shy, how are you doing? Bark bark bite bite. Bark bark bite bite. I done it! I did it! That's every single shiny that I aimed to get during this event. I guess what we do now is, like, evolve the Pokemon that we still need to evolve and shit. Damn. We did it. Shinies collected. For time. Apologies that I had to completely take my eyes off stream there. Holy crap. I think the DSA and other progressives have gotten a lot of success with entryism over that second dish. Oh, absolutely, 100%. I do agree with that. Hello, Snazzy Azzy, Burp Bite Bite. Treat electoralism as the first accessible step, not the main activism. We did it. We did it, everybody. We fucking did it. Alright. 6 check-in, how the fought feeling? 4 hours you found your shinies. I'm gonna stay on a little bit longer. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it to 6 hours because I am starting to feel a lot of shit build up in my throat. And that's unpleasant, and I don't like it. I do need to make sure that I am well enough to record audio for a video tomorrow. So I'm gonna push a little bit longer and see what we can do. But don't push too hard, you're kicking ass today. Okay, but like, what if I push too hard anyway? What if I push too hard anyway? I love pushing myself too hard. I'm messed up and evil. Chat, did you know that I'm terrible and messed up and evil? Chat, what if I'm fucked up and evil? Have we considered this? Chat, I'm gonna steal Wonder's brand. Have we considered that I'm fucked up and evil? Have we considered that I'm the worst? Have we considered that I'm horrible? Fen A isn't taking care of himself. Listen, Fennel can try and stop me. She can fucking try to stop me. Fennel can try. Fennel, for those unaware, is my older sister. Adoptive older sister, essentially, basically, sorta, kinda. Weird found family bullshit, long story. Unlike Wonder, you're fucked up and evil and also have a gun. True! Chat, it's not plagiarism because I have a gun. Chat, I'm stealing Wonder's brand, I'm now fucked up and evil, but also I'm different because I have a gun. And a U-Haul! I also have a U-Haul. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Chat, I'm fucked up and evil, I'm stealing Wonder's brand, but it's okay because I'm different, actually, because I have a gun. Please stop killing me. Why do you want to kill me so badly? Alright. A little bit late to the convo because I had to do something whenever I talk to people who don't see themselves as leftists. Still have very leftist coded principles for propaganda. That is a thing that does happen frequently. But there's also a lot of, like, very... How do I say... There's a lot of people who haven't taken the time to deconstruct this stuff as well at all, you know? There's a lot of people who are who have heavily bought into the propaganda to an extent where they haven't taken the time to question these things. I remember Archivist talking about how this is a job, doesn't want people asking him to stop, and referencing that appropriately. Yeah, I do prefer people not tell me to rest, especially like when I'm displaying a lot of stress. It is worth noting though that I am sick right now, and I did say that I might end the stream at the 4-hour mark. So we're gonna run out this donut and see how I feel. But I do want to at least try to level up or evolve all of the shinies that I caught and haven't had a chance to do so yet. So we'll see. They hate communism but love communism? Yes. This is very common. But I also think it does overlook the number of people who, like, haven't thought about the fact that an alternative can exist, and that's a big thing to initiate. In any case, chat, I did it. I managed to catch every single Pokemon that I planned on catching during this event. Holy shit. That's really cool. We got all of our shinies. That's a win. Hey, Ken, that Fen sends young impressionable Ashen on Enfield Watch to have AE be responsible because he will feel bad about being a poor role model. How about I kill you with my teeth? I hate that that's a very accurate judge of my character. I did it! I honestly was not expecting to get every single shiny that I planned during this event, so that's really cool. My mom brought all the way. She's over 50, still renting, but every time I bring up how I think we should abolish landlords, she still has a chance to be one, that's why we shouldn't. Mm-hmm. There's so many... I almost feel empathy for or rather, it makes me very sad, I think is what I'm trying to say. The number of people whose argument for why we shouldn't tax the rich or we shouldn't do away with landlords or whatnot is the belief that they could somehow still luck their way into that position, especially older people who have had every chance in the world but are still living paycheck to paycheck. Like, surely after, you know, 4 decades of struggling to get by, you would realize that you are not going to luck your way, or rather, you would realize that getting ahead is a matter of luck. Surely. How do I say this? And I say this as someone who has been lucky. I was homeless a year and a half ago. And it was largely thanks to the support of my audience and some extremely lucky circumstance that I managed to claw my way out of that situation. I am alive because I was lucky. Most people don't get to be. Hello, Pyro, Barber, bye-bye. Most people don't get that opportunity. I'm by no means rich, but God, I have more in savings than a lot of my friends, and I admit I cling on to those savings because, like, the fear and trauma of being homeless has me terrified that it will someday happen again. Homelessness trauma is real, but I feel kind of bad for the number of people who hold on to so many of the pieces of propaganda we are fed because they believe that maybe someday they will have that level of success. Chat, you're never going to be a billionaire. Let alone a fucking trillionaire. Parents still have that southern mindset of you can just work hard enough and make things work without realizing how rigged against me the system really is. Oh, absolutely. And I hate that whole idea even more as someone who managed to make it happen. I hate the whole adage of if you just work hard enough and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, then, you know, you won't struggle. I hate it particularly because I made it happen. Because I spent a year and a half working 60 hours a week, and now I have savings and managed to fight my way tooth and nail out of homelessness. The vast majority of people will never be that lucky. Hello, Jelly Bucket. How are you doing tonight? Bumper bye bye. We're currently shiny hunting while raising money for Rainbow Railroad. We actually already got all of our targets for the, like, month-long event. So we're just running out this donut, and then we're gonna try to evolve some of these mods. But we're having a good time. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we fucking love Rainbow Railroad. It's really amazing work. Also, shout out to the Shinies for a good team. We are a charity group that I helped found at earlier this year, back in late February. And I'm really, really proud of the work we've done so far already. And I hope it's the start of a lot of really cool drives for good causes in the future. but honestly considering contacting themselves due to recent events. So fair, it is worth noting that Rainbow Railroad does not relocate people who are in the U.S. They are primarily focused on helping LGBT people who are in countries where like they are at risk of being essentially thrown into concentration camps and the like. But there are a lot of organizations that do work with people in the U.S. Oh, chat. Okay. So I do need to figure out once I release this next video what my video after that is gonna be. What if I made that the "You Can't Outrun Fascism" video? What if that's when I made the "You Can't Outrun Fascism" video? I could do that. Trying not to talk with them about it anymore. It's not that simple. Worked 50 hours weeks, bouncing on 2 jobs, could barely do rent for them, and they're just like, can't you start eating ramen for a little while? Not realizing that if I get to that point, odds are I'm not eating anything but ramen for that year. I have had a video in my backlog for a long time, titled "You Can't Outrun Fascism," talking about like the culture in a lot of spaces, wherein people's response to hardship and struggle is, you know, leaving, and in doing so, there's this idea I think that a lot of people hold on to, that if they just move out of, you know, the United States or what it may be, they can save themselves from a lot of this fascism and hardship. But unfortunately, fascism is a thing that will continue to fester and spread, so long as it continues to exist, and it needs to be shut down and fought back again on its home front to make a difference. Otherwise, you buy yourself a few years, maybe a decade if you're lucky, but fascism will rear its ugly head, and you can't escape this. It also leaves behind a lot of people who do not have the option of escape. A lot of disabled people, a lot of folks who are even more vulnerable. Do you think you're ever going to post the Guide to Protest video? So if I do, I'm actually kind of reframing and renaming it. I do want to eventually finish it. I had to drop, so for those who are unfamiliar, who are newer around here, for a good bit of last year, for about 6 months, I was working on a video called A VTuber's Guide to Protests, and it was about digital activism, about how we can levy digital activism in more meaningful directions, and about what it means to like create change through our online spaces. And I eventually had to drop the video because it was so bad for my mental health. Because very often it felt like it was a attack on myself and my own action. It left me feeling like the things I do in this space are meaningless, and ultimately as someone who like, 1, loves content creation, and 2, needs to do this to live, I had to put it down. I do eventually want to pick it back up, but I have a sense it's going to be a very difficult and painful video for me to work on. I'm not sure on the when for that one, but eventually. It'll be turning more into just an overview of digital activism. I don't think I'm going to call it a VTuber's Guide to Protest, but I have thoughts. I've actually been writing a story about the concept about the "You Can't Outrun Fascism" shit. It is a thing to think about. It's a video I also want to eventually make. From like, and a lot of folks still think moving to Canada will save them. Like, no, it won't. Unfortunately, Canada has its own wave of right-wing extremism spreading, and also a lot of transphobia, and is not the progressive haven a lot of people seem to think. And this is not me telling people that it is hopeless, but that, like, fighting back against fascism means organizing in your local communities. It means getting involved where you are. I don't think we've had any more shinies spawn. I'm not sure if we're gonna manage to get any more shinies on this donut, but hey, I'll try. We're up at the halfway point of it. Speaking of videos, hope this isn't prying, but how's the horse girl video going? I have not worked on that video in 2 years. Have not touched the script in 2 years. It is, like, how do I say? That one has been shelved until I feel ready for it. Oh, make sure you get some Brad's Pokemon Luna. Still have a bunch of bracelets and rings to make. No worries, no worries. Do what you gotta do. That reminds me that I need to mail a merch order soon. Was wondering if aggro and or Epona gave inspiration. Not really. I wouldn't say so. Primarily because neither of them exist in media that is angled towards girls. And it is primarily a video about, like, the depiction, the relationship between horse girlhood and queerness. And so, like, those would not be the pieces of media wherein a lot of, like, horse girls were deriving their gendered experiences. Maybe I'll find a way to rope them in there, but, like, it's honestly my primary, like, inspiration and source in the video is Barbie Horse Adventures. Riding camp specifically. After watching your stream while I make bracelets out of self-made focus, hell yeah! I'm glad for it. I do enjoy co-working spaces. I do art on here pretty regularly, and I want to start bringing DIY streams into the rotation more often because I find them very fun. It's really chill to, like, sit here working on a DIY project while I yap. I can't wait until I'm no longer sick, you know? My yapping will be so improved. I think I'm gonna do a round and, like, explore and see if there's any Chinese around. Oh! Well, we got another one. Well, shit. Didn't need another Eevee, but I guess I have one now. Please leave me alone. Please, please, please. I have like 10 shiny Eevees now. What am I gonna do with my 10 shiny Eevees? He's current voice sounds like he's going through reverse puberty. I'm gonna be so mad if I wake up tomorrow and my voice still sounds like this and I have to record the voiceover for my next video like this. I'm gonna be so mad. That's gonna suck. You have an army of Eevees? I have too many. Drink so much tea. Real. I'm gonna drown myself in tea. A fine addition to my collection. I'm not kidding, by the way. I'm not joking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is in my party, and then 10. I have 10 shiny Eevees. Too many. I have so many duplicate shinies. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with them. I might at some point, like, I don't know, find, like next Shinies for Good event, do a giveaway where people can take one of my dupes or something. I'll have to look into that. So these are my shiny boxes. Yeah, these necklace sack are all shinies, I think. Wait, are they? These might, oh, wait, are these? These might not be shiny. These are not shiny, I fucked up. I fucked up. These 3 are not shiny. One sec. There we go, fixed. Alright. When you have so many shinies you can't tell anymore, yeah. Sometimes I forget which ones are shiny and which ones aren't. I have too many of them. Many shiny haver. Chat? Guy who has so many shinies. Guy who has too many shiny Pokemon. No, I might like give away a few as donation incentives. Next like shinies for good event. Something like, hey, send in, you know, fucking $10 and I'll trade you a dupe of your choice. That'd be cute, I think. That'd be cute. Big shiny enjoyer. Welcome on in, Nitro Dynamite. How are you doing? Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Maybe go against some things where you can't sell in-game stuff. Okay, but I'm not selling it. It's a donation incentive for a charity. I'll have to look to see if Twitch has any particular rules about that, but like, and I am in the Twitch partner Discord, so I can ask like Twitch staff directly. I am a Twitch partner. Teehee. But I could talk to them and see how they feel about like that as a donation incentive. Because it's not like the money is going to me, it would be going to a charity. There are some rules about things like that on Twitch, of course, but I don't know if there's any particular rule against, like, you know, I'll give you something in-game if you donate to this charity. If the Pokemon Company cares, in that case, I don't think I give a shit. Alright. What did Drakensword say? One sec. My oversized thrift store shirt with a golden starry pattern of a kitty sitting on the moon got complimented twice a day. Hell yeah, happy for you. That's so cute. Chat, there is like there are very few feelings as cool as getting complimented in public. Teehee. Getting complimented in public is a very, very nice and affirming experience. Heavily recommend. I don't think I'm getting another shiny on this donut, chat. I don't think it's gonna happen. Alright. Chat, I'm kind of starting to lose hope on this donut, but to be fair, I got the shiny I was after, so like, I guess it doesn't matter that much. The wielder of the bearded dragon at the local trans cafe was one of the ones who complimented it. Nice. That's so sweet. I love that. Hey, happy for you, genuinely. We love to see folks winning. Big fan of seeing people in my community win, chat. So happy when people would misgender me before I came out since I have long hair. Real and valid. Absolutely. If I can be honest, like, one of the things I do miss about, like, pre-transition is having longer hair. I wish that I could, like, rock longer hair and still get read as, more mask-leaning. It is unfortunate that, like, hair length is one of those so heavily gendered traits, and I think we need to destroy the concept of gender, chat. Hot take. Hot take, gender abolition and anarchy for all. I miss being able to, like, have long hair. It was quite nice. I used to have very, very long, like, ginger curls. It was quite nice. For the gender. Chat, why are we consuming gender? That's a new one. Don't know how I feel about this new, genre we're engaging in here. Fuck. Go for a garage band hairstyle? Perhaps, but like, it's worth noting again, I've got like very curly ginger hair. Loose curls, but still curly regardless. And with how thick it is, it does get very frequently red as femme already, you know, even while being short. Got the longest hair in my life and it doesn't help. I'm so sorry. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Sad bark, bark, bite, bite. Chat, sad barking. I used to get misgendered every time I was wearing a mask. Recently cut off my mullet in the summer. Now I get misgendered less. Yeah, unfortunately, hairstyle is such a big part of it. I already have, like, some fluffy-ass punk haircut, you know? I got a rat tail. I got fucking fluffy ginger curls. Alas, alas, alas. Alright, chat. That was that for that donut. I suppose what we have now, we need to evolve all of the mons that we acquired, and we need to, how do I say, yeah, main thing we gotta do is evolve all the mons that we acquired. So I think we're gonna get the Sylveon first, because he's probably gonna be a bit hard. I don't know if his happiness is up yet. We can test and find out. Hey buddy, do you like me? How, okay. Does anyone recall how specifically I evolve, Sylveon in this game? How do I make it like me? How do I make it like me enough that it will evolve? I need to up that friendship. I've been carrying it around with me for a while, and that apparently has not worked. How do I force you to love me? Because I'm pretty sure it's just affection and friendship in this game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Legends ZA Sylveon. Must have a high friendship, no, at least one fairy type move. Okay, so it's just friendship and fairy. Got it. Cool. Oh, so in all games after Gen 6, they just switched it to being friendship because the fucking system for affection stopped existing. The affection system does not exist post the how do I say, post the Gen 6 games, so it is just friendship in all of the more modern games. My knowledge comes from Gen 6. Yeah, unfortunately, that system was exclusive to Gen 6. It does not exist in any other generation. And let me also just quickly shift your attacks. There we go. Do I have to bring it? Oh, bringing it to a cafe does increase friendship, so we can just go hang out at a cafe, and that will increase friendship. What's a good cafe to stop by? It really does not matter. Sure. We'll go to the cafe. What games are in each gen? Gen 1 is red, blue, yellow, at least in the United States. They had green in not the United States. There was Gen 2, gold, silver. Gen 3 had emerald, ruby, sapphire, as well as fire red, leaf green. Gen 4 was diamond, pearl, platinum, as well as heart gold and soul silver. Gen 5 was black and white, and then black and white 1 and 2. Rather, black and white 2. Black 2, white 2. Oh my god, talking is hard. Chat, he's sick. He's sick. Be patient. 5 is XY, which I apologize. XY is where the affection was. We don't know. Sorry. XY is Gen 6. Oh my god, chat, maybe I shouldn't be live. I'm fucking sick right now. X and Y is 6. That's the only generation wherein the affection mechanic exists. It does not exist in any other generation. Sun and Moon is 7. 8 is Sword and Shield. 9 was Scarlet Violet, and then 10 is going to be Wind Waves. Oh my god. Sick health, radical politics, you're so right. Can I just, like, get coffee over and over again and have that count? I misspoke. I'm doing my best, okay? I'm doing my best. I recognize that I misspoke. Speaking is hard, and I have been very sick for the last week, so I'm genuinely just trying my hardest. Does this increase? I'm pretty sure this increases friendship. Okay, yeah. If we do this like 4 times in a row, we should be good. Cool. Nah, the illness is hell. Appreciate your local pops. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Does the merch site auto-localize monies or is it in USD? I don't know. I run it through Fourth Wall. It depends on whether or not Fourth Wall does it. What are you sick of? I don't know. No clue. Don't know where the sick came from. Do you have other evolutions? I have enough EVs to have one of every evolution and have 2 EVs left over. Yeah, I do think you can customize the currency that it displays as, but I don't know. It is worth noting that if you order internationally, there's a couple of the merch items that I ship myself from my P.O. box, and so you may have to wait a little bit. Customs can be a bitch, and it can get a little bit expensive. Chat, shiny Sylveon acquired. Alright, so we have shiny Sylveon was our blue. We have Salamence was our green. Actually, these both need to be moved down 1. Shiny Salamence was our green. Absol was our orange. I think Phantom was supposed to be our red, right? Phantom was our red because he has some part of his body that's red. Lucario is our yellow. And then we just need to evolve one of our Gumi. And then we did it. That's not what I wanted. Satchel. Oh shit, thank you so much, Reki, for the raid! Welcome on in, how's everyone doing tonight? Hi, bark bark bite bite! Hello everybody, what are y'all up to? How goes it? Hi folks, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues on twitch.tv. I'm an anarchist, a bastard. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. It's so lovely to see you. I'm currently a little bit sick, a little bit under the weather, but hey, we're doing the best we can. We are shiny hunting in Pokemon Legends ZA while raising money for Rainbow Railroad. They're a wonderful organization that helps to get people who are in countries wherein their rights are under attack, particularly LGBT people, into safer places. It's so lovely to see you. Hi, how goes it? Welcome on in, everybody. Reki, how was your stream? What were you up to? Hi, I'm waving at you as rapidly as I can, but I don't have fucking hand tracking. Hi. Hi. Hope you're doing well. Wanted to raid you for charity. It means so much. Played Deadly Premonition. I hope you enjoyed. Like I said, little bit under the weather. Voice is very strained right now, but it's lovely to see y'all. And also, I feel like y'all might appreciate this. Chat. 3 days from today is my 1 year on HRT anniversary. June 30th, I celebrate 1 year on HRT. Knew that name sounded familiar. Just the video sweet video with Cat. Indeed, yeah, Cat's a good friend of mine. Absolutely adore Cat. Hope y'all enjoyed. I'm a loud punk bastard. Again, I talk about a lot of queer and leftist issues. I also do video essays over on YouTube. You can find me talking about things like, you know, fucking gender theory and leftist politics and anarchism and how much I fucking hate generative AI. I yap here constantly. That's my main deal. I'm usually a little bit more put together and coherent than I am currently, but the illness, chat, the illness is taking me. I hate being sick. It's horrible. Thank you so much for the follows, though, folks. I appreciate the hell of y'all. Let me say hi to everybody. Also, everyone on my end, make sure you give some love to Reki. Absolutely incredible friend of the channel. I promise I will respond to your DM eventually. I did not expect to be as sick as I've been. I've been struggling. But it's wonderful to see you. I want to chat with you more. You're really cool. Welcome on in to the 13 stages of Bingus, to Jazz Nocturne, to Jesse Dragonfly, to Meta Knight, to Gal Pal Shale. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's lovely to see everyone. Welcome on into Alien Named Lilith. Rah. You can call me Terry. Noted. I appreciate it, Terry. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Why are you streaming if you're sick? This is half of my income. One, I love streaming. It's a big part of my life. It makes me incredibly happy. It's very fulfilling. It is literally my art. Like, I can't live without this shit. Two, this is half my income. Kind of hard to take breaks when I'm financially reliant on it. Being so dead ass. But thank you everyone for the supports. It means the world. Like I said, I promise I'm usually a bit more put together than this. But we actually just finished out all of the shinies that we planned to grab for this event, which is really cool. Doing the last couple of evolutions that we need in order to call this collection complete. Good shit happening in the archive tonight. Rah. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, please take care of yourselves first and foremost. It is a wonder to have you, as for always. Yeah! One sec, so the goal that I had for this event, I picked a bunch of shinies that were like, you know, a whole rainbow of colors. Oh shit, with Gumi, I have to do it when it's raining, don't I? Gumi has to be when it's raining. Are there any other requirements or is it just while raining? I guess I'm bench resetting until it fucking rains. But no, shiny, very cute. Shiny, so cute. Hey, of course, Araya, you take care. Bye. I love making loud, queer, transgressive art. It is an honor and a joy to me to be able to like make art that inspires people and that pushes people to think about the world. I love it so much. Just while raining, okay, yeah. Love the trainer's hair. I also agree. God, I think the character designs in this game are so good. Hey, Becky, did you know that you're really cool and I want to talk to you more? Did you know that I think you're cool and I want to chat with you? I'm so bad at answering my DMs and I've been so sick. Oh, wait. Wait. Chat. It's time. Reki cool, agreed. Reki cool. Chat, big part of the Reki is cool club. Do we think the trainer slips underneath the anti-homeless armrest on the bench in order to sleep? I've tried to nap on anti-homeless benches before. It's hard, but not that hard, you know? You can do it. I've been homeless before, chat. Fun AE facts. I used to be homeless. Alright, there we go. We've run away from the threat. Beautiful. You've inspired me to go out more and embrace my old punk self. Hey, it is an honor. I am so glad that I can push people to like better their lives in any capacity. Chat. This was my rainbow of shinies. We did it. They don't really look like a rainbow. We're just gonna pretend. Chat, it's definitely a rainbow. Hello, Empress Hold VT. Lovely to see you. Chat, this is a rainbow. I've decided that this is the rainbow now. This is our new pride flag, this bottom row here. At 100% absolutely, these Pokemon together make up a rainbow. Totally. New pride flag just dropped. Hello, Old Man Windbreaker. Hello, Empress Hold VT as well. Hi, I'm a little bit sick, a little under the weather, but hey, we're doing our best. My throat hates me. Want to know some fun facts? Always. Chat, happy Pride Month. Happy fucking Pride Month. Happy 1 year in HRT to me. Did you know that I'm proud of you for continuing to fight and exist? Did you know that continuing to exist as a queer person in the modern United States is a beautiful act of resistance and transgression, and that I am so proud of you for continuing to fight every day? I hope you know that I'm proud of you. And I hope you know that you deserve the world. And I hope that you're proud of yourself. Trans life is scary and messy and complicated. And I'm so glad that you are here. Tell AE the rainbow looks good or Pup will bite you. Thank you, Natalie. Alright, so the question is what we do now, because I've gotten all of the shinies I said I was gonna get. And I usually stream for a minimum of 6 hours, you know? We could pick another shiny to try to go for. We could try to find like one more shiny to agree on and go after, but I don't know if we'll be able to get it in like an hour and 15 minutes. We could also just do something else, or I could take a nap. Get some rest, you sick idiot. When have you ever heard of me resting? Hey, you've been around my channel before. When the fuck have I ever rested? That's not in my vocabulary. Have you seen what shiny Darumaka looks like? I think I have, yes. Might be time to try something new. We could. I do also have a lot of games in the rotation. A lot of options. As in resting? Never. Listen, I've tried resting before and I didn't like it. It was uncomfortable and made me feel bad, you know? Not a big fan of resting. Chat, please do as or rather, chat, please don't be like me. I'm not a good role model. You know, rest for the artists. Chat, I'm a terrible role model. Do not be like me. Hello, Nico. Barper bye. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. What do you think about a lot of modern punk music becoming over-sanitized? I'm gonna be honest, I haven't particularly noticed that, at least in the punk that I listen to. It is worth noting that I primarily listen to folk punk and ska punk. And folk punk in particular is about as grassroots indie recorded in your bedroom as punk gets. So I don't find that a lot of my music is sanitized. There is absolutely a trend of attempts to, how do I say, capitalize on like alt subcultures, and there has been for a long time. There's been this growing trend of companies trying to step into the alt community and market to us, to try to take advantage of us, to sell things to us rather than giving, you know, rather than the focus our communities have historically had on DIY, making things ourselves, being homegrown. And I hate it. Fuck Hawk Topic. But, like, I haven't particularly noticed that a lot of the music I listen to is more sanitized. Speaking of punk, got tickets to a discharge gig. Hell fucking yeah, proud of you. Don't listen to them. He's the ideal of the tortured artist. Do not be like me, chat. Don't be like me. Bad idea. Alright. So, as far as options for what we do tonight, we could play in Stars in Time. or one of the other games that's currently on the rotation. Deltarune is also on the table, as well as Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. We could draw, but that would take me like 15 minutes to set up. We could just yap. Or I could even like pull up my DIY setup and I could set up my hand cam and we could DIY for a bit. We got options. We got options. What sounds like the vibe? What sounds like the energy, chat? That, or we could just pick another shiny target and try to go after another shiny. Let me see if I've got any donuts right now. We do have a Sparkling Power Steel, so we could find a Steel-type Pokemon that we want to hunt and go after it. Do I have any Steel-type Distortions up? We'd probably have to wait for a Hyperspace Distortion that is Steel-type, though. Watch Grass Grow stream. DIY art, yeah, but it seems like people want to DIY. Chat, we can DIY for a little bit. I'm good for it. If y'all give me a few seconds to deconstruct the Switch setup, we could do that. We could do that. If pizza's safe for your stomach, what are your favorite toppings? Sausage and mushroom. Alright, sounds like, chat, people want to DIY a bit. So, I suppose this is the end of our run with the Shinies for Good Pride Month Sparktacle. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for everyone helping us raise money for Rainbow Railroad. Thank you so much for the Shinies for Good team for continuing to have me. It is always a pleasure to get to work alongside this group. And I'm looking forward to the next event we do. Let me get us set up for a little bit of DIY action. Alright? Let me get some music going in the background in the meantime. Alright. What if we did a self-care week Enfield style? How do I do that? What would that look like? Interview Boozle. Boozle's mad at me right now. For those who are unaware, Boozle is my roommate's cat. Boozle's mad at me. Alright, alright. Give me a second to deconstruct things. Switch is turned off, getting the second monitor out of the way. My laptop needs to move to the other side of my desk for a little bit. Alright, alright. I'll get this set up real quick. A has the audacity to get sick and not be around Boozle. Yeah, so Boozle's my roommate's cat, and he's been very mad at me for the fact that I've, like, been staying in my room and have been interacting with him. He loves to be in my room in the mornings, and he gets so upset if I don't open my door for him to come into my room at, like, 7 a.m. But I've been sick, and I've been trying to not get the people I live with sick. And unfortunately, chat, you can't exactly Lysol a cat. So while I'm not gonna get him sick, he could potentially be a vector for getting other people sick. He is very upset with me for not giving him enough attention. Alright. I have my patch pants, and then I need my webcam. Where the fuck is my other webcam? Where did I put it? There it is. Beautiful. Alright. Plug this bastard in. Thank you so much for the gift subs! Thank you so much, it means the world, Theseus. What the fuck? I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy! What did I do? Chat, I'm just a dog. I'm just a dog on the internet. What do you mean? Alright, alright. Getting my tax refund in soon. What the fuck? Chad, imagine getting a tax refund. I am never going to see a tax refund in my life, unfortunately. Alright. Oh, don't do that. That's unfortunate. 1 second. This is too real right now. Missed tax refunds. Unfortunately, for me, it's because I'm a content creator. So I make about half of my income doing this. How do I say? I can't get a tax refund because I just make too much money doing this. It's unfortunate. As you become somewhat successful as a creator on the internet, and you start making too much money, you lose things like tax refunds. That's not what I wanted. Alright. Can I now get this? I think if I go over to this screen? Nope, not what I wanted. Please? I think this is the scene where I have it set up. Is it not? One second. I haven't done this in a hot minute. I did it. Chat. Welcome, everybody, to my silly little DIY corner. Let me get things orientated all nicely. What I have here is a pair of patch pants. A big thing in the punk community is putting patches on your clothing. This can be jackets, this can be pants, and it is part of how you kind of express yourself as a punk. It is part of the wider culture that is punkness. To be clear, you don't have to do this to be punk. It is not a necessary element of existing in the punk scene, but I enjoy it. Can a mosh pit happen with other types of music? I have moshed and two-stepped to some really interesting music. You can two-step to anything. I want to someday do like a joke video about how you can two-step to anything and like find some anime song or something. Alright. Please? And just chatting. Perfect. Hey, laptop, are you good? There we are. You better be okay. You better not be dying on me. Would battle jackets with band patches be punk? Then yeah. No, battle jackets are like how do I say? So battle jackets are a thing in both the metal scene and in the punk scene, but I have a battle jacket. Yeah, absolutely. That is a big piece of punk culture. You can do it in ways that aren't necessarily punk, and you can also, like, you know, be punk without it, but that is absolutely a thing that's very commonplace within punk culture. There we go. Do you have nicotine patches too, or are you a fake patch fan? What if I that's really funny, but also the one drug I don't do is nicotine. That's not true. There's other drugs I don't do. I refuse to do nicotine, like, actually. But yeah, no, battle jackets are a thing in the punk scene. This here is a patch that I want to sew onto this back pocket here. For a picture of like what this pair of pants currently looks like, I have on the front here, this is a self-made patch. This is a patch for Confession Kids. They're a Florida-based folk punk band. Another Florida-based folk punk band. This says Steal From Your Boss, but the band that I got this from is X Dirty Fingers. Really amazing local band, someone who's really helped me out. I also have, down towards the bottom here, Remember You Will Die and Stop the US War Machine. I have dozens of patches that I need to eventually sew onto this thing, but we're making some progress. Starting with on this back pocket here, this Trans Anarchist patch. Teehee. It seems very fitting to do this also like right after or right before my 1 year and HRT anniversary, because chat, I put the first patch on these pants as one of the ways that I celebrated starting HRT in the first place. There's something very nice about that, I think. Would die before ever doing nicotine. I hate that my parents do it. Yeah, nicotine is one of those drugs that I kind of just refuse to touch. I don't do a whole lot of drugs in general, but I don't want to touch nicotine. It's a cool thing you can turn into a yearly tradition. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, I want to eventually finish these pants, but I could put a new trans-related patch on them every year. That'd be cute. All right. Trying to get this centered in a position that I like. I think I want to bring it down a little bit. Imagine if a kid runs to AE like, Mr. Archivist, I stole them from my dad's boss. Produces confidential merger documents from their backpack. I'd be concerned. Alright. This is cute. This patch, by the way, was given to me by a good friend of mine, the first time we ever met. If you've ever heard me reference, a Punk Dog Friend, this was given to me by Punk Dog Friend. They are, someone who I've known for a little over a year and who's very, very meaningful to me. And who I miss dearly, and who I hope is doing well, and who I need to text. Chat, a lot of adult friendships, I hate to say it, are like situations wherein you don't speak for 4 months. I hate how often in adult friendships, just due to the circumstance and how busy everyone is, you like barely speak to your friends. It's genuinely saddening. And I'm realizing that I don't have scissors. Where the fuck are my scissors? Where are my scissors? Obligatory fuck capitalism there? Yeah, no. I hate how often in adult friendships you just like won't talk to your friends for months on end. And that's just normal. Like, it's nice being able to have relationships wherein there isn't the pressure to engage constantly. I do appreciate that. But God, we really just live in a world where, like, it's normal to not have the time or energy to talk to the, you know, people you care about for weeks on end. My longest running friend gets a conversation, like, once a month if we're lucky. Yeah, that sounds about right. I kinda hate it. I want desperately to have more time and energy to dedicate to my friends. I love my friends. They're so important to me. I wish I could dedicate so much of myself to my friends. Job forced us on opposite schedules and it sucks. It's tale as old as time. Those relationships are great. Got a solid friend who I get to see once a year. Generally one of the healthiest supports relationships. Hell fucking yeah. This particular friend is someone who I will see about like once every 3 months. We'll end up like usually at the same art festival. I miss them. But they gave me this patch the first time we met. They passed by me, and then they thought I looked cool, so when we ran into each other again, they handed me this, and then we became very fast friends. And it was one of those explosive friendships where, like, we were inseparable for a couple weeks and then chilled out. This also coincided with when I got FBI investigated. It brings me nothing but sadness how little time I have for the people I love. Want to show them every bit of love because I want them to know me. Makes me really sad. Can't do that. Like, simultaneously, there is a comfort in having relationships wherein there isn't a pressure to be there constantly, and wherein some amount of distance and time away is okay. There's reassurance in that. But at the same time, God, I wish it wasn't because we were busy and overwhelmed all the time. I wish it wasn't because capitalism forces us into isolation. Oh yeah, I got FBI investigated last year. Fun fact for the newer folks around here. Also, ad will be hitting any second now, I'm so sorry. But I got FBI investigated last year. Not for anything I did, mind you. But that's a thing that happened to me. Sorry, I need to drop that every now and then just because it's really fucking funny. Yeah, so last year I got FBI investigated. It would have been a little over a year ago now, June 2nd of 2025, when the FBI showed up at my door and forced me into an in-person interrogation wherein I was interrogated as a potential domestic terror threat. Why? For the crime of being a moderately successful trans creator on the internet. Randomly dropping I was framed for terrorism and investigated by the FBI casually. Yes, real thing that happened to me. Like, none of this is a joke or a bit. I had some transphobes and bad actors harassing me for a period of about 5 months before they kind of got bored and decided to ramp up the action, so they impersonated me online and ended up initiating an FBI investigation into me as a potential domestic terror threat, which, you know, not very fun. Will say, one of the worst experiences I've had in my life. Not a fan of the FBI, not a fan of cops, ACAB. Very loud ACAB. But you know, gotta just throw that lore drop out there every now and then. Back from Mad, welcome back. But yeah, the short of it is that last year, June 2nd, I got a call from the FBI. This was following about 5 months of doxing and harassment from transphobic actors who eventually, after getting bored, ramped up the action and decided that their next move was to impersonate me online and get me framed for terrorism. I live a life. Chat, I live a very eventful life. It's just kind of a thing that happened at this point. Oh my god, why is it so hard to get this thread through here? There we go. Also, they were a panelist at a VOR. I was not a panelist at a VOR convention. I was a panelist on a convention about starting a cult at a furry convention. Or I was a panelist on a panel about starting a cult at a furry convention that also happened to have a VOR-themed panel also happen. I did attend the VOR panel, though. I did attend the VOR panel. That's worse? What do you mean that's worse? It was a joke panel based off of the game, Cult of the Lamb. You know? I got to act and, like, play as a dissenter. It was really fun. I also was extremely drunk. At the time, the drunkest I had ever been. Alright. Please. There we go. Very stubborn thread. God, the fabric's being very stubborn today. I don't think the fabric would be much thicker with the pockets. It could be, though. I haven't actually looked to see, like, what the fabric of the pockets here is made out of. What do I know? I'm just a guy. Alright. What are we doing, people? Hello, Plague the Bird. Lovely to see you. We're currently sewing a new patch onto my, my pants here as we decompress after doing some shiny hunting. Because we got all of our targets. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's DIY time. Alright. I'm also changing my stitching strategy a little bit here, like, midway through, because fuck it, you can't stop me. But yeah, I intentionally do my stitches in this kind of like messy style just because I think it gives a lot of spirit to the clothes. Looks awesome. Need to do it with my cargo pants. Do it. I love sewing patches onto my clothing. It's very punk. I love the DIY. The one issue is that I can make them very hard to wash. Anything you put patches on it is that you put patches on is gonna need to be hand washed. Huh? How'd you get into punk? I have been punk for a decade. You know, on that subject, because I think my playlist just ended anyway, I might as well put on some cool music. I've been punk for a decade. For me, I started out as an emo kid, and then back in 2016, I discovered folk punk. It started with the band Days and Days, and initially it was a lot of the very like self-destructive, life sucks, people are terrible kind of, you know, energy. But as I spent more time in the scenes, I became more aware of the politics, and as I engage with more music, I found a lot of the love and political elements of punk. I found punk as hope, punk as a fight for change, punk as, you know, leftist action, and I absolutely fell in love with it. There's been no going back since. Punk has become a really, really core part of who I am, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. It's so important to me. Let me throw... Let's see. Hopefully I set that up correctly. There we are. The patch you sell is washer safe. So it is... How do I say this? It's made with screen printing ink, and it has been heat fixed, so it should hold up in the wash, but I still recommend hand washing things if you can, and if you are going to machine wash, to do so on a gentle cycle. I've done everything I can to, like, save it to be safe for the wash, but there's only so much you can do, you know? Do, do, do. Yeah, the red thread is just paint. But yeah, the logo patches are all heat fixed, so they should be able to handle the wash, but I would still recommend hand washing if you can, and if not, washing on a gentle cycle. I need to actually get a hold of a clothes iron so that I can heat fix the new batch that I'm going to be printing in July, because we actually recently sold out of the first ever print of or run of the logo patches that I made last year. There were, I think, 27 in total that I printed, and every single one has now sold, which is pretty cool. So, you know, batch 2 coming soon. All right. Okay. If this tour doesn't kill you... I just realized I left clay uncovered yesterday. It's 5 in the morning. I would probably cover that clay. It's probably dried. Alright, please, 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 please. Thread, be nice to me. There we go. I'm gonna do my first X here, I think. We do this. This, by the way, really good local artist my roommate is friends with. Thank you for the follow, Inked Dagger. Barker bye bye. This is Sticky Steve. Really, really cool local musician. My roommate's friends with them. And they might be playing a birthday show for me at some point. That's gonna be pretty cool if that happens. You know? We're working on trying to get that planned. I'm very excited to decide what I'm gonna do with those. Hell yeah. I might even hand deliver them if I can. Teehee. Alright. Not my boyfriend hinting to me that he might also be a femboy too. I mean, hey, live your best life. Nothing wrong with experimenting with gender presentation. I also hope folks know that like you are allowed to have your gender expression be something that you play around with and that is contextual to a given moment or environment. You know? Like, you can decide one day that you want to present one way and then do so differently the next. Gender expression is a fun little opt-in experience that you can take at your own pace. You know? Gender is your fucking playground. Have fun with it. Please, be nice to me. Be nice to me. What I'm trying to tell one of my friends, I hope they, it gets through them eventually. I know for me, the rhetoric that transness is this painful experience and this all or nothing force, like, those are things that slowed down my transition by a matter of years. And I am glad that we are living in a community wherein that rhetoric is a lot less present. When I talk about how, like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans and that HRT is not, necessary, not a necessary part of transition, and that, like, you are free to start and stop transition as you please. I end up with a lot of folks who, tell me that, like, that's not meaningful or useful, especially at a point in time wherein people's access to HRT is under threat. But I disagree. I grew up at a point in time where a lot of the mainstream rhetoric that existed in trans spaces was very, very exclusionary. I don't know how many of y'all were on, like, Trans Mask YouTube back in 2010, but that was a space wherein, like, people were constantly putting down non-binary people for not existing cleanly within gender, for not being trans enough. It was an era wherein trans medicalism was at a peak, and I am so glad we exist in an era where that is a much less common sentiment, but I still think there's work to be done in deconstructing these things. I hope those creators that believed that shit, like, got better. I haven't exactly kept up with them in the last few years. There's a lot of trans medicalism in the 2010s, yeah. I don't know if, like, the people who say that to me are people who, like, realized they were trans more recently and just were not there for, like, the trans medicalist era of, queer community, but it was a thing. It was really rough being non-binary. It was really, really scary being non-binary at that point in time. Alright. One of the reasons it took me so long to gender? Yeah, absolutely. For a lot of people, I'm sure. And I'm very glad that we're, again, seeing the breakdown and deconstruction of those ideas. Fuck that shit. Fuck the notion that there is a, like, correct or wrong way to be trans. One sec, I want to listen to this song. There we go. Alright. I'm honestly really excited to keep working on the script for my next video. I've hit a really nice flow state with it. And I'm really happy with how a lot of it is working out already. I think it's going to be a very, very good video if I can just get it done in time. Very, very excited for y'all to see, you know, this work come to life. I've been really enjoying working on videos lately, honestly. As intimidating as it can get, and I'm hoping this means that I'm, like, past the hard part. Oh, fuck. Please tell me I didn't just break anything. Ah, shit. Give me a second. Curious how often people gatekeep identity? Absolutely. I hate it, and I hope you all know this is not a fucking space where gatekeeping is allowed or appreciated. We don't fucking gatekeep identity. All trans people are valid to experience their transness in their own fucking ways. And I will accept no gatekeeping of the trans experience. I will accept no effort to try and insist that there is a right way to be trans. I am so sick of the notion that we as trans people have to perform gender correctly in order to be valid. I am so sick of the notion that our existence is a medical condition, a illness to be treated or cured. I am so sick of the notion that transness is something clean and easily categorizable and diagnosable. Fuck that shit. Hi, host. How are you doing? Barbara Bite Bite. It's been fun, but I think it's time to try and reclaim some sleep. Of course, you take care, Barbara Bite Bite. Yes, it is Draken's Horde. I absolutely love everybody's worried about Owen. Big inspiration of mine. Someone who I want to meet someday. So many of the artists I listen to, I'm like, God, I just want to meet this person and have a conversation with them about their approach to artistry. I think a lot of that comes from the fact that I consume a lot of art as an artist. And so it's difficult for me to like, consume any kind of media without going to, I'm an artist. And I must engage as an artist. Is informed consent a thing in the States? In some areas, yes. Not everywhere. And unfortunately, because, you know, we exist within a largely for-profit medical system, it is oftentimes of large concern, like, whether or not insurance companies will cover gender-affirming care. So even if you are in a state wherein, like, it is informed consent, if you don't have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, you may be denied coverage. And I can tell you firsthand, my medications with insurance, bear in mind, I'm on, like, 4 different meds, which is the one of the lower numbers I've been on in my life. I'm on, like, 4 different meds right now. My medications without insurance are currently somewhere around, how do I say, probably, no, I know how much they are. They're like $75 a month. It's like $75 a month. Without insurance, those same medications would be over $700 a month. I genuinely don't know what happens if I ever lose insurance because I will not be able to afford my medications. But no, like, if you don't have the proper diagnoses or paperwork or whatnot, insurance companies will deny your claims and deny coverage. And so for a lot of trans people, like, even if they exist in a state wherein there is informed consent, it introduces this element of, like, well, you now need to jump through hoops for your insurance company so they know that actually, yes, you need this. All right. In Canada, and the meds my doctor wants me on isn't covered by government insurance, so if I wanted, it's $350 a month. I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. $700 a month is insane. Yep. It's because I'm on, like, some really fucking fancy meds, though. It's an antipsychotic, a mood stabilizer, prescription stimulants, you know. Or the bullshit have you tried this first, even when the patient and doctor know it isn't going to do shit? Yeah. It's rough. It is so, so rough. Trying to get insurance to do anything in the US. Insurance should not even have a say in whether you need or don't. US is baffling in that way. Oh, absolutely. Fuck the insurance company. Fuck the notion of like for-profit medical care. It is a deeply broken system in so many ways, and I have nothing but frustration. That's not to mention just like, you know, convincing a doctor to give you HRT in the first place, which is easier in some places than others. I start to feel the gravity pulling me to hell. For anybody, and I don't have to try and make sure I make everybody happy. Here's to all the times I've cried and cried and cried. Guys, you haven't seen it yet, but I did, so I'm going to spoil the rest of the stream that hasn't happened yet. A's going to say it's fopsing time, and then fops all over the place. Chat, it's fopsing time! Whatever the fuck that means. Is there a reason for the X and the stitches? It's just because I think it looks cool. I just think it looks cool. Straight up. You know? Chat, validate my creative decisions. Makes it look more handmade. I agree. Yeah, like, I get decorative with my stitching, because I might as well. Like, sure, I could just sew this all with, like, plain, regular sewing thread, in standard stitches, and I've done that with patches on things before, but I don't like it, and I would rather get creative and fancy with it, you know? If I'm going to put this much love and care into something, I might as well make it nice and personalized. And there's a knot in my thread, fuck me. Fuck me. Not an invitation, chat. Yahoy, individuality! Big fan of self-expression and shit. Alright. Please. Chat, I promise I'm normally more entertaining than this. Are those edges hemmed, of the patch? They're not hemmed, but I actually do reinforce them with glue. So what I do, instead of hemming my patches, because that adds a lot of extra bulk to them, what I do is I instead will cut them and then reinforce the edges with glue. Come for the DIY crafts, staying for the music. Hell fucking yeah, welcome on in. How are you doing, Asher T? Hello, Fiendmaker as well. Barbara bye bye. Alright. Please. Be nice to me. I can't get this knot out. I'm gonna cry. I need this knot. Say what you will, I'm entertained. Vibes are good, opinions are real. I'm glad you think so. I promise I'm usually a bit more entertaining than this. I'm just sick at the moment, so like I am a little bit less yappy than I usually am. Alright. I'm a little bit less coherent. Here we go. This is my favorite band. This is Pigeon Pit. They are an absolutely incredible folk punk band, but also a lot of country influence, because if you couldn't tell, I am a Southern boy. I am a loud Southern boy. And I have no fucking shame in that fact. Chat, the South is not all fucking backwater. There are real people making real change out here. Your entertaining as always. What if I killed you? It's 5:30. Should get an hour or two of sleep. Please rest. Go to bed. Southern boy to hell, yeah. I love being a loud, transgressive Southern boy. Alright, alright. Adding hash. I am worried it's going to be a little bit uneven, but also I don't think I care. I don't think I actually care that much if it's a bit uneven. I think that's fine. Okay. Get some good eeps, Nico. Bye bye. Give me a break. Oh, this song. Oh, this one hits hard, chat. This one hits hard. And if you don't want to talk about it, why are you talking to me at all? It was all a mistake. It was all a mistake. Everything that I did, every second awake. And if you don't want to talk about it, why are you talking to me? I promise I can sing better than this. I'm a classically trained singer. I'm just sick. Listening at all. This song, chat. This is part 3 by Froglegs. Mucus crowding my lungs, sweat till the sheets stick. How the hell could I write about politics? What the hell could I say that would mean anything? Please give me a break. All I want is a break. It's been a real hard year. This is something I feel a lot as a creator who makes largely political art. Just kind of facing the horror of the world and thinking about like what difference you can meaningfully make. And I think I'm happy to say that like I do make some small difference in the world in my art. I've convinced people to get on the streets to make change. I've been the reason a lot of people have been transitioned or have started transitioning. I think my art means something, but this song hits. And one of my favorite songs from this band, I fucking love Froglegs. I want to see them live again. Fuck. I've not been keeping up with tour schedules the past few weeks because I've been so busy. I gotta catch up. Anytime A reminds me us he's the Southern boy, I picture a swamp version of Big Mac from MLP. I'll take it? Question mark. I'll take it. Also, welcome back, Peru. Pup really needs to learn how to sew or either make or patch clothes would be very nice. Do it. It's not that hard. It's literally just like pushing a needle through clothes over and over again. I promise that sewing is like one of the easiest crafting skills that you can learn. It's very, very accessible. God, seeing this band live was incredible. Finally started sailing the Seven Seas for shows. My favorite Queen shows have been removed from legal access. Hey, real and valid. Fucking screw paying streaming services. God, chat, I hate streaming services. I hate streaming services. And the ways in which they like force us to pay. Hello, welcome on in, Retro VT. Thank you for the raid. Hi, everybody. It's lovely to see you. Hi. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud, chaotic bastard here on the internet. I make loud punk art. Thank you so much, Retro, for the resub. How are you? You can catch me talking queer and leftist issues here on the internet. We're currently sewing a patch onto my pants while we yap a little bit, kind of cool down after doing some shiny hunting shenanigans, raising some money for Rainbow Railroad. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Hope life's been treating you great. Welcome on in, Neon Mocha as well. Bar for my bite. I'm a little bit under the weather, a little bit sick, so my voice is definitely more strained than usual right now, and I do apologize for that. But hey, we're doing our best. We're creating. We're making shit. This is a patch that a friend gave me a long time ago. I've got food poisoning, but I tried anyway. Retro, do you have food poisoning right now? No, everyone give some love to Retro. Good friend of the channel. Has done a lot of amazing VA work for me and is responsible for so much of this that I'm able to do here. Modded my 3DS. If you've ever enjoyed a 3DS game that I've streamed, you can thank Retro for that one. Speaking of under the weather, but thankfully not this week. Okay. Glad that wasn't recent. No, the illness has been taking me lately. Not really, but I was telling Chad about taco food trucks. Did you get food poisoning from a taco truck? Is that what happened? Chat, anytime you see like a food truck serving Mexican food, you're either gonna have the best fucking like meal you've had in months, or you are going to walk away with food poisoning. So okay to paste the retro clip? Yeah, feel free. You were either about to have like the best meal you've had in months, or you were going to get food poisoning, and there's no in between. Totally worth the risk though? Oh, 100%. Can both happen? Yes. You can have both at the same time. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be okay. Ferret scared the shit out of me. You have a ferret? I love that. I'm pretty sure you've mentioned that before. I'm just forgetful as shit. Chat, ferrets are such good critters. It's gonna be alright. Finally started sailing for an anime I wanted to watch and just built better than any streaming service I've had to use. So I was talking a little bit about how much I hate streaming services. Like, I think the most annoying part of streaming services is that initially there was hope to them. They provided people the ability to watch things on demand, had a large, like, you know, list of media in one place. But as the model grew, as more popped up, and as they realized how much money they could make off of this and got more exploitative, inevitably these services degraded in quality and they started offering less for more money. And it's exhausting to me. We can't have media preservation in this world, apparently. The universe has decided that media preservation is evil. And then the capitalism happened. It always does. Thank you for the follow, Barber Bye Bite. Unfortunately, capitalism always has to rear its ugly head. We're not allowed to have nice things in this universe, apparently. What's even worse about streaming services is the fact that you can't watch everything. They hide it based on where you are. Also true. Like, a lot of that has to do with, like, IP law and legality and shit, but it's horrible and exhausting. Chat, hot take, but, like, the idea of... Not a big fan of owning things. Not a big fan of copyright law. Copyright law is the death of mythology. Chat, not a big fan of, like, you know, property. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Welcome on in, Cooked Slang. Welcome on in as well, Minx in the Garden. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Chat, I hate capitalism. Shaking my fist at the sky right now. Not a big fan of owning things. Did you see how Sony took people online movies precursors? I don't think I did, no. Alright. Only time I like property is when it's me? I mean, hey, live your best life. I'm not gonna judge. We don't kink shame here. Counter hot take, actually, like, IP law in theory. The idea that someone can own an idea for limited time so that big companies can steal it is good. Just the same companies have corrupted it. Like, they do all sorts of good things. See, if its actual function was just protecting, you know, small creators, then cool, but it doesn't, and it has never really functioned to do so. It has always been in the interest of large companies. And I'm going to be honest, I still am not fond of the idea that someone can own an idea. Even myself, even a lot of the things that I do, I don't think I own fucking anything I am doing here. Aside of, like, my own fucking personhood and identity. I don't think I own any of this shit. And I'm kind of okay with that. There are certain requests I make about how people use my work, and the image of me and whatnot. You know, don't depict me engaging in hate speech, don't gen AI me and all of that shit, but I don't think I own any of this. So annoying when people claim stuff like designs being theirs and only theirs to use. Find a good way to do something should be available for all. Yeah, I agree. I think that's why I like the limited time aspect of it. I think originally in the US it was like 15 years or something. Now it's 75 years have been death to the creator, which is bullshit. I don't know what the original limits were, but I'm still just, I don't know. I'm not fond of it. Hello, Lucky Bumper Bite Bite. Trying to sew one more patch onto this thing before that big show on my HRT anniversary, you know? Might as well get the trans anarchist patch on right before before I celebrate 1 year of this shit. We'd appear to have a far more generous interpretation of what a stranger could do with something you own than what most people do. What do you mean by that? In an ideal world without capitalism, IP law wouldn't be required. Yeah, and to be fair, that is also the world I fight towards. I am an anarcho-communist after all. Aids and patches, that stuff is sick. I get most of mine either from punk bands or local art markets. I also make a lot of my patches myself. This one was made by a friend of mine. Well, they copyright within moderation when fair use is respected. Again, I'm an anarcho-communist, so, like, you know. I don't like the idea of owning shit. Started liking the idea of owning things because growing up my parents abused power over me to a very bad point. I mean, I'm talking more about, like, the notion of property and shit. Like, one of the cores of communism is doing away with the notion of, property. People have rights to use things, but you don't really own something in the way that you do within a capitalist system. But, like, you know, how do I say this? There are certain boundaries I set, for example, with what I want people to do with my image. You know, don't Gen AI me, don't depict me engaging in hate speech, etc., etc. But aside of that, like, my requests, I think, boil down to don't Gen AI me, don't depict me engaging in hate speech, and if you're going to make NSFW or ship art of me, make sure you have the consent of the other creator. Aside of that, I don't really care. You could draw fan art of me dead, and I'm chill with that. I care very little for what people do with my image. You can make, like, YTPs of my voice. You can take everything I do and replicate it to some extent. I think the only part of this that I own is my identity and the personality that I bring to the table. Need to go read more theory, but I thought Marx was mostly talking about ownership of land and public, benefiting things like factories, public spaces, but personal items were okay to be privately owned. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just a guy. Chat, I've never read Marx. I've just read a lot of, like, summaries of his work and, like, modern takes on his theory, but, you know. I've heard many leftists describe parents essentially owning their kids. Not fond of that, but it's definitely a way that a lot of parents seem to act. But, like, IP law absolutely is the kind of shit that, like, falls under the disillusion of property. A lot of parents act as though they own their kids. No, I'm gonna be honest. I've very recently started getting back into reading political theory after, like, a couple years of barely touching it. I'm doing my best to get back into it, especially now that I am making video essays again. But it's an area where I've been slacking for a long while. Hello, Gay Cheeto Puff, bye. To be fair, March doesn't live in 2026, so it does not apply one-to-one to current situations. Yes, and I would 100% agree with this. And this is something that I've been on record talking about and saying. When it comes to engaging with theory, oftentimes I would rather read, like, modern works by, you know, people who have been alive in the last, like, you know, 20 years, because we live in an era that is so vastly different than when many of these, like, seminal thoughts were put together, and in a culture that is shifting so rapidly. Karl Marx didn't know what the internet was, and he does not have the forethought or whatnot to properly understand how that shifts our engagement with, like, you know, economic or governmental thought, shit like that. I would so much rather engage with a modern author who takes those ideas and refreshes them with our current, culture and society in mind than to directly engage with the thoughts from a bygone era. That is not to say that those thoughts don't hold value, but that, like, there are tons of people who are still producing therapy that is produced with modern issues and culture in mind. Now you are DIY too! Huh? I just finished design I spent 3 hours on. Hey, good job, proud of you. Bye. Fucking love arts and crafts streams. I want to do them more often. I like doing them. It's a very fun DIYing on stream. Whole collection. Chat, this band is so fun live. I'm pretty sure it was during this song that the lead, like, points out into the crowd and, like, pretends to shoot someone. And I was the random person that she pointed at and pretended to shoot with a gun. That was fun. Wouldn't say Marx is the end-all be-all, but as I mentioned, good to provoke your own thoughts and ideas. Oh, absolutely. And I'm trying actively to engage with more theory. No worries, Natalie. Take care. Bye. I'm always happy to entertain and to provide a safe space. Did you fall down dead? I pretended to, yes. I got to see this band open for Moonwalker. Which, God, Moonwalker was an interesting experience. I enjoyed the show. I love Moonwalker's music. I have a couple, like, hesitations with the presentation. But there were a couple things with the presentation that I'm like, that's a little bit, like, tacky. But, in the crosshairs. Hey, host, what if I bit you? Alright. Turning dimes tonight. They will be turning dimes tonight. Oh, like, affectionately. What if I bit you in an affectionate way is what I mean. I like biting my friends. You know this about me. Do it no balls? Okay, I will. Damn, I'm not getting any good punk shit tonight. Come on, give me punk music. I want punk. Here we go. I'm just playing out of my like songs right now. I love the song that's playing. I'm sorry. I want punk right now. I want punk. What if it bit you? I'd let you, motherfucker. Can I see that empty socket? Yeah, of course. One sec. Haha. Empty eye socket. Teehee. Oh shit, thank you for the follow, Barbara by Bite. I appreciate it. Means a lot, Jazz Nocturne. Oh yeah, I have a ton of toggles on this. You have a lovely rest of your evening, snuggle your cat. Give him lots of kisses for me. Give him lots of kisses for me. Give him lots of mama. I'm so fucking sick. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm doing my best. Do. This is a dumb, like, little improvised track wherein Sister Wife Sex Strike, like, demo their, one of their songs, and it's so silly. You can tell they're having so much fun, and I love that. I love artists. Chat, artists are so cool. Shout out to, like, people who make shit. I really like when people make shit. Is this recorded on a phone, in the backyard? Probably. That's very Sister Wife Sex Strike core. They're so silly, you know? Alright. Yeah, making stuff was telling chat today about why I'm trying to learn music theory from my banjo teacher versus learning specific songs. Oh, absolutely. I need to pick up more music theory. It's been a while since I've studied it, but especially because I want to both improve at guitar and like properly learn banjo. Like I think those are going to be really fundamental skills as I start recording my EP that I'm working on, you know? I gotta get the theory of it down before I'm gonna get anywhere. Making stuff is genuinely so fun in a world where you're told you must consume. Absolutely. Chat, if there's art that you want to see in the world, if there's a project that lives in your head, start working on it. Start making it. If there's a game you want to make, or a book you want to read, or a song you want to listen to, just start fucking making it. Do it. Do the thing. Creation is something fucking beautiful, and only you can make that idea in your head real. And if you're sitting there thinking that you can't make the thing because you don't have the skills yet, well, only way to learn is by starting. Fucking do it. Making stuff is fucking beautiful. I love seeing people fucking create. It is one of the greatest joys of the world. Loud, unapologetic art is what I live for. Loud, unapologetic art is what keeps me going. Even if it takes 5 months and 9 full resets, keep making. Indeed. I know how much you've been fucking working, host. And I'm proud of you. Never stop creating, chat. Hello, Doubtful Snake. Hi, just sewing a patch onto my my patch pants. I'm about to celebrate 1 year in HRT, so finally putting the trans anarchist patch on my back pocket. Great, even if just stick figures in our single chord song. Do it. Hell fucking yeah. How are you doing, Doubtful Snake? I hope you've been well. Bye. Theme song. Da-da-da. This, by the way, amazing local band. I'm tanked, real and valid. Please get some rest if you can. I'm sick right now, so, you know, we're doing our best. Hate pocket sewing invented by Republicans, I swear to God. Yeah, this is... I'm having a time right now. True. If you are enjoying the process of making art, or you don't yourself enjoy the art you're making, it's never gonna be satisfying, you know? You gotta make out of love sometimes. Random mushroom fact, there's a mushroom that as it ages will start to almost bleed out red liquid. I think I've heard of this one. Yeah, bleeding tooth. Mushrooms are cool, chat. Big fungus enjoyer. But yeah, no, sewing on pockets is kind of hell. I love how gay people are like, yes, my favorite things in the world are fungus and shark. You know? I also bleed as I age. I love how the trans community is like, yes, my favorite things, mushroom and shark. Now I feel called out, suffer. Me when I'm in the woods. Mushrooms are cool, chat. Reminds me of sewing some patches to the front of my jacket. Has breast pockets and sewing around it was so painful. Yep. I have some updates I need to make to my jacket soon that I'm putting off because I know they're going to be so annoying to sew. Alright. Me when I find a mushroom shark. Chat. New closed species just invented, mushroom sharks. Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna do it? Chat. New closed species just dropped. Mushroom shark. I think we're on to something here. Nature's genuinely so amazing and spectacular if you just pay attention. Absolutely agreed. Heavily recommend, chat, go outside, go on a nature walk. Imagine calling out your audience like that. I love doing that. My mom recently sent me an AI song not knowing it was AI. When I told her, she got super upset. Now installed Deezer so she can see the tags. Hey, hell yeah. Glad to fucking see it. Fuck AI music, chat. Jesus Christ. It is terrifying how good AI music particularly is getting. Chat touch grass. Mm-hmm. Been getting super into crust punk lately. Crazy how the heaviest shit ever will stop every time to talk about animal cruelty in the meat market before going into the heaviest fucking breakdown ever. I love that though. I hope you enjoy the fucking show on Sunday. I am so sad I can't be there. Chat, I'm missing a show on Sunday, and I'm trying to tell myself that it's worth it because I'm gonna go on Tuesday to see one of my favorite artists on my HRT anniversary, but I'm so sad. Sharks, except they spread under the ocean floor like mycelium and butt up into typical swimming sharks. Mm-hmm. Okay. Bearer of bad news, I've got no excuse. Crust punk versus grindcore fan versus League of Legends player who smells the worst. Here's another fun fact. There's a type that will grow in your lungs, spreading spores in your breath. Not the hot from Doubtful Snake. No shame, but wild. No shame, but wild statement. Gracie, do you play League of Legends? Alright. Me issues, so I wouldn't blame you. Bad news, I've got no excuse. I think I need help. So what if I'm not okay? Haven't touched it in years, No shame. Glad you got better, though. Alright. There's a barnacle that uses the zombie fungus strategy to parasitize crabs. Terrifying! Not surprising, but terrifying. God. Chat, like the ways in which there are some species that will essentially like zombify their, hosts, in order to get them to like, engage in very specific hunting habits or behaviors and whatnot is so fucking terrifying to me. That is one of my greatest like fears within nature, I think. It's one of the most horrific things that exists in the universe. It's cool. It scares me. So someone wearing a Suno shirt off full AI music program said stealing until no one is original. I really need to get that one. That is pretty good. That is pretty good. Now, fuck AI music. Like, it's particularly scary just for how difficult it is to spot if you don't know what to look for. You have probably been exposed to AI music and not recognized it because it is really, really difficult to peer. I don't think that people are as good at identifying AI as they oftentimes think they are, which I don't say is like an attack on anyone, just that my point just being that like it's infiltrated a lot more of our spaces than we think and a lot harder to recognize than we think. Hello, Trek and Tosh. Even I got by AI music, slot music. For a second, I thought this was the cover of Before He Cheats. No, this is by Case Jackal and Rover Red, who are buddies of mine. Distant buddies, but you know, not close friends or anything. Place to rest my head. I've been free most of the stuff 20 years before I was even born, mostly use CDs. Real and valid. I'm trying to invest in more CDs right now. Whenever I have the money, it shows, because I have been enjoying owning physical media. Welcome back, Zelda. Genuinely so happy that my feed doesn't recommend AI as far as I'm aware. It's hard to spot. It's so often that I just see it out in the wild, and it's so... How do I say? It's so difficult to differentiate sometimes. There are times where I'm like staring at an image trying to determine if it's AI or not, and it's hard. I don't think people are as good at, you know, differentiating AI as they oftentimes think they are. It's comforting to tell ourselves that like AI content is it is uncanny in a way that makes it instantly recognizable. I think it provides an easy reason to dislike it, as well as a comfort that, like, of course we'll be able to tell, but very often we can't. Pray for me, I'm getting into vinyl. Oh, good luck. Those fuckers are expensive. I could never collect vinyls. That shit costs way too much. A place to rest my head. Clarification, don't know if the barnacles make the crabs go to high place. They hijack the reproductive system. Got it. For me, what's terrifying about a lot of that shit is the ways it'll force behavioral modifications into the crabs. Or rather into the, whatever the host species is, you know. Crabs in this example. One of the biggest things I hate about AI is how it ruined all funny videos for me. Like, how do I say? It's really easy to be like, oh yeah, all AI are looks bad or sounds bad or whatnot, or is uncanny, but like it is only going to get better and harder to distinguish with time, and that's something that scares me. All right. Chat and their expensive hobbies. Damn, I wish I had money for that shit. I'm only recently... Chat, my new expensive hobby, deadass, has been scented candles. My new quote-unquote expensive hobby has been scented candles. Been really getting into scented candles lately. Alright. Chat, I did it. There are no expensive hobbies compared to model trains and cars. How expensive are they? How much do you spend on your model trains and cars? Alright, chat, I just need to tie the knot on this, and I've done it. Did you hear CRK had AI images in it? I don't know what that is. I don't know what CRK is. Don't have model cars, only model trains. Got it. Oh, Cookie Run Kingdom. Got it. Sorry, I'm not very familiar. My bad. I'm just a guy. I don't know much. Oh, chat, this is the artist I'm seeing on my HRT anniversary. This is the Narcissist Cookbook. They are a super cool Scottish artist that I've been a fan of for 6 fucking years, and I'm so excited to see them live. Tastes like shit. Sugar in my coffee, no I don't take sugar in my coffee. I'm honestly really scared to make that long ass drive alone, but hey, we'll do our best. I will survive. I'm going to be driving 6 hours entirely on my own. It's terrifying. Hello, Nadia Punk. Welcome on in. Barbara, bye-bye. There will be an ad hitting soon, by the way, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. You'll know how it goes. Hello, Riri, as well. It is a trans anarchist patch. It was given to me by a friend. Putting it on there to celebrate the fact that I'm about to hit 1 year on HRT in a few days. Hell fucking yeah. Lots of patches on these pants. Rather, pretty sparse actually currently on these pants. But I'm working on getting more here. Got the Steal From Your Boss. Got the Self-Made. These are all from local Florida-based bands. Self-Made patch with the fucking HRT vial. Got the Confession Kids, local band absolutely adore. Got the Remember You Will Die, the Stop the US War Machine. I fucking love these pants. They're still a work in progress, but I got so many things I gotta add to them, and I'm really excited about it. As the kid, I would have to travel a ton, be driving for hours. Can take more than a 3-hour drive. I'm very scared to drive 6 hours on alone, but I'll make it work. I will live off podcasts. I gotta decide what podcast I'm gonna be listening to for that drive. God. The newest edition, chat. The newest edition to these pants. I actually started these pants right after I started HRT. It was part of my celebrating HRT that I started these pants. So it's very, very fun that I finally get to put this patch on to celebrate 1 year. The first patch was the Self-Made patch. Teehee. Used to drive from Jacksonville to Atlanta a lot. Got really into audiobooks back then. I'm driving to Atlanta, Retro. Funny story. Cinephon, thank you for the raid. Well, shit, guess I can't end stream soon. Hi, everybody. Hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues on twitch.tv. It is an absolute pleasure. I'm also a video essayist. And I am about to hit 1 year on HRT. I'm currently a little bit sick. Voice is usually a lot smoother than this, but hey, we do our best. I am trying not to die with how my throat is, but you know what? That's how it goes. I cannot be held back by illness. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Cinna some love. Absolutely wonderful little fawn boy VTuber, good friend of the channel. Someone deserving of your time and attention. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Alright, I guess I gotta find, like, another patch to sell. I guess I gotta pick another patch. Chat, do y'all want to see the patch collection? Give me a second. I'm just going to grab the ones that are going to go on to these pants. I think I have over 50 patches currently that need to be sewn onto things, so I'm only going to grab the ones that I already set aside that are going to go on here. Alright, alright. May I ask your thoughts on Punk with the Camera and their patches? I'm vaguely aware of Punk with the Camera. One sec. Let me check myself before I say anything. I'm vaguely aware of Punk with the Camera. I've never ordered any of their stuff, so I can't speak to the quality. I get all of my stuff, at, like, shows directly from the artists, and or from local artists. I'm not inherently against, like, the notion of punk-run businesses that make patches, though. Like, you know, if someone has the equipment to produce patches at affordable prices, and the prices are relatively affordable, like, I'm gonna say it's solid. I don't have any issue with it, unless there is some kind of controversy that I'm unaware of. You know? It's affordable patches that you can buy online, and sometimes you want something specific that you either can't get local or can't make yourself. I don't see a specific issue with it, again, unless I'm unaware of something. Of you. Welcome back from Ads Everybody, by the way. Bye. Have a spare, throw me the Wolves Don't Come Back Pregnant patch. Would you like it? That's amazing. That is beautiful. Kinda, yeah. Alright, as far as patches that are eventually gonna go on this, we got the Bridge City Sinners, Bite Me. We've got, this is Dusty the Kid. Really cool folk punk. I have two. I kinda want one. I have a Deny, Defend, Depose patch that's eventually gonna go on here. We got Punk Rock Saves Lives. We have Bad Operation. This is Moonwalker. Technoblade reference. We have another Deny, Defend, Depose. We have, this is Danny Attack, Florida-based artist. We have Fuck the Police ACAB. I have, this is one sold by a local musician, X30 Fingers. Their Burning Fortunes Will Light a Brighter Age. Looks really cool. Have a Punk Rock Saves Lives shirt. I fucking love Punk Rock Saves Lives. The folks who run the local chapter are absolutely incredible. Dumpster Meds. Another local artist. This is actually a friend of mine. Heavily recommend his shit. Really, really cool guy. About to do a tour as well. Quill Darling. I got, this is, oh god, who is this one for? Local News Legend. This is Local News Legend. We got Make a Bad Art. I have yet another X Dirty Fingers patch. I have my patch that you can normally buy on my merch store, but you actually can't currently buy on my merch store because I'm sold out and I need to print more. More to be printed in July soon. That's my patch. I have Bard of Baldwin County. I have this rat. Actually, I think that one's supposed to go somewhere else. Self-promo shill. Have you considered, fuck you? Have you considered fuck you? Gonna DIY some patches, not gonna lie. Want some designs for Rent Strike and Sister Wife Sex Strike. Speaking of Sister Wife Sex Strike, I do have a Sister Wife Sex Strike patch, but I don't know if I want to put it on these pants because it's so big. Absolutely love Sister Wife Sex Strike, though. Rent Strike's also incredible. I got Fest. I have my favorite band, Pigeon Pit. And then I have Apes of the State. I got a lot of patches that are going to be going on this pair of pants, and I don't know where most of them are going. Hear me out, pants made out of patches. By the time I'm done with this, I want this to be covered top to bottom with patches. I want there to barely be any, like, raw fabric showing. But no, Pigeon Pit is my favorite band. I love them. They're so good. Alright. So I guess I need to decide what's going on here next. I am tempted to put the big Apes of the State patch. On the upper thigh. I've been tempted to, like, put it up here. Maybe alongside Pigeon Pit. I'm tempted to maybe do something like this, but I feel as though I don't want to cover the design of either of these up too much. Apes, Pigeon Pit, Red Strike performed Stoop Fest this year. God, I saw the advertisements for Stoop Fest, and I wish I could have gone so badly. I'm pretty sure, was Jer also at Stoop Fest? Give me a second. Stoop Fest. Where is the fucking list of bands, please? Stoopfest. So lucky the people in fucking Michigan. That's 2025. Yeah, Jer was there. Friends in Real Life was there. Fucking Pink Shift was there. June Henry, I love June Henry. I love Nana Grizzle. Love Pigeon Pit. Love Rent Strike. Love Dana Scully and the Tiger Sharks. Love Doom Scroll. I have a Doom Scroll patch somewhere. I don't know where it is. I know where it is. Never mind. Frog Legs is another band I adore. I've got a Frog Legs sticker on my fucking laptop. Local news legend I have a patch for that I just showed off a second ago. The Last Arizona I have a patch for. The official Bard of Baldwin account. All of them are artists I like. That's the point. I love all of them. I love folk punk. Folk punk is my everything. Littlefoot is so good. I love Littlefoot. No one sold out and there were 100 bands. I would have killed to be there. I would have killed to be there. Folk punk is my everything. God, chat, I love folk punk. Chat, did you guys know that I love folk punk? God damn it. Did y'all know that I would literally fucking do anything for the folk punk scene and community? It's my everything. Alright. I'm trying to figure out what the move is for this. You've hinted at it once or twice in the past? Yeah, just a little bit. Just a tiny bit, you know, not too much. Trying to figure out what the move is here. Speaking of June Henry, that is what's currently playing. Okay, I definitely want to put these somewhere on the pants. But I'm not sure on the where. I think what I might just do is figure out positioning, because we are over 6 hours to stream, but if I can do this in a way that's not going to like destroy my desk. We have I want to see how this is going to look. Your voice sounds much better than the start of stream. I appreciate it. I'm still definitely sick, and I hope I will be better soon. Sickness sucks, chat. I hate getting sick. It's horrible. But hopefully I will be fully back to normal very soon. I would love to be back to normal. We could put, like, this somewhere. I feel like the obvious place that I put this patch, it either has to be here or somewhere on the back, but also I kind of want to have Pigeon Pit over here. So if I put Pigeon Pit here, then I have to figure out what else I'm kind of filling the space with. Love when drawing mushrooms, just making them shitty. Listen, have fun with it. We support having fun with our art. Absolutely. I think this might be a situation where I just do Apes of the State, like, here. I think the move might just be to sew Apes of the State here. If I put anything else here, it has to be, like, a small one. Round patch on knee. Oh, 1 second. No, I have plans. Where is the fucking star-shaped one? Thank you so much for the follow, Yowie Lover. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I promise I'm normally a bit higher energy than this, by the way, folks. I'm normally a lot louder and yappier. I am just sick and doing my best to push through the illness. Proper AE shenanigans should be back when I am recovered from the illness. Chat, fuck the illness. It sucks. Where's the patch I'm looking for? There it is. I'm actually planning to put this patch over the knee. The Quill Darling patch, because I think that would look so good over the knee. Are your parents bakers? Because those are some hot buns. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Barper bite bite. But I think I'm going to put this one over the knee. I think that's going to look so cool over the knee. There's a star. You know? I think it fucks heavy. Yeah, I think the move might be to put this here, and then if I feel like putting something over it later, I can at any moment. Hey, Anarchist, are you doing Art Fight this year? I am not doing Art Fight. I've actually never done Art Fight before. I would like to someday, but I just don't currently have the resources or free time to do it. It is a big time commitment that I just can't afford right now. I work 60 hours a week. I cannot afford to be doing art for free as much as I would love to, you know? Yeah. Like, it's unfortunately just a situation where, like, I cannot be doing art if I am not being paid for it right now. And I hate to be like that. It makes me feel so, like, fucking toxic and capitalistic to be like, hey, sorry, pay me if you want art. But, unfortunately, bitches gotta make a living. Capitalist, yeah, Chad, I'm actually a filthy capitalist. I'm so sorry for misleading you. No. I'm so sorry for misleading you, chat. Nah. How could you? I know, I'm the worst. I know, I'm the worst, chat. Can I get some... Oh, Quill Darling. Here we go. Perfect. Beautiful. No, y'all, you take care, Doubtful Snake. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Ah-rah-rah-rah. You take care of yourself. Alright. No, I promise I'm normally a lot louder and yappier than this. I'm usually yelling about how much I hate capitalism and about the wonders of anarchy around here, but I am currently sick, and also I've been live for 6.5 hours, so trying not to push my voice too much and all that. This is Quill Darling. They are the lead of a local folk punk band called Confession Kids, who I absolutely adore. But this is their solo stuff. It's a lot softer, singer-songwriter, less punk, but it's really beautiful. Very trans. Would give me much choice. Chat, I love being punk. It's pretty cool. Thank you for giving me a space where I get to be loud and transgressive and punk. Thank you for giving me a space where this is okay. Thank you for enabling me, just a little bit. Just 'cause you ask, that is love, that is love, that is love, that is love. Punk is great, everyone's so welcoming and friendly. I love punk because it's this loud, transgressive space wherein we are given community in our politics and in our transgression. Wherein it is not just acceptable but encouraged to balk at the expectations that society places upon you. Wherein there's nothing wrong with being dirty and poor and messy. Punk is this celebration of transgression and of loud authenticity and of all of the values I stand for, and I am so grateful that I get to exist within it. I am so lucky, I feel, that I get to be Punk. I like the cheese. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Barbara by Might. Could have used this in my life like 15 years ago. Hell yeah. One sec. This one's a little hard to reach. Punk is this beautiful celebration of fucking transgression and love and community. Of standing up against fascist and capitalist forces. Of rejecting what authority tells you. Okay, I need to have this closer to me to pin it. One sec. It never did give me much choice. Ooh. All culture is genuinely amazing. It makes me want to cry from how it's been so accepting. Being Punk is already a statement of being whatever you want regardless. It is also a lifestyle, you know? It is an ideology. Like, as far as I'm concerned, Punk is more ideology than it is genre. It is an ideology that is built in being anti-capitalist, anti-authoritarian, standing up to power, and standing up for your community. And I find so much love in that. I am so glad that I get to exist in this culture that is based in these things that I value, wherein we come together because we are a bunch of fucking freaks who care about each other and who care about the world. Because we refuse to be told that the ways in which our society is constructed have to be normal and have to be acceptable. Alright. Gotta go, no worries, no worries. Do what you gotta do. Alright. I'm just gonna sew some more patches. Or rather, how do I say? Chat, I want to stick around and like sew a bunch more patches on. I am starting to get tired, so I'm not sure. God fucking damn it. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Hi. Mods, can we get a shout out for Ascuris VT? Hello, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues, punk culture, anarchism, leftism. It's so lovely to see you. Hi. I'm currently doing some chill DIY shenanigans. I'm currently a little bit sticking under the weather. I probably won't be live for too much longer because I desperately need to rest my voice. But it's so wonderful to see you. Thank you for sending your folks on over. What are y'all up to tonight? Hi, hi, hi. Must be a signal I'm not allowed to end stream, is what I'm learning. No, I hope you're doing well. I was about to say that I was gonna, like, pin 1 or 2 more patches and then end stream. Turns out, no. The raiders don't want me to nap. Should go and do some self-care things? Of course, please self-care. Be better than me. My sick butt is officially out of energy, gotta head to bed. Of course, take care of yourself. Checking out a few games courtesy of Keymailer. Hell yeah! Hope you enjoyed. I get emailed a lot of keys from game devs, but I don't check most of them out, and I feel a little bad about it. I need to check out more of the games that people send me keys for. I think I've checked out 2 whole games that I've been sent keys for in my career as a streamer, and it was both cases wherein the devs reached out to me directly. And that's the only reason I actually checked them out. Because I felt like I was personally letting them down if I didn't, you know? Alright. I gotta be more on that shit. I hope you enjoyed, though. Anything good? Anything fun? Really sick neck at the moment, so I know how you feel. I am currently recovering from a really bad cold. Luckily it's easing up, but God, the last week or so has been rough. I need this patch to be higher, chat. All 3 games were good? Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. I need this patch to be higher up, is what I'm discovering. I do enjoy this placement. I think it looks good here. I need it to be higher up on the fence. Starting to get sleepy? Of course. Take care of yourself first and foremost. That goes for all of you. I'm not gonna let myself go past the 7-hour mark, so I'm probably only gonna be live for a little bit longer, but I appreciate everyone for being here and hanging out. Again, sorry that I'm a little bit lower energy than usual. That's the fault of the illness. We're doing our best out here. Hopefully come next week I will be back at full capacity. Room is like Stray, but set in a magical realism environment. Ooh, that's cute. I never actually got around to playing Stray, but that might catch my attention. Hello, Seahorse! Barbara bye bye! Lovely to see you. How are you doing tonight? Ma, shout out to Seahorse. Lovely to see ya. I'm currently a little bit sick, but just sewing some patches on some stuff. Yapping a little bit. Did some charity shenanigans and shiny hunting today. Hope you're doing well. I think I also got a key for vultures, at some point. I do have a lot of, folks who, like, send me keys. I get too many emails with game keys, y'all. Alright. Patch. It's okay, it's hard to pin patches while keeping it under the thing. Yeah, they're so rarely good games. Like, I have gotten some decent ones. I've gotten some keys for some decent games. But unfortunately, it's such a gamble that I very often, like, don't really take the time to check them out, and I feel bad about it, because every now and then there is a gem in there. Okay. I never want to just, like, dismiss the work of passionate people, but yeah. Alright. The song reminds me of the first half of my 20s. That's how it goes. Alright. I like how this is a punk DIY hangout night, and yet, my playlist refuses to play punk. You know? My playlist keeps going, you're not allowed to have punk music, actually. It's really funny. Had to leave for migraine reasons, wanted to pop back in before you sign up for the night. I appreciate it. You take care of yourself, Hobo. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I want to do more DIY nights. I'm going to try and work them into the schedule more often, so don't worry. You will have more opportunities. Just remember the Haymarket Squares band some really nice music. I'm actually not familiar with the Haymarket Squares. I might have to go check them out in that case. Hey, I'm always happy for new band recommendations. I mostly listen to folk punk and ska punk, if that wasn't obvious. Mostly listen to folk punk and ska punk, but hey, I'm always open to experiment. Haymarket Squares. Let's play something. Oh, I immediately fuck with this. Oh. Oh, this is good. This is right up my alley. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this is, I'm following this band. This is going in my everything. No, the guitar hit, and I was like, I'm here for this. I'm living. I'm thriving. Oh, this is the good shit. What does this remind me of? This reminds me a lot of Ferocious Dog. That's what it is. This is... Oh, Chad, I love punk music. Alright. So I think I might do Apes of the State like that, and then I have a couple options. I could do Pigeon Pit like this. I could do something like this with Pigeon Pit. Or I could put Bard here. I think it might have to be Pigeon Pit. I think Pigeon Pit might be the move. Daniel Can and the Painted Bird is also nice. Oh, people really fuck with Bard, actually. Interesting. Do we want it like this? Is that the vibe? The other concern is like varying the angles in a way that makes it all look like intentional in its messiness. Maybe something like that. God, Bard of Baldwin County is so good. Do I have other options though? Because I'm not sure I fuck with that. What other options do I have? Oh, this is good shit. The problem, like a part of the problem. This is easy. Like this one will fit it. This patch will fit anywhere, you know. I'm not going to have problems getting this patch to like jive somewhere. Problem. God, why is this band so good? I fuck with this. Alright, I'm gonna save most of this for later, but now it makes me want to listen to Ferocious Dog. But that's thank you for that recommendation, because that's absolutely up my alley. Hello, Dice Mistress. Just kind of debating some patch placements real quick on these pants. I wish I could get you like a full vision of what the pants look like on my body, because I think that'd be helpful. I think it would be really useful to be able to show you what this looks like on my body, unfortunately. But that is a big ask. Alright. What I can do, so this is where the knee is, and eventually I'm going to put the Quill Darling patch down here over the knee. That's going to be really good. If I'm putting Apes of the State up in this corner, I think somewhere on the other leg is where I have to put Dusty the Kid. Alright. Oh no. One sec. Actually, that's not something. Okay. I need to do a tiny fix real quick. When has anything you wouldn't do myself? Real invalid. Alright. I do think, chat, I'm kind of, as much as I want to keep streaming, I'm kind of hitting the end of my energy for the night. I think I can, like, feel myself fading, and I have some shit I gotta get done. I'm so sorry for being a little bit less, like, loud and rowdy than I often am here, but it is always a pleasure hanging out with y'all. I am going to real quickly fix this, and once I have this fixed, I'm probably going to go seek a raid target. So if y'all will just give me a moment. Why are you broken? Why are you incorrect? Why are you wrong? Become better. Fix yourself. What the fuck? Chat, I don't know what's up with the yellow thread around steal from your boss, but this little bit here's fucked up and it bothers me. Alright, I gotta finish a video essay and I gotta get myself ready to drive to Atlanta in a couple days. But it has been a pleasure being here, as it always is. Let me see who all is on to raid. Let me see who all is on. What do we got? What are our options? Chats. I think I have a raid target. Chat. I have a fox I want to raid. We're gonna go say hi to Stella Cosmister. Stella Cosmister is one of my dearest friends and then longest time friends in the content creation scene. She's an absolute sweetheart, a blessing, and someone to whom I owe so much. Y'all take care of yourselves. Hopefully I will next see you very soon. I will probably not be live on Monday. You can normally catch me Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays at 7 p.m. EST, but I will probably not be live this Monday. You will probably instead see me on Friday. Stream schedule will be posted in my Discord and on Blue Sky. Y'all take care of yourselves in the meantime. I'll keep y'all in the loop. I have to finish a video. I gotta get ready for my 1 year on HRT anniversary. But if I do not stream on Monday, that means the next time we're going to see each other is going to be on Wednesday on the 1st, and we'll be celebrating 1 year in HRT then. Y'all take care of yourselves in the meantime, and I hope to see you then. Y'all take care of yourselves. Good night.